insane.
It all started from these words. Who will claim the One Piece? The battle to become Pirate King starts now. Who will achieve their dreams? The curtain rises on the One Piece Card Game Championship.
Hello and welcome everyone to another day of One Piece Day here in Dallas, Texas. It's offline regionals day 2, spots at the next national championships on the line, and we have thousands of players ready to go today. We are once again running 512 tournaments, 512 player tournaments, 512 player tournaments, 3 of those simultaneously. That's a lot. We're going to see a lot of great games. I'm Do. With me is Diego and the Eggman. We had an awesome day on day 1, didn't we? Lots of great games. I'm sure we've got a lot more to look forward to today.
100%. And yeah, 512 people for each one of these events, and I think we're seeing more kind of diversity, right? This is kind of the second day people want to play, their serious deck on day 1, something that they've been believing in day 2.
Oh, really?
And most people would talk about that, like, this is the time I play my crazy deck. So I'm looking forward to maybe some more unique builds today for sure.
You say that, but I know people that some people didn't get into day 1, and so day 2 ends up being their serious day. So I want to see the jank. I want to see the crazy stuff. I hope we get a lot of that, especially in some of the earlier rounds. We are going to be doing top tables all day, so it's all going to be undefeated players, of course. So as the day goes on, Diego, I'd imagine things are going to filter a little bit. But what's something you'd like to see on day 2 that you feel like you didn't get enough of on day 1?
Definitely more rogue decks, more decks that are off the meta. Like, for example, we mentioned the Bello Betty being on stream, possibly. So actually, I found the Bello Betty player, and he is playing today. So hopefully we might get to see some action from that. If not, there should be something happening. Like, we had Lim yesterday, so that was like really cool to see Lim. Unfortunate matchup, but he did really well. So maybe we can see maybe more Bonnie, a little more Shanks, or maybe Smoker. Something not just Duffy,
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised we didn't see any smokers yesterday. And I mean, I know there's a bunch here, but we just didn't happen to get any at the top table. That would be fun. I would love to see more of the animal-style Shanks as well. I think that list is really interesting, so I just want to get more data right from that one. But let's take a look at our schedule for today so you can know what you're in for. We've got 9 rounds of Swiss, and again, there are 3 tournaments going simultaneously. So how it's going to work is we're going to focus up on Tournament B, essentially, out of A, B, and C, and then if the B match ends early, we have the ability to then switch over to another match that's in progress. So we're going to fill the full time either way. We're going to try to minimize the breaks as much as possible. And, again, like, our production crew did a great job on day number 1. We were jumping right from game to game so fast. We really got tons and tons of game footage out of day 1. So looking forward to a lot of that today, too. Pretty standard as far as the rules and format goes. We're in best of 1s. It is Swiss, of course. 25-minute match rounds, and then you get an extra 5 minutes for stuff. And then the prizing, of course, all those great sleeves, playmats, everything, the special cards. And then, of course, the spots in Nationals, which I think at the end of the day is what everybody's really playing for.
Yeah, feels real good to have a whole season. Like, you qualify on, like, day 0, really, right?
You're in the clear.
And from there you can play, the deck you want to play. You can be more creative and then lock in again once we have our finals.
The thing we haven't really talked about yet is that this tournament is kind of like, in North America at least, kind of the big send-off for the OP09 meta, which has been so fascinating to watch develop, right? I mean, obviously we see a lot of Doflamingo, but around that, we've seen a lot of innovation, I think, in decks trying to figure things out. So many different teach lists, so many different Shanks lists. We've seen other things like, the Bello Betty find success once in a while. I'm excited to move into OP10, but it is fun to give sort of this, like, huge final tournament for OP09, aside from Worlds, of course, but on North American soil at least.
Right. For sure. And I think one of my favorite things is that, we have all these different regions with the same card pool, sometimes at different times, but you see different regions play differently or have different decks develop. And, it's a minor thing, but it's really cool to see just how that happens. And we have a lot of international players here today, right, Diego?
Yes, we have quite a few, a lot from Europe, Asia also, Latin America. So, like, we had Latin America win one of the pods.
Pod A yesterday.
Pod A, with Jorge. So definitely, it's nice that we come in as a community, as a one big international event to be here in Dallas, Texas. So, yeah.
And we talk about North America, but this really is like almost like a secondary open OP09 Worlds almost, with the amount of people we have from countries around the globe. I just ran into a guy that I knew from a different card game, a pro in a different card game that last time I saw him was like almost 10 years ago in Korea for a different tournament. So it's just fun to see people kind of come out of the woodwork that you haven't seen in a while, and people going from game to game. And I mean, if you got a big brain, you got a big brain, right? So if you find success in one game, you can find success here as well. And so it's fun to see some of the stylistic stuff come through with some of the players from different regions,
Yeah, and this is, this is the tournament stream for this, and that's going to continue. But we've got a lot of big news that have happened already and continuing throughout the day, too. So being able to know that we have a global release coming within the next 12 months or so. And that's going to be, really exciting to get a, convergence for this game, too.
Well, that is good to bring up, too, because although we're going to be here all day covering the One Piece card game tournament scene, there is another stream actually happening, too, that's doing all of the One Piece Day sort of celebration stuff. So reveals, they've got talks with some of the voice actors and things, concerts, a lot of really great stuff. So definitely have that on a second monitor or something like that. We take priority, obviously. You're here for gameplay, right? But there's a lot of great stuff going on there, too. So definitely give that a listen, a look, a tune in, I suppose. Have it on, like I said, on the second monitor, and check that out, too. Because we've got 2 buildings of stuff. We've got an entire building here just for One Piece card gameplay, and we've got thousands of people packed in here. But then there's another group of thousands of people over across the lawn, basically, in another building where we're doing all the kind of convention stuff. And be nice to spend a little bit more time over there. But, we're here. We're dedicated. Let's take a look at some of what we saw in day 1, by the way.
Sure.
Oh, yeah, Dofy and Purple. Yeah, we saw a bit of that in day 1, didn't we?
And we got I think this was the only Enel player on stream. We had Zachary refuse to lose for a long time.
The limb, though, I mean, that was crazy. They ended up being like, what, 4-0 going into that one? Which is, that's an impressive day for a limb player. Yeah.
We got Gage from Arizona as well, playing Dofy there. We've got my purple and red Luffy player. I'm really happy to see that.
And then, if I remember right, that was the Dofy mirror that went to time, and it didn't just go to life. It didn't just go to cards and deck. It went to characters on board to determine the winner too. So really down to the wire there. And then we had such a great teach player in Kiyomaro. Went 8-1 on the day yesterday, which is a pretty insane performance too.
Yeah, but here's our winner from Pod C, Daniel Alvarez, with the purple Luffy, narrowly being able to overcome all the defensives that Kiyomaro was able to do with the teach as well.
Very close game, definitely.
Yeah. I mean, that purple Luffy, though, so good right now. It's one of the top decks, but I always do love seeing a good teach as well. I got a little bit of that. Oh, yeah, that was a moment with the Dofy mirror there where, again, like the judge had to look at the life, both tied at 1 life. Look at the deck, counted both decks. Both decks had 22 cards remaining. So you got to look at the characters on board then, and it was just 1 more.
Yeah, it was 3-2. And the only last tiebreaker from there is that whoever took life last gets second place, right? So very tight, and just, to go from there to winning the whole pod is quite amazing.
Yeah, we see, and I mean, we see like Dofy mirrors go to time quite often, but we don't see it go all the way down to characters on board very, very frequently. So here's some core cards right from the Dofy deck. I think you could maybe, if you could squeeze a 4th one on there, you'd squeeze the bounce law on there too.
For sure.
Yeah.
There's just so many good cards for it too. We also have like Boa Hancock. We have like the Weevil. This deck is really condensed with great warlords, and one of the reasons it's one of the most popular and strongest decks in this format right now.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, it just does everything so well, right? I mean, you can build it in a way that goes a little bit later too. We do see some of the tech with like the 9-cost Mihawk.
Yeah,
9-cost Mihawk, right?
7-drop.
Haven't played in a while. Yeah, we got that one in there, and then the gravity blades,
Red
Rocks once in a while, right?
Yeah.
But it gets started so fast and it goes wide so quickly, and you're just so incentivized to just keep attacking with the leader to use the ability that it just can be a really, really difficult deck to stop.
Yeah, and honestly, like there's the mental game where they're at 5 life for most of the game because you don't want to give them more resources, more cards to be able to defend or play out. And so, you being at 1 life and them still being at 5 is real tough for most of the game.
Yeah, and even when you address their board and you clear it, they can still easily come back with someone by leader and also play Jinbei out and get another card. So it's like super easy for them to get back in the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, you think you're like, oh, it's a bunch of 4 costs. This isn't hard to clear at all. And you do get rid of the board, but then it's right back again.
Yeah. But I do think there are ways to interact with it, mostly because, all of them are 4 costs. There are a lot of small bodies. Most players know the matchup, right? It's the matchup you have to know.
Yeah.
And I think there are great decks in the meta that have ways to counter it too as well. So you've got like Bonnie that can do it. Enel is pretty relevant because of its really good matchup. And decks like that I think are really strong.
BY Luffy does pretty decently into it too, although you can get run over sometime. Let's take a look at the Enel list, some core cards from that one, and I feel like the 10 cost ace did kind of give this deck a little bit of a boost. And
yeah,
it's one of those leaders that's just so good that as long as yellow just has generically good cards, this will always be a relevant leader.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and we're continually add cards. We see that we're getting EB02 in the next couple months, which is getting another
the new Enel,
right? Getting some heals.
So
yep.
Yeah, this deck will, truthfully never die, right? It's always going to be relevant.
Yeah, and then BY Luffy too, a deck that also seems to just never quite die. It's been out for quite a while now and continues to get a little bit of support here and there, but just the core components of being able to go boys to men, and then the Gecko Moria getting to do it all over again, right? After the boys are in the trash.
Yes.
It's it is a deck that just keeps going and going and going, and it's a really fun deck to play too. I think it is fascinating and has a lot of skill expression to it. So I like the deck in the meta, but we'll see. We'll see how long it lasts after we start to see some action from OP10, OP11, EBO2 in the future.
It's definitely kind of like a guest character in this game, right? It's not like a yellow deck. It's not a black deck, right? It's its own little thing.
Yeah.
And because of that, you get a lot of unique matchups and gameplay opportunities.
Yeah, it's got very unique play patterns too.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's not a lot of decks where you want to like rush down to zero, basically, right? But then the balancing act of I got to use this stuff in my life to play cards, for cheap, but then I also have to keep enough life to live. Balancing the blockers and everything. It's like I said, it's a tough deck to play well, so it's always impressive to see, on stream, I think. And it's just one of those decks that it kind of has game into everything,
Yeah.
9K leader is pretty huge.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
That helps. Yeah. I mean, even getting up to 7K leader, right? Pretty frequently is not bad.
Yeah. Look at all the 6K leaders: RP Luffy, Newgate, the upcoming Monkey D. Luffy.
Yep.
Shanks on defense once per turn,
Pretty
right?
much.
So
yeah,
the whole thing. So
why couldn't they just make Vegapunk 6K? He can't attack. Just
yeah, he
make him
can't
6K.
attack.
Come on.
Yeah.
Come on. Sad. Oh well.
Maybe in the future.
I'm looking over at the player area, and we don't have any players sitting down quite yet, so it looks like we've got a little bit of time left before the matches begin. Once we get rolling, though, it's going to be game, basically.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
should be fun. I'm trying to think of a deck another deck besides like Smoker, I would say, that I'm surprised we didn't see yesterday. But I think we kind of hit all the big ones. We saw Bonnie.
Yeah.
I think the only one that in my mind is the purple and black Luffy. It's been overshined by the two other purple Luffys that are in the meta, right?
Yeah.
But I know a good amount of people who are on it. It does have some interesting matchups. A deck that you can play Gum Gum Giant and Moria in the same deck, right?
That's pretty
Can't
good,
be the worst deck in the meta. So hopefully to see one of those, because it does have the potential for a lot of value.
That's interesting because a lot of people are very excited about it when it came out. I mean, all your stuff gets +1. I mean, that makes it really good against removal. But what do you feel like it is that kind of holds that deck back from being, as high as some of the other ones?
I think the biggest issue is that, like, Gecko Moria is a really good card, but part of the reason it's so good in Luchi is that it has removal tied in with it. You don't really get that as much for purple-black. It's just like a more obvious value card. Like, you can play Frankie, you get some card draw, but you're not really doing anything on board, so that hurts it a lot. And then you just have a potential to just have a lot of like non-use cards in hand too. So it's a bit of a balancing act for it because you have to be like more aggressive than like I think other red and purple Luffy, but you're not as aggressive as purple Luffy. You're just kind of in this middle area where you're the master of none. So
right.
You just go to one or the other.
You're kind of almost in the Gecko Moria leader zone a little bit. Where like Gecko Moria is a great card, but he just kind of brings things back. The things you bring back have to do things immediately, like they do in BY Luffy or in
Rob Luchi, or Smoker,
I see what you mean. That's a good point.
Prior to this event, I was actually seeing a lot of people playtest Gecko Moria into Doflamingo. It's like, this could work, and they didn't play it this weekend. No.
I mean, it goes wide enough. You think it maybe has some game, but yeah.
It's a nice toolbox.
Yeah, and then you think about the rest of the meta, and you're like, but
not doing well.
We could see Moria come back, but. Speaking of coming back, we're going to take a little bit of a break here while we get the first round underway, and when we do have that up and running, we'll be back with you for the first game of the day. So do not go anywhere here at One Piece Day. We're going to have a lot of great games coming at you in the very near future. Welcome back to One Piece Day, day 2 of the offline regionals. Doa, Diego, Eggman here with you. Thanks for being patient as we get things started with the first round. It should be smooth sailing from here, which is an extra applicable statement in a One Piece card game day. That's right. But we're going to get a look at a game from Pod A, it seems like, to start things off with. We don't know what the decks are going to be yet, but I'm excited to jump in.
Yeah, and that's one of the big benefits for us for this is that we have 3 different games we can jump to. We should be able to fill out the times for all the rounds generically, right?
Oh, yeah.
And also just get a good variety of decks, which I'm really excited
Which
to
we
see.
did yesterday.
Yes,
we got
yesterday,
nice variety,
full day,
bit of everything, different matchups every single time, so it was very thankful to have that.
Yeah, I mean, again, these early rounds are the best chance we have to see things kind of off meta and all that, because we do focus on the players that are undefeated as we go on throughout the day. So round 1, everybody's undefeated technically.
Yes.
So yeah, we can see anything. We can see absolutely anything.
All right.
All right, here's our first matchup as we get right into it. We have Aaron Forrest playing the RP Luffy, and then we have Stephen Ha playing the Doflamingo. So 2 meta standards right now, and we'll see how they crash into each other.
Yeah, and I play a lot of Red Purple Luffy, and the big thing about this is it's a 6k leader with 3 life. And so when we have such an aggressive deck like Dofi, people always ask me, like, so what do you do against a deck that attacks you so relentlessly when you only have that 3? And I do think like the early turns can be a little bit tricky, but you do have a lot of ways to stabilize, to make your leader even stronger with like Eustace Kid, and it can be really manageable if you have the right pieces for it.
Well, thankfully, because it is a 6k leader, it does require more Dawn expenditure to get to that hit point, so it is still challenging to get to that math to get him to take life or take more cards, right?
For sure. And I think the Dofi, has a lot of cards in his toolbox. If they see a Boa Hancock really early, that's a little bit rough for us because we don't have removal and it's a 6k body that also can make your opponent's leader a 6k. But we're starting off with Aaron as our RP Luffy, playing the Nami 1-drop and looking top 5 for a Straw Hat.
Yeah, why not? You want to try to find some early searching. Yeah, there's the Zorojuro as well. So early searching, early ramp, you get the ability to just kind of get online fast. And that's the scary thing about RP Luffy, right, is that you get to that late game so quickly, but getting to it with 3 life can be a little bit tricky sometimes.
Yeah, hard agree. And we have the Sengoku from Steven looking at the top 5 for a Warlords.
Yep. And the thing that's extra scary with Dofi is what we've seen a lot of this weekend, which is the Teach into the Jinbei, into the Weevil, into, everything else, right? So just the speed that the Marshall D Teach Warlord card lets you get things out on the board with this deck is really something else. And
Jinbei.
There's the Jinbei, so yeah, we know that's coming at least in the near future.
For sure. But as you said, like the Teach does do a lot of work. The fact that you can like discard a card to make it easier for you to contest with a 7k leader, not seeing that on turn 1, I would breathe, a little bit of relief from Aaron's side.
Yeah, Perona as well. Okay, so a little bit of reordering, and so I think this is exactly what the RP Luffy player wants to see, right? Where the Doflamingo player has a little bit slower start.
Yeah, but also, even though they're playing the weenies, they're still very useful because, they get a search now, and at one point, they bring out the bounce low, bounce it to hand, play it again, get another Warlord, or restack, and that's already setting up for another turn.
For sure. And so also Aaron did add the Zorojuro to his hand from the Nami. That's a really good turn 3 play. If there's not a Trafalgar Law to contest it from Steven, that ramp next turn is going to be really huge and can really start off the ramp game for Aaron as well.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it is nice kind of throwing that down because, again, it does sort of incentivize them to go for the bounce if they have it versus just kind of going wide, which you're like, I would take my Zorojuro being bounced versus them putting like 2 more bodies on the board personally. But you're the RP expert though. What do you think? Would you give up the on attack for that?
So I think I don't know. I think Zorojuro's ramp is really important for this. Your first ramp is really important. So if you can either deny that in any way, or you can pressure it for the Luffy, like you want that to happen.
And he's going face rather than withholding to wait for rest of characters.
Yeah, 6k swing from the leader, and then there's the Zoro that we talked about past the turn, and so now it's on Steven to try to match either with just the aggression of going wide on board, or maybe do something about the Zoro.
Yeah, and Aaron also just drew into the Bond Clay, so he's got a backup plan to get that ramp if the Zorojuro does get contested. So
true.
Really good start from Aaron, I feel like.
Maybe just a big swing here, yeah. Okay.
Yep.
and that lets you do the leader ability too, saving that 1 Don for that. There is
And
the
there
law.
we go.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and I think the big contention from Steven was like, do I play the law, off the leader effect, or do I play Jinbei to play the law next turn? But I think this is a good choice, and forces Aaron to have the bond play, which luckily for Aaron, he does have it.
Yeah. So now, this does slow you down a little bit, though.
Yes,
at least,
it does.
Because you could have both, right?
Having both is good. Yes.
So he does get to ramp 1 to the bonk lane anyway. So things still kind of proceeding along, and funny enough, this is kind of one of the slower RP Luffy versus Dofy matchups I've seen in a little while.
Yeah, so far, yeah.
And so we went from 5 Don to 6 Don for Aaron, so next turn we're going to go to 8, and that's really important because our RP Luffy gets to get an additional Don every turn once we're at 8 or more, so that's going to let you play a 9 drop or play an 8 drop and have a Don open. And then Steven really hasn't pressured Aaron that much, so it's a really good start.
Yeah. I mean, now we're getting into those turns, Diego, where that Dofy can start to really go wide, though.
Yeah, because he has to set up with Jinbei as well. But the thing is that because he has Bonkley, he can match the attack of whatever he's attacking. But there's not many that big bodies in the Doflamingo's kit, so he's only swinging for 5 or 6 when he matches. So whereas if he's playing a mirror match or playing against Shanks, he can match a giant 12k Shanks.
Right.
So yeah, we'll see. Because any Sengoku can just KO the Bonkley later.
Yeah, and Aaron's cards are a little flashier, a little bit easier to see, but we also see Charlotte Linlin, which would be able to play next turn, which is a great defensive piece, and being able to get that on board is great. We also have 10-cost Shanks. Being able to ramp to that card is really huge. So, but we have the Boa from Steven now.
Yeah, Jinbei into the Boa Hancock, and that already is a very annoying board for Aaron to have to deal with.
Yeah, stacks and attaches done. But RP Luffy has like the best of both worlds in offense and defense because they get Queen, Rayleigh, the Shanks. They have the new Secret Rare Luffy from OP9. So they have so many options to choose from for sure.
Yeah, and then ripping the Weevil off the top, getting the card draw with that too. And this is exactly what we talked about. We just said we're going to the danger zone with Dofy here. And now it's on this RP Luffy to match with just bigger stuff,
Yeah, and we get out of it, but it took 2 1Ks, so no 2K in hand's a little unfortunate.
Yeah.
But we're starting at 8, and being able to go to 9 into a Linlin right now would be really strong.
Do we see any hand over there, or not?
The Linlins?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think there's actually 2 now.
Is that just the play? I mean, without kind of knowing fully what's in the rest of the hand, like is Linlin just kind of the go-to play for this turn, or do you have other options?
I think being able to remove the Boa blocker and then also being able to heal one, it seems really good to me in my mind. So.
I would agree. Putting some thought into it, though. Some real thought into it. First game of the day, too, and it is a little bit rough. First game of the day, you're on stream, you've got a little bit extra pressure from that. You're playing against Dofy, arguably the toughest deck to go up against in the meta, and you've got the plan, but when it comes down to it,
Yeah, for all we know, they could have been here early in the morning, so maybe they're feeling the tiredness already.
Daylight savings time. We all lost an hour last night too. So, if I were playing and I lost, I'd be like, "Oh, it's just daylight savings time." I'm just a little bit tired.
For sure.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. So it looks like what Aaron is probably considering, because we also have Ben Beckman in hand. Is it better to play Beckman and also have a Dawn open for Gum Gum Giant? Is it better, or is it better to play Linlin right now and then not have a Dawn open for Giant? I think is the contention point.
Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. Because if you play the Linlin, you run the risk of having an ultra wide board to deal with the next turn, right? Whereas if you play the Giant, you refill your hand a little bit. Beckman, you're going to be removing something too. So I can see why it's a difficult choice.
So Hayden, because you play RP Luffy more often, with the inclusion of Gum Gum Giant from OP9, has red. What is it called? Rat Beam falling out of favor in the deck list, you think?
For sure, yeah.
Probably,
honestly, the biggest thing is that we have decided on the Linlin. Honestly, the plus 4K is cool, but Red Purple Luffy, since we only have 3 life, we don't have that much card draw. The cycle too is the bigger thing. I think that's key for the card. It helps us get rid of early ramp cards out of our hand, find our late game a little bit more consistently, and it obviously does help on defense, but. The cycle is what I feel is the biggest thing for us, and we don't really care about the -2 Dawn at the end of the day.
Yeah, you get it back in purple.
So the Linlin does send the Boa to the bottom of the life there. He gets 1 life in return. Aaron able to go up to 3 again. So, you know, you put the Dofi back at 5 life, and we talked about this in the intro too, where the danger is you're dealing so much with the board. Then you look over and you're like, oh my gosh, they still have 5 life.
They still have 5 life.
What am I supposed to do? So, you know, that happens, right? But at least now you're building those bigger bodies. And if you can get a board set up of larger, you know, bodies than the Dofi can handle, then there's something. Sengoku obviously able to crash into the Banclave very easily on that turn, but you know, at least you've got the Big Mom established now.
Steven can play out more 6K bodies, and it'll be an easier commitment to just play it straight up rather than have to attach 1 or 2 more or 3 to put him on 6 or 8 for his characters or leader. So,
well, see what the turn is. Plenty of cards in hand for Stephen Ha.
And we are at, I think, what, 8 Dawn, I believe? Or
For
is
him?
it
Yes, looks like 8.
Okay.
From what I can
3,
see.
5, yeah.
My quick math tells me 8. And what's the plan? So, you know, you're going to be attacking in with the Dofi. You're going to be playing something off the top, I would imagine.
Oh,
didn't get a great view of what
straight
was in
up.
hand. Yeah, just swinging 6 to life.
Yeah, and we only, so we have double giant and I think it was we got rid of the Shanks with the Linlin effect, so another Linlin. So next turn being able to play Linlin for 9, get a Dawn back, have one open for a giant and heal 1 again will be really strong. But yeah, this turn is definitely a point where Steven could press a lot of damage or pressure.
Yeah, that's the idea.
And he's yet to attack, so he can still top deck something good that can play off like another Jinbei or another Boa to make himself bigger to go to 8. He has plenty of options. He can even get another bounce low in, get back some Goku, play it out, search another Warlord.
Yeah, and there's a chance Steven knows the card on their deck, the top of their deck. I haven't done the best job at keeping track myself.
There's so much.
But yeah, that could be a factor for him as well.
Well, this is one of the times too when you're really glad you're playing a 6K leader, right? Because that does make the Dofi have to commit a little bit more Dawn to a lot of the attacks outside of like the Weevil, the Boa. Plays the Teach like you just mentioned here. Yeah. And what are we going to see off the top? Because I would imagine we're going to see a Dofi attack and a leader ability activation here. Yeah, separating 1 Dawn from the rest there seems to indicate that. 2 Dawn. Ooh.
Liberating how to split it out.
Plan here? What else are we going to see played?
Yeah, because he's going bigger.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. 8 to lead, and with the Dofi leader activation, gonna play another Weevil off the top. Oh wow, that is not bad at all.
Another 6K body to match the leader immediately. That's pretty good.
Yeah. And then this is gonna be a big 9K. Yeah, Aaron's gonna have to take it again, but. Looks like getting another Shanks off the top. I think we got a Bond Clay we just drew for turn. We're going to 10 Dawn though, and that's going to be helpful with another Linlin to again establish board. But giving Dofi a 6th life feels real bad.
Exactly. Like you feel like you're really between a rock and a hard place here, where it's like you got to do something with the board, but your best way of doing something to the board gives them more life too. That's rough. I mean, you can play Rush with the Shanks, I suppose, but. You know, and that does, give you a little bit of extra survivability, and that the minus, power helps across your opponent's board.
Yeah, so it's Shanks is such a tough card in this deck because you can get to it very quickly, but you almost always need a Dawn open for your defense too. So it's just hard to find a great way to establish it unless you just turbo out to it immediately.
At least the Shanks can be a little defensive because it's going to make all the Weebles be 5K, so that's more Dawns to use against them. But I'm peeking that he has a Bonclay and a Big Mom, and you said he had a Shanks?
I think he's got Shanks, 2 Giants, a Big Mom, and a Bonclay, and maybe 1 unknown card.
But being on 1 life is kind of like already danger zone maybe.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I could see a world where you could maybe try to run the Big Mom and the Shanks into the 2 Weevils and then leader into Jinbei, but it feels like at least one of those is going to get defended, and then you don't have anything really defending you coming back, and then putting together enough attacks to do 2 life seems pretty plausible.
Yeah, Doflamingo is so healthy too as well, so even just losing the board, they can just get back at it again. They can just go tall into the RP Luffy and take advantage of them being 1 life.
Right.
Yeah, but we end up going for board. We use a Dawn underneath leader, so that does identify it's going to be another Lin turn. So this will use all of our Dawn, but we'll lose one with the Dawn -1, and then we can get that back active with the RP Luffy effect.
Yeah, I like it. Don't mind that at all. So still going to have the Dawn for the Gum Gum Giant next turn if he needs it.
Very nice clearance.
Yep. 7 life Dofy now, though.
Yeah, or yeah.
6 life, right? No, it's 6. Yeah, 6. I can't count.
Yeah, he lost 1 earlier from combat.
Yeah. Still. 6 life Dofy. Oh.
Well, you know about life, because you know you play Vegapunk, so you see the 27 life Vegapunk games.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I've been up to 10, 11 life on Vegapunk many, many times, but you don't see it as often on the Dofy.
I do like the Lin. It does give you the chance to be at more than 3 life for RP Luffy sometimes, which is a bit of a flex. Be at 4 life.
Yeah. It's certainly possible. At some point, though, you have to take away the life you've been giving your opponent.
Yeah, yeah, eventually.
He's been trying to. He did start off hitting the life. It's just, man, he had a big board that he had to get rid of, and it makes sense. Now he's got the Weenies, Sengokus, and the Teach. Right. So we'll see what he plays off. Gecko Moria, okay.
Looks like the Moria, yeah.
Yeah, easily pull back the Jinbei.
And I mean, the gameplay has to be this, right, for Aaron, right? You have to just keep clearing the board until you have enough bodies out there to just start swinging and doing damage. You know, try your best to run them out of cards. Steven, though, has been doing a great job avoiding that. You know, setting up the Weevils for the extra draws, you know, putting pressure on. You know, he's got a ton of searching right now, obviously. So really kind of making that hand size not an issue the way that Aaron wishes it was on his side of the board.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning about how many 1-drops he's playing out. It's really hard to convert that into pressure against something that's a 6K leader. So you got to be careful that you have like a lot of bouncing back to hand or something, because Steven's hand size is very small right now.
Yeah, big time to take advantage with bigger bodies, but he doesn't have it. But hopefully, with the setup he's getting from all these searches in Goku, he can at least set up for the next turn where he can go 5, 6 with the base attacks.
Yeah,
I think so. Still plenty of Dawn remaining. We know that Moria did bring back a Jinbei, right? We did see that.
Well, we searched it.
Yeah.
He searched. He hasn't played it
yet.
Yeah, never mind.
Yeah. It was 1 search bounce law. I missed the second one. Third one is the Moria, which could definitely get back a Jinbei.
And at least he's got to teach to set up the slightly easier leader activation as well.
He might have set up Gecko.
Yeah, you've got about as many resources, you know, not saying game resources, but as many just straight up resources as a player that you could hope for at this turn anyway.
Yeah. Steven being forced to 38.
Yep, drawing another card with another Weevil.
Yeah, but eight's not great when Gum Gum Giant is likely at this point. It's pretty well telegraphed.
Yeah, but this does get it out of the hand. So you're hoping to yourself, if you're Steven, that you don't have to deal with another one right now.
Yeah, but we got a pretty good draw.
Red Rock.
Oh, we do have the Red Rock. Oh. Wow. Okay.
All right. Yeah, I mean, just bottom decking that Big Mom with the alt art Red Rock there.
Very strong card.
That is one of the most beautiful alt arts too. I think the PRB Red Rock.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, they put a lot of good arts in that set.
Yeah. Back over to Aaron Forrest, and it is still looking tough. 2 life though, so you've got about as much to work with as any RP Luffy would have, and your opponent's board is wide, but it's not very large.
Yeah, it's just 2Ks.
Yeah.
We did just get the 9-cost Luffy as well to hand, so that's I think going to be a really strong card to play right now. If we did end up keeping Shanks, this would have been a fantastic board to play it on too.
Yeah.
But we're finally reducing the life from Dofy. We added we play out the 9-cost Secret Luffy, get to draw 1, get a Dawn back with leader effect, and have a 10K attack into Steven.
Yeah, and he also let go uncontested of the Weevil as well.
Yeah.
Right. No, this game has gotten really interesting actually. You don't see so many of the low-cost characters coming out for Dofy at this stage in the game very often. It just kind of seemed to be what he drew.
Yeah.
And so now how do you convert that into the typical dangerous Dofy board? We'll see what he can put together this turn now.
Yeah, but this is, you know, we're a little bit out of
Oh boy.
strong card. Yeah, another Perona.
Oh my. All right.
It feels like he's playing against Buggy.
Yeah.
Right. Only they'd all be like 5 cost or more then. Well, he's got got a pretty big board of pretty small characters.
Yep, and that's going to be a whole lot of Dawn just to get him to match the RP Luffy being 6K. Thankfully, there's no kit to boost him up to 7,000 too.
I would just imagine you're going to be playing things from hand this turn. Like, are you actually going to? You can't actually swing with this stuff.
It
I mean, you can, you know, technically you can, but
Yeah, 9 on Sengoku, contest Luffy. It could happen, right?
I don't think you do that, but yeah. Then again, I don't know exactly what's in his hands, so we'll have to see what the plan is from Steven. I think it is really nice. One of the really nice things he's got going for him is just simply having the teach on the board.
Yeah.
That saves you a lot Dawn-wise each turn.
Yeah, he's been sitting on high life for the entirety of the game, so he has a very big safety net as well. So he can afford to have these weenies, but now we're seeing more move, and we have a Josu.
Yeah, Josu being able to get both cards back into our hand. So this is like being able to recur the value as mentioned.
Yeah.
But you know, a little bit expensive to do so. But we're gonna play the Djembe off the top. We're gonna get a Weevil. Honestly, this is a pretty good turn, I think, from Steven.
I like this, and this kind of goes back to what we were talking about earlier, where hand size is such a crucial thing for the Doflamingo player, and you know, bouncing 2 cards back to your hand to use for counter, or else to use to dig a little bit more in your deck. You know, plus getting a drone from the Weevil, establish a 5 and a 6K. That was about as good a turn as you could hope for.
Yeah.
This Weevil number 3 or 4?
I believe it's
3.
number 3.
Yeah, he's gone through a lot of 6K, so unfortunately he might be running out of gas on this one.
Yeah.
Maybe. We've only seen 1 Boa, so there's something out there. And you never know. The Mihawk could be in there. You never know.
Well, that'd be huge, actually.
Yeah.
We're going to start with a 7 towards the Djembe. We're going to 2K, 1K, save it.
All right.
9 into Djembe. That's going to get the removal. It's going to be 10 into leader. Going down to 3.
He's whittling him down.
Yeah. And then we are going to establish the Beckman.
Ooh, I like it.
This is going to get rid of one of the Weevil there, set up another body that's hard to remove. And yeah, Aaron, I think he's in a good spot.
Yeah, he's been holding that Beckman for a long time too. So getting to trash the Weevil is pretty nice.
Yeah, and I believe he's holding on to a Queen and Usohachi, I believe, in there too. So
yep.
he has a nice sort of defense for later on as well.
Yeah.
And 2 Giants with 2 life, so it's going to be pretty tough for Steven to pressure at this point, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, it's just been such a slow mid game for the Doflamingo player because of all those low cost characters. You can see him playing another Sengoku, trying to dig in the deck. Boy, trying to just get something going here. Finds the Crocodile. Oh boy. All right.
And that's just a 2K, so it's just safety.
Yeah.
Yeah, another Sengoku, and you know, we saw him bounce those back to hand with his Josu a little bit earlier. Unfortunately for him, the Josu didn't stick. Would have been nice to have a 7K body on the board right now.
Yeah, you can use the Croc and then pay 2 to bounce one of these, one of your own 1-drops back to your hand to, you know, get a draw. But one of the big things about Luffy is that you have to already invest so much Dawn just to pressure leader. Having to use these 1 of 2 of Dawns to get more consistency for you just means you can't apply as much pressure.
Right. I think you're right too with the Crocodile. I feel like you have to bounce the Sengoku at this point.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise you're bouncing the Nami, right? So that's not going to be good. There's a Boa.
Okay.
Yeah, Boa is going to be helpful. That is strong. Yep. But again, if we wanted to see these way earlier in the game.
Yeah, like right now it's such low roll that any aggro deck, Azoro, Bello, Kagura will be like smacking their lips, seeing that there's nothing they can get attacked with.
It does feel like too little, too late when it comes to finding some of those Dofi power cards like the Boa Hancock.
Yeah, and Steven's at 3 life, but we know 2 of them are cards without any counter, right? So if we can, you know, it makes the math a lot easier to try to end the game, and it just means that Steven, you know, doesn't have a lot of defense towards the end of this.
Yeah, essentially it's just you gotta clear the life, but there's something behind it. So
yeah,
right. Because there could be, you know, 4 big attacks coming in next turn from Aaron as well.
Yeah, without really any Dawn investment too, right?
Yeah, for sure. It's 7, 9, 10, and then whatever Don you want to put on that stuff. And your 6K leader, too.
Yeah, and, you know, Purple's gotten a lot of ways to interact with blocker. We see Uso Hachi in hand right now. 7-cost Sanji's been really good at it, too, with Rush. So you really can't depend on your blockers.
Yeah, definitely since way back, it's always had a way to deal with lower cost characters like the Kings, the Kaidos. They always had an out.
Bringing the boa in, that lets him attach another Don, so just you know, even bigger swing.
Big Duffy.
Yep. And is that just going to life? I would imagine it has to. Yeah. Okay. Yep. It will. Ooh, he pulls another secret Luffy.
Yeah, that's huge.
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah, the crackback's gonna be strong.
Yeah. Do you just take this if you're Aaron?
It's real tempting, right? Because right now this is what, a 7K. We could giant and Uso Hachi to get out of it. There's no active blocker, so Uso Hachi's not as strong. And
that's a good point.
Gum.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we kind of have to.
Oh, he's gonna drop the secret Luffy apparently.
Yeah, and I think that's fair because we're getting 2 draws, right? There could be some good picks for it.
Sure.
And then a 2K, we're gonna get the Franosuke that we got off the giant.
Interesting. Okay, so now the question is, what will the plan be from Aaron? You know, you've got again 4 giant attacks, right? Potentially. Is it too bold to go for game? I'm trying to remember how many cards Steven has. Is it maybe like 4?
Yes.
There's not a lot of cards in hand.
Very doable. He builds up. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, he's going
just going to play it safe. I think this is probably the smarter.
Yeah, the big thing is that we can remove the big bodies on board with attacks.
Yeah.
I think we just got a 7-drop Useless Kid, so that's going to end our turn with a 7K leader, which is going to be tough with the board that's present right now.
And now Steven's going to be out of counter unless he saves his life.
I mean, the aggro player in me looks at every single board state and goes, "Can I end here?"
Yeah, yeah.
But the smarter player will go for the more guaranteed win a little bit later in the game.
Some control players control too much and not don't take the best chance. So it's a good question to ask yourself.
Yeah. It should always be in the back of your mind.
All right, big Luffy is here.
Yep. Well, there's that kid that we just talked about too.
Yeah.
So yeah, now that 7K leader. Ooh. So rough for Stephen Ha.
Yeah. We've got such a wide board for Aaron. We have Uso Hachi to get rid of one of the boa blockers that they have in hand already. And 2 life and none of them having counter. It's going to be very, like, Steven kind of has to end here, and he doesn't really have the tools to do so easily.
Yeah, it's 3 weenies and leader.
Well, I mean, it's really the 7K leader that makes it nigh impossible, right?
Yeah,
because if this was a 5K leader and you had this board, sure, put a lot of down on some stuff. You know, you might be able to sneak, 2 damage in there, but 7K leader, I think, is going to be pretty tough.
I think like your best chance, honestly, is if you have Femur, you can play that for 2, get the 2 back with the teach, and I think the numbers are like 9 and 10, something like that.
Okay.
But like that's just 1 giant for one of these attacks, and you're done, right? And you're presenting the 1 Dawn open. RP Luffy always has a giant. Like it's the mentality, and it's very uphill right now.
Yeah, but this time around, the RP Luffy, does he have the giant hand? Yeah.
Yes, sure it does.
He does.
Yeah,
last one. You know, I used to shuffle like that for like years and years and years in card games, and I just stopped recently because I'm just confusing myself by shuffling.
Yeah.
You know?
Shaka shaka.
Yeah, I
shuffle.
Don't do it anymore. Yeah.
And I go by pictures. We got the new cards from OP10 where it's the swap cards. I really won't be able to do that with those ones either.
Yeah, I suppose it's true. The Punk Hazard stuff.
Yeah.
I saw the previews and I was like, what is going on? Why are all the names?
Oh yeah, you're not there yet.
Then I just got to Punk Hazard in the anime. I'm like, oh okay, I get it. All right, Shambles, got it. Spoiler alert for any of you who aren't that far.
It's like
that was like how many years ago?
Now, right? Yeah, I think we're in the clear.
The statute of limitations is ended on spoilers for that.
Yeah, and a big swing over here.
Yeah, sure. This is I believe a 10.
I mean, you're going for it. He's playing to his win. There's the Femur.
Yeah. And I think this is we were talking about. We're trying to do honestly the biggest numbers we can. So we're 5K, 7K, and then we're adding 3 more.
Okay, that's scary.
Yeah. So 10. But again, one giant gets you out of it.
Yep.
And we have 2.
Yep, right there. Yeah.
Yeah, discarding the other one just to say we have it.
Wow.
And we get out of an 11k attack without losing any cards in hand, technically, right?
That is wild.
He's still got to draw.
It's like the double Gum Gum Giant flex at the end here, and the rapid readying of cards going into Aaron Forrest's turn, and he should have more than enough
Absolutely.
to end it right here.
Yep, so starting with an 8, taking it, attack with Kid, Dawn -1, give the +1 to, it's just big attacks over and over.
Luffy swings for game.
It is elementary at this point, and Aaron Forrest in our first game of the day happens to get a win against the dreaded Doflamingo with his RP Luffy. Really well played there.
Yeah.
Rough game on the Dofi side of things, but we got our first winner of the day.
Yeah, and I'm happy not only for Red Purple Luffy winning, but to be able to say it can be Dofi, all right? I know it looks like an uphill matchup, but you can stabilize, you can get to that late game and make it very, very tough for them.
Yeah, no, Dofi's not ever so dominant. There's always other decks can still win, and we proved it here because it can still break. As we saw, it only had very low-cost characters. It couldn't do much against a 6 or even 7K leader, so definitely games like that can happen, and we had the RP Luffy take advantage of that.
I mean, you got to keep in mind, though, too, that it really, you imagine a world where those Gum Gum Giants hadn't been drawn, and that would have been a win on the other side, despite the rough middle game for Steven. So credit to him for at least putting himself in the position where a win was possible, right? You always just got to go for it. You always have to play for your outs, right? And he did a good job of doing that, given the circumstances. And yeah, I mean, if the hand had been different on the other side, that would have been a win for him. So
100%. Yeah, it's so menacing against that deck because they either have all the counter or none of it too. So
all
Speaking
right.
of double.
Yeah, looks like Smoker versus Luchi here.
Yeah. I think this is nearing the end. There is.
Yeah, I think that just finished up.
Yep. Well, at least we saw that this did occur.
They exist.
We did see a smoker, right? There's some smokers in the building.
Ticked off the checklist. Bingo card.
That's right. We got it on stream. Does that count? I don't know. I don't think that counts as getting Smoker on stream. Yeah.
No.
We saw the leader card at least.
Yeah. And then I think there's 3 games. There's a sea of people between us, but I think that game did take about 30 minutes, right? 25. So it was pretty close to the end.
I doubt we're going to be jumping into another one here, unless it's going like fully to time. You know.
Yeah. But obviously a lot of variety for this first match, first round. We'll see what we can continue to get. But honestly, I'm really happy. You got your Animal Shanks round 1 yesterday. I got my Red Purple Luffy. So. I know both of us are really happy.
Yeah. Still haven't got my Vegapunk though.
I know.
I want to see an Enel. See what happens.
Let's see some highlights from that last one, and it was a slow start for for Stephen Hahn, the Dofi. It was a slow middle ground, but at the end of the day, again, he put himself in position to win. So, but it was all Aaron Forrest. Otherwise, the 2 queens, tough to get around that.
Yeah.
Or the 2 big moms rather.
Yeah, the Linlins. Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah.
Then Big Mom. They'll have several different nicknames here and there. So sometimes if you're not an avid anime fan or manga fan, you don't sometimes understand. We have Newgate and Whitebeard, or have people that are new to the game or the anime, and they're like.
And then we have like in card game nicknames too, especially like there's like 3 Luffys that are really viable as leader right now. We got to keep nicknames for those too.
Zombie.
The card is Borsalino, but in the show they call him
Kizaru.
Yellow
Monkey.
Yeah.
Because they're like colored animals, so it's like Yellow Monkey, the Green Bull. It's like really cool names though.
The card says Holly. The anime says Holy.
Holy.
I love that dog.
Yep. You say tomato. I say Don Quixote Doflamingo. Who the heck is Joker?
Oh, that's another one. This another one
right?
too.
So. Yep. So a card game with many names, but at the end of the day, there can only be one winner. And in game 1, it was Aaron Forrest getting the win in RP Luffy.
I appreciate that highlight because it just shows every turn just one more big threat, and then just keeps adding to it every turn. That's really what you want to do with the deck. That's what you get to do when you get to ramp up so quickly. And shout-outs for him to be able to do that for this game.
Yeah, I think one of the crucial turns was making the choice of playing the Big Mom versus the Shanks.
Yes.
That was kind of the big decision point where the game could go 2 very different ways. And I think the Shanks, while there would have been a strong board presence with that, just a life gain from the Big Mom, I think, is what he really needed. And ended up not mattering to put the Dofi up to 6 life.
Yeah, the life gain, clearing the blocker, giving them a no counter life card also.
Right. Yep. So that's going to basically do it for round number 1. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, round number 2
Yeah.
That's kind of how it goes. A lot more One Piece happening here at One Piece Day, so do not go anywhere. We'll be back with you in just a few.
All right, we are back with round number 2 of day number 2 for One Piece Day here in Dallas, Texas. And we've got quite a crowd of people here. We've got a lot of games going on, and I'm super excited. So how you doing, Diego?
Great. I'm looking forward to see some games with some variety like we did yesterday.
Yep.
The finals of each pot had different leaders. We had a Teach, we had a Purple Luffy, we had a Bonnie, so it was super exciting. And I think hopefully we get a similar result. Yeah, you think?
Yeah, for today. So we don't know what the 3 tables are right now, but they pretty quickly told us that Pod B is the one that we're going to. So hopefully that means there's something a little spicier for us on the horizon. But last round we did have Red Purple Luffy versus the Doflamingo, which was cool. We saw Smoker versus Rob Luchi
briefly
clean up their match, right? And again, I think there's a lot of different leaders that are viable right now, which is really cool.
Yeah, there's so many variants. Like, of course, you have dominant decks, but it's a format where you can see any deck, and it can still maybe squeeze in an X1 and X2 or X3 finish. Reiju, Boa Hancock, Bella Betty. So there's still a chance for other decks to show up and be on stream.
Yeah, and I know, again, we've been mentioning it, and we'll try to see how true it is, too. But with it being day 2, a lot of people took day 1 very seriously and trying something new on day 2. Some people could only get into the event Sunday, so this is their one event, so they are conversely taking it really seriously. So
try hard.
A good mix between the 2 events as well. So I think I mentioned it yesterday. If I was playing the event, I'd be playing RP Luffy. What would you be playing if you were playing today?
Due to card supply, I will probably be doing for Enel and then Calgara on Sunday.
Yeah, and we did see Enel yesterday. I think it does have a good matchup in the Doflamingo, right?
Yeah.
That helps you a lot.
Played against Grayson around 8-ish, I believe, or so.
Yeah, I believe that's correct. And it took, they lost, but it took the 30 minutes, right? they continued to be able to put threats out and establish a lot of value. And that's definitely just kind of how that leader works at the end of the day.
Yeah, you did tell me when we got back that he managed to clear several aces in Yamatos, and that's a lot. That's a lot of reduction to KO.
Yeah, and being able to see 4 aces in a deck that can naturally search it, right, is a feat in itself. So, but it looks like we've got our match set up. It's Yamato versus BY Luffy.
Excuse me.
This is a really interesting match. We don't see Yamato very often. Is getting a starter deck later this year that was announced on stage on the other stream. But really exciting to see what this build looks like.
Yeah, and of course, Yamato is a deck because it's 2 colors as well. It has a lot of potential of what it can build because people could do a lot of yellow, play Sky Island package, play Lan Juano with all the green cards as well. So it's we're not really going to know what he's playing until mid-game probably.
Yeah, this is a deck that's very flexible in its deck building. Additionally, too, it's very tough for you to establish your life how you want to as our BY Luffy player too. So
yeah, and then Yamato's going to be obviously having Banish, and we have the Onami being able to do that. Double attack as well, clearing all these cards from life a little bit too quicker than BY will probably like.
Yeah, that's the big issue is that BY likes to go down to 0 life, but you want to try to do it at your own pace, right? Yamato's like, I'm going to put you down to 0 life as quick as I can, and there we go. So Cody's our BY player going down to 2. We got Hunter doing a big double attack swing with the Yamato, and it's going to be 2 life to 4.
Yeah, and Cody just took it right away without questioning it, and I mean, 2 life right away is...
It's terrifying, right? And this is where Yamato is really good at bullying 4 life leaders, because 2 attacks landing with leader means that your opponent's at 0 life, right? But we're going to play with the Kuzan. We're going to continue to be very safe. But again, Hunter could just put 5 Dawn on Yamato right now, and Cody could be just down to 0 already. Yeah, no, big body Yamato could be huge. You don't necessarily need to play characters right now because, again, there is not much that he has to defend. No blockers. He's verifying the Kuzan is maybe a blocker or not, but he's not. Yeah, he's just the attack and you reduce. So maybe swinging out wide would be pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, swinging tall.
So we're at 5 Dawn here for Hunter, and we got to decide. And Yamato, again, it's very scary, right? It doesn't always get there, but I always feel terrified playing against it. Also, if you're playing Red Purple Luffy, hitting you down from 3 life to 1 feels awful. It being able to do almost half of your, half the damage for you in 1 attack from leader is pretty insane.
Yeah, I do see RP Luffy is one of those decks that will eventually get to 1. It'll just be comfortable there due to its attack base and ability to have Gum Gum and all these other defensive moves. But going to 1 or 0 too quick is dangerous.
Yeah, so we were able to get out of the leader attack, and then they play out the Nami for 5 to get the clear on the Kuzan, which makes sense. It means that the removal from Cody's not so big. And you really, the hardest thing I think for Yamato is we don't have great ways to establish cards on board, right? We have this really good effect to put 2 Dawn underneath cards, but if we don't have any cards to take advantage of it, then it's kind of useless sometimes.
Yeah, I'm also curious to see what their end game is with this Yamato build, because they could play Ace, they could play Zoro. And Zoro will be huge against BY Luffy as well.
Yeah, it is such a big threat, especially since, again, Yamato can give that 2 Dawn to the Zoro to attack even larger.
Yeah, they see some of the Sky Island package here with the Satoris.
And I think I see, what, an Electric Luna in hand.
Also,
a Hody Jones right now is not, like, awful because you can additionally give it the Dawn right now. So, and rest the Sabo, which is kind of the more important thing.
Yeah, bonus Dawn are pretty big in this matchup because you want to get as high as possible when the leader boosts. Obviously, it's 5 right now, but it's still very worthwhile. Luna and
yeah, I think that's the yellow Dressrosa card. That name's escaping me right now, but
some of these names are outrageous. I'll tell you
that.
that.
Yeah, which I normally don't see that card in the deck, which is why it's throwing me for a little bit of a loop, but.
Yeah, like lately, I think it's for OP11, we had a Kobe event card that was just, no, it was a Katakuri event card. It was a paragraph.
Yes.
Like, where do you fit that? I'm so glad we don't have written deck lists anymore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, having to write that whole thing in there would be very tough. But it looks like we've got a big attack going on into leader. So trying to get the block with the Sabo, which we will.
And we're still deciphering on what's the main thematic for this Yamato build, because we have Sky Island, we have Lana Wano with the ISO as well. It could be a very big mix of everything.
Yeah, and just confirming the effects on the leader. It is one of the more unique leaders in this game, right? Being able to gain 2 health sounds absurd, right? But the fact that it's face up and the fact that face up life goes to the bottom of our deck makes it a little bit more balanced, but when you're an aggressive deck, anything that can heal like that can be very terrifying.
Yeah, Black Yellow Luffy's one of those leaders in the game that says at the very front, according to the rules of the game, he don't play that way.
Yeah, yeah, I'm the rules of the game now.
Yeah, it's just like Lim that has the everything is rested.
Yeah, exactly. And that's when we saw that matchup yesterday. It was really interesting to see, both these, unique decks kind of face each other. But we do take the damage from the Nami going down to 1. And generally, when I play these, 1, again, BY is different. It wants to get to 0 life in its own time, but at some time. But also the fact that you want to be on the odd curve. So if Yamato attacks into you, you're only taking 1 damage at the end of the day, not the 2.
Right, yeah. But being held down by having Yamato be so aggressive can maybe finish the game a little quicker, because we did see a final before, and it was, I think it was Sam against Josh, and it was Doflamingo and BY, and Josh just went in swinging out with every single character he had, and there was nothing BY could do, because it got to 0 way too quick.
So we are at, I believe, 8 Dawn, right? So we are kind of 1 away from being able to do like our Gecko Moria loop, but we are going to use Hiyori, use the on play to take 1 card from our life to our hand, and then place 1 back in there, which is really great for setting up our plays.
Yeah, so in the ever case that they do happen to put on the 2 life face up, that Yamato could also get him bottom decked.
Yeah.
But it's very likely he already has the resources to put down, one of the kids plus out of it. So.
Yeah, but it looks like we decided not to put anything back with Hiyori, which is fine.
Okay.
It's a little bit, you would have liked to have a 5-drop to be able to go into, but we discarded 1 off our leader effect, and we're going to put a Luffy and a Sabo back into our life.
Yeah, and it's also one of those things where I think Yamato should just take immediate advantage of just going as fast and hard as you can, because once BY, as we saw in prior games yesterday, once they get the ball rolling, playing out the Sabos and the Rocket Luffys, getting those draws and getting Gecko and sitting behind the Sabos protecting them, it's really hard to stop that combo.
Yeah. I will say that this is also a matchup where you kind of prioritize being at 1 life compared to 0. there's a lot of ways to interact with Sabo blockers in green compared to other colors. And that can mean like, oh, if your only hope of a big attack is having Sabo block it, you need to be a little bit more careful about it. So I think Cody's kind of considering if he wants to do that or not. But yeah, feeling safe enough to do it. Going to play out the Luffy as well. Get the plus 2k there. So 9k leader, 11k with Dawn, and then using our 5-drop Luffy effect to get the plus 2 as well.
Yeah, that's pretty good. 9k leader.
I'll do a cool 11 into Nami.
And yeah, this Nami's not much left for this board, I think. Yeah, going 11 into 5.
And
Yeah, there's no defending now, unfortunately, because I think Yamato wants to have more counter to save herself.
Yeah, but this is a situation where we know Hunter has Hody in hand, and if they want to, right, they can play it out. It would be a 7-drop 8k. We'd have 2 Dawn left open, but then leader effect making it a 12k. There, you could just win off that right now.
Oh, yeah, with the rest effect? Oh, yeah. That Hody definitely steals games, and it's such a splashable card on any green deck that can just get you there.
Yeah, and we've got it out. So, yeah, going to get the rest on the 2 5-drops here. Again, this is an 8k. We do have to take a card from our life to activate the effect, which we don't really care. I think that was a beige, which is funny that we didn't get that trigger in life.
It's a fine price. Ooh.
Oh, yeah, this is when you talk about paragraphs of cards.
Exactly.
I thought this was Electric Luna. I was incorrect.
Oh, really?
Yeah, this is the demonic sword style. So this is essentially just giving you more Dawn to attach and more power. And I think this is just the end of the game right here.
Oh no, Machina for 2.
Yeah, 11.
Baby Luffy.
10. Yeah, not quite enough.
Oh wow.
Oh no, it was enough.
It was enough. Yeah, 2-1-1.
Yeah, it must have been like an extra 2 there, right? Because we were.
I only saw 3 cards, but also we have these lights in our faces.
Yeah, because we're at 12. Is Hody's a bit bigger than that, right? We have a 10k plus 3.
They got out. Are checking? So I saw 2 kits, right, in a Machina.
Yeah, but no, those are the 2 kids I thought we. Yeah, that's what we thought. So.
No, you played that one for.
Yeah, I think this is it. I think we're just. Okay. We needed one more. Okay.
They're doing the discussion of how would have played out probably, which is good. A good learning experience because you want to see what could I have done differently to get the win, or sometimes you want to know if my line was the right line to do.
No, but we Judge let it go through, so we're continuing to play this game actually. So I believe so.
Hey, we're just here. We're rolling with it. I still think Yamato's in a pretty good spot for sure.
Yeah.
Hody is a big threat over here. He only has the Punch Luffy there to do anything. Do you see a Gecko on Cody's hand by any chance?
I did not see one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think the Gecko would definitely be huge to help him out. But yeah, without that, what else can you do? Play out Kiss, play out Sabo, get another blocker in there.
Yeah, we do have the Raigo or Kingdom Come to be able to get the removal on that, so that will get rid of this Hody.
Yeah.
And but we're that activation or that Hody coming down just took a lot of cards in our hand that we were trying to use for defense or getting later in the game. So it's a little bit worrisome of being able to have the resources to continue to survive on this next turn too.
Yeah, for sure, because, it is one of those decks that prides itself on getting all these draws, but it hasn't come to that point where he draws via the the Rocket Luffy or Sabo. He hasn't been able to boost just yet, so we can see how he plays it out.
Yeah.
I'll do 7 into your leader.
Trigger.
Yeah. No effect. Using the Luffy. No effect, and then we are only a 5k leader, but we've got 1 blocker with Sabo, and here's the bigger issue now, is that there's that 2 life here. If we got another Hody, though, we can definitely go for game. It'd have to be on the back of Yamato doing the double damage to get you down to 0, and then Hody closing it, but without it, it looks like it's a little bit tough to just get enough attack, power, and damage to go for game now.
Yeah, you will need definitely a rusher to get in there, and without the Hody, which I don't believe... It is a little dark in that side of the camera because I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, same.
And it's hard to survive this turn too.
Yeah, that's like the big issue with trying to survive against BY Luffy is that like they can switch from defense to offense so quickly and apply just so much pressure.
Arashi, right? It's one of the newer ones, I believe.
Yeah, that's okay. That was a mistake for me too. I thought that was the 6-drop from Dressrosa because it's also red and gold and
yeah,
got, like the cape.
Yeah, they're all manga inserts, so for sure it can get a little bit confusing.
Yeah, Inarashi's definitely makes way more sense. So they try to get rid of the Luffy. We're not successful since we can just 2K out and then passing it back to Cody.
Were any Dawn left up? I don't think so. No.
Yeah, but I think we still have. I think the last card in our hand was a Gecko Moria. I think we've got a 1-drop Garp. So if we can drop Gecko here, we're in a really good spot.
Yeah, be super safe. Being able to get a blocker in there as well, putting Yamato in a spot where they have to swing several times, which it cannot do at this time.
Yeah, the biggest issue though is that I think if we had a copy of the Rocket Luffy, we'd be really happy. Get rid of the 4-drop. We'd be able to draw a card and have a card in hand because we've got 2, right? One's going to be played for Moria, the other one discarding for leader effect. So ending the turn with no cards left in hand is quite scary.
Yeah, I wonder how else. Do you recall the exact effect on this Duke Dog Storm?
I can double check on what it does. I don't think it's too relevant right now though, but I do know that the main reason that we played is because it plays off of life. Yeah. So dodge ×2 when attacking. You discard 1 card from your hand to KO up to one of your opponent's characters with cost equal then or less to the number of your opponent's current life cards. So
life cards. So yeah, that's rough. That's not very useful right now.
Yeah, the biggest issue you played, it has trigger. If your opponent has 3 or less life cards, you get to play this card. So.
For sure. And that's the boy right there. Yeah, and we're going to bring back liberating what's being brought into the board. We're going to have to let go of a couple cards, most likely the Hiyori and the Garp. Bringing in some of the kids. Sabo and Luffy back at it again. The third brother Ace has been forgotten.
Yeah, and it looks like we do have the Rocket Luffy, so that's going to be pretty big there.
And then I get to draw a card.
And it comes to show just how volatile BY Luffy is and the fact that it got pressed down really early on and it just turned it around in a matter of a few turns.
I'll trigger.
Yeah, so we're using the 5-drop effect to get the plus. We're going to use the effect to get rid of the Inu. And then we're going to be able to draw a card, and now we can discard off leader effect. Now that we have 1 additional card, we feel a little bit safer. The issue, though, is that we didn't have the Sabo in life already, so we're down to a 9K leader with 2 blockers and 1 life. And then the card from hand. So getting rid of the Kuzan, pretty easy discard.
And then we're pulling back.
Oh, another Rocket Luffy? Do we just not have another Sabo?
Yeah, I think I said the TR one in the back.
Yeah.
Rare.
So we've only seen 1 Sabo this game. So this is not out of it for Hunter. We're 7K leader with 2 life. And if there's like another Hody, which I think there's 1 in hand, there can still be numbers to get there.
That would be Spice in the Punk Gibson.
Yeah, resting the Sabo.
So good.
Too strong to be kept active.
One of my favorite cards back in the early days of the game. The Punk Gibson from Trigger was so good. It could rest that back vanilla.
Yeah. And you got to be careful because there are a lot of cards in Hunter's deck that could rest the Sabo. That you just have to be careful about. Or establish more bodies, and I think we just kind of have to go for another Hody and hope it's enough.
Yeah, it's pretty dire. There's no turn after this one, I think, right? So we're playing the Hody resting and splitting it in a matter where you can get double attack.
Yeah.
Yep, seems to be the play.
Yeah, so getting the rest on the 2 cards we can. This double attack from Yamato could be pretty big, and so do we have 2K, 1K to get out of this? We have 2 1Ks, or sorry, 2 1Ks to get out of this, which we do, and that's enough. Yeah. Just enough to get out of it. Very, very close. If we had 1K less counter, the 7K double into 8K Hody would have claimed it, but BY was narrowly getting there.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely hype, but again, we're seeing yet another green deck fall short in this tournament, event in general, right?
Yeah.
But no, definitely a great showing from Yamato. Maybe next time we'll get him.
Yeah, Cody was definitely really nervous. You could tell that it was stressful for him. Yamato really puts you on that where you could just lose at any moment, and I think they applied a good amount of pressure. They had the cards that made sense for it, and Cody was just fortunate to have enough defense for it as well.
Oh yeah, believe me, I'm just kind of bummed out whenever you're gonna see any top end for Yamato, but it's this kind of game where he needs to go as early as possible, and the biggest thing we saw was just the Hodies.
Yeah, that can be such a great way to disrupt that. It's been good for being able to disrupt purple decks too. They leave one Dawn open for Gum Gum Giant, goes away, right, which is huge. So I think that's a great way to try to counter the meta too. If you feel like you have a good way against Dofi or like purple Luffy by being so aggressive, you can really get a lot of wins.
Yeah, I think a lot of aggro decks are on the upswing at this time. We have quite a few leaders that are very low life, and they can take advantage of that, namely like Bello Betty. But Yamato has that ability with all these double swings and trigger cards as well. So we'll see how the meta resolves as we go into the next set coming up next week.
Yeah. Yeah, but that was one of the quicker games. We might be able to jump into another one as well. You see a couple other players still playing at their table, so that might be possible, but we'll let you know when we get there. So, but yeah, happy to see Yamato on stream. I don't think that's really a leader we talked about at all this weekend, right? So.
Yeah, definitely. Upon the announcement of that card, when they revealed it, is one of my favorite leaders. I love the art, both the base one and the alternate art. I like the duality of the green and yellow as well. It just needs that extra oomph to be up there with the Doflamingo or BY Luffy, right? But maybe new starter deck.
Yeah.
It's 5 new cards, I believe, that are coming in that.
Yeah, there's 5 new cards for Yamato specifically. We got the announcement that it's going to be, exclusive, or we're not exclusive. We're getting it first for the English version, which is really exciting.
Oh, it's first.
And looking forward to that as well. So, but we are going to take a break. All the rounds, all the tables that we have featured have finished, unfortunately. So we will get into round number 3 in a little bit, and we'll see you guys over there.
See you guys.
Welcome back to One Piece Day here in Dallas, Texas. Doey here with Eggman going into round number 3. And I'm glad we got a Yamato on stream. That was awesome, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was really cool. It was not a leader that we were talking about earlier in the day, and just kind of shows that there are a lot of leaders that are viable in this game right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of leader you do see pop up in like the top 16 or something like that of a Treasure Cup once in a while.
Yeah.
And I mean, double attack is nothing to laugh at, right?
No.
And there's a lot of ways to build it. It's a fun leader to see, so I enjoyed watching that one.
You're always sweating, right? The first time the double attack goes in, you're like, I'm already at half-life. Like,
I know, right?
A lot of pressure.
Yeah, it really, really makes you want to use card from hand in a lot of situations where you don't want to, you know?
Yes.
So I'm always afraid when I sit down across the table from one. But that was a neat game. It's time to move on. And we should have a pretty good one coming. We're still waiting to see exactly what that'll be. But I see the players are sitting down over there, so we should be able to get into the game pretty soon here. So, again, just to kind of catch you up to speed, all the rounds we're doing are all of the undefeateds, right?
Yep.
So everybody we see is going to be undefeated coming into these games. And then as the day goes on, go round by round and see what we find here. But we've had some good variation here. You mentioned that this is the day that generally people like to play a little bit more of the fun decks and things, but we'll have a lot of serious players here mixed in too.
Yeah, most people I've talked to are saying that this is the day I'm playing my hopeful deck. We, again, have 3 pods going on, so we have 3 different, undefeated table 1s to look at as well. We're looking across the way. We see some familiar faces. We see Ying, who's in pod B, table 1. We also see Victor, who's on pod C, table 1 as well. So both accomplished players that I know and talk to a lot. So not surprising to see them at this top spot here. And we're looking at table A setting up as well. So I think, Pod B or C, already have some good players I'd be happy to see. Yeah,
Ying making a name for himself in the Digimon scene. And then he and I actually ended up casting Cardfest in January 2024 and then Worlds last year as well together too. So
and then Victor was on, was part of the Cardfest in 2024 as well, getting a top 4 finish. So, definitely been in the scene for a long time, still making names for themselves and happy to see them. Yeah,
I mean, like, I remember in January 2024 with that Card Fest, people were asking what decks we were predicting and all that, and I said I really believe in RP Luffy, and everybody, I'll never forget, everyone laughed at me. They actually laughed. And
including me. Like, I know I'm the staunchest believer in it right now. I've done a
you
full...
didn't believe yet.
Yeah, not yet. 365 days, a lot changed.
I was an early adopter of the RP Luffy. Then Victor came along at that event in January 2024, and was able to top 4 with it.
Yes, he was.
So, yeah, still on the. I don't know. Is he still? He's still on the deck. Is he still on the deck? We're gonna find out, I guess.
He's been switching more to BY Luffy from what I've been seeing.
Okay.
But it looks like we're going to go to table B. We've got Ying on the right there playing. I'm thinking Luchi, if I know him well enough, and then we have another competitor on the left there.
I know I asked him like yesterday what he was playing, and then I forgot.
Okay, it is Doflamingo though.
I was going to say, that doesn't look like a Luchi leader there. That does look like Dofi.
And I think it might be BY on the other side.
Looks possible. We'll get the top-down view in just a moment as we get started with our round 3 game here.
Yeah, but I think this will be a real good one.
Yeah,
we've
BY
got
Luffy.
John on the BY.
Yeah, that's right. And
And I think this is kind of like a 50-50. It's a pretty even matchup, right? If you're able to get set up as BY Luffy, it's really difficult for Dofi to pressure a 9K leader. But on the other side, Dofi is fantastic for making it tough for you to set up. Gravity Blade, bottom decking your 5 cost. Pudding, be able to randomize your hand, not being able to get your loop. So it really kind of depends on like some key turns around the 7 or 8 dawn period.
Oh, totally, yeah. By that same token, if Luffy is able to kind of have a stable early and mid-game, start to build up that board of, mainly Gekko Warriors, you have that situation where you start to get the Dofi in kind of an untenable position where you just can't take a board that large,
Yeah. And we're starting off with the Garp. We get the 2-cost Saba, and we're going to pass it back to Ying. Pretty quickly playing out the Perona there, looking at the top 5. We got some pretty shiny decks today for this match, huh?
No kidding, yeah. Definitely rocking the alt arts there. Which makes our life harder a little bit sometimes.
A little bit, yeah. I love
so
the black
many.
and white like manga ones, but when you kind of use like colors to try to identify a card, it does make it a little bit trickier.
Yeah, that's right. Yep. We don't get to push our faces right into the screen like you do at home. To do it from a little bit of a distance, and the thing is, some cards have like many different varieties too on the alt art side as well, and you like to think you've seen them all, and then you see a new one. All right. You know, and Ying, I know he does like the Luchi, but, you know, I mean, to have the Ultra Dofi, you got to be a serious Dofi player, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right, attacking in. We saw Ying take the life. And then?
Yeah, we pass it back. But there's a reason why Garp has that fist in his image. Like, he's been known to punch once or twice and applying that pressure already. Not wanting to go down to too low of a life total early for Ying. But we've got Perona being able to trade with the Garp there. We're going to go, it looks like 5K into the leader and probably playing a Jinbei into something else afterwards.
I would imagine, yeah. That's exactly what we're going to see into the Weevil. And that feels great, right? Because you get to establish that 6K on the board. You get to draw a card out of it. And that is the type of start you need against a BY Luffy, right? You can contest some of their things. And then, like you said, if you manage to draw into a Gravity Blade a little bit later, you're set.
Yeah, and it's kind of hard to tell on the surface, but there is this little kind of dance you have to balance, right? For BY Luffy, you want to take enough damage, but not too much to get reset by pudding. You want to be able to also get down to 0 life on your own terms, because Ying can definitely just set up a board of a bunch of 5s and 6Ks, and when he feels like he can apply a lot of pressure, make it really difficult for you to stop at 0 life.
Yeah, exactly. You get to that point where, all right, I'm at 0 life, but then you really have a burden of, you know, I have to find some way to either get a combination of 2 blockers out on the board or 1 blocker and enough counter in hand. And then when they get up to, 5 or 6Ks, it just is a lot of attacks coming in that you have to handle.
Yeah, and we play out the Sabos to get the draw 2 and discard 2, putting another 5-cost Sabo and a 2-cost Sabo. So honestly, seeing 2 Sabos already is a pretty big boon. I do see that Ying did have an event card in hand. I wasn't sure if it was Gravity Blade or the Femur. Both are strong cards, though, in this matchup, being able to either get rid of a blocker or just bypass it altogether.
For sure, yeah. And that can be game-ending, right?
It can, yeah. We saw with Hody versus BY earlier, too, that once Sabo's answered, it's very scary all of a sudden.
Yeah. You're really, really counting on having that extra life in the blocker, essentially, and then being able to recur that, you know? Bring it back again. And so we might just see a 5K swing in here. And that looks like where we're going to start. Well, I don't know about that.
We're thinking about it, yeah. Yeah, the weird thing is that, like, Dofi does need to attack for its ability, and sometimes that means you have to concede life to BY when they really want to go down to 0. So, again, it's a balance.
Right. So it's like, okay, so here's the Jinbei, and we have, what? I saw a Law in hand. What does he got there?
Okay, we could Law, get back the
Law.
We're gonna use that. I think we had a Crocodile, and we were thinking about using the effect to pay 2 to put Prona back in her hand, but
sure, yeah,
there's not a lot of great cards for Law, but yeah, Prona once again looking top 5.
And this has been a really good mix of both, adjusting the top of the deck, drawing cards, playing bodies out. It's pretty balanced opening. Sometimes we see Dofi just go super wide. But Ying able to do a lot of manipulation of the top of the deck to really just kind of set up those value plays with the leader ability.
Yeah, and I think he's going to rearrange the top, but the other kind of secret way to use Perona is that, like, if you're looking for a card in the top 5 and you don't see it, you can just put it to the bottom, try another go a little bit later, and if you need to find, like, Gravity Blade in a situation like this, that could be a way for you to get closer to it.
Yeah, definitely. Deciding on how he wants to go about attacking here. Is that 1 or 2 non-remaining? I would imagine.
It's 1, but I think he did end up passing. Again, like, you want to make this wall.
Sure.
You want to make it. John has an awkward time, right? John could probably go down to 1 life, but that's pretty dire. And you need to balance on when you put them down to 0. Because if you have too many cards in hand, pudding you get to use, you reset their hand down to 5. It's a huge issue for John at times.
Right. So John debating now. What will the plan be? Because the worst thing to stare across the board at is a stack of readied units, right?
Yeah. And like we could play like the 5-cost Luffy to get rid of one of these, but that's most of our turn. Doesn't feel fantastic.
Right. And you're really hesitant to do any of your, take your own sort of life shenanigans because there's going to be potentially a large amount of attacks coming back at you the next turn. So it's a little bit of a stalemate scenario too.
Yeah, and my apologies. Yeah, we are at 3 life, so if we want to be able to use the 5-cost Luffy, we need to take 1 card of our own out of our life. So we can't even do that. Like 3 is really where you want to put Luffy to really try to put, because we could play like 5-cost Luffy from the star deck, go down to 2, but then we have this wide board that we have to make sure we don't lose to immediately.
Yeah, for sure. This is the point in the game where you really wish you'd had like a Rocket Luffy or something in hand. Just a way to get something out there, remove one of their characters, draw cards sometimes.
Yeah, but again, to do that we need to be at 2 life.
Yep, exactly. But I'd take the removal at this point.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think we have Flampe in hand, and we might have Rocket Luffy. We get like a draw 2 potentially for it too.
Speaking of cards with a lot of alt arts.
Yeah. This is I love the art from Star Deck 13. Don't get me wrong, but when there's so many like unique units that are 2-drops that are both the black and white, it can get a little bit confusing.
Yeah. I believe I see the Luffy one there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we're going to use Hiyori. We're going to use the effect to take a life and then put 1 on top.
Yep.
And so this is like a little bit expensive to do so because it takes a lot of cards out of hand. But now we know what card is at the top of the life. We can play our 2-cost Luffy here. We can use the activate main. See if we get lucky. The top card's a Luffy.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
who could have predicted?
Yeah.
Yep. And like I said, there is that Rocket Luffy, right? Yep. So you have the potential to use the activate main and remove something on their side. One of the few ways in the deck you can interact with the ready units. But it is only 1 unit, and there's a lot of stuff over there.
There sure is. So there's some argument to say, do we keep it on board to attack next turn then pop, but we're just going to immediately get rid of the Weevil.
Yeah.
We could attack 7 into Dofi, put them down to 3, which wouldn't be too bad. We could even start with an attack with Sabo too if we were afraid of like a Gravity Blade in life, but
yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, just a big 8.
Yeah, I mean I think that's a great point you bring up, is that you have to think about, do you want to attack with the Sabo? Are you really expecting it to just get bounced next turn anyway?
Yeah,
or bottom deck rather.
Yeah, I think Dofi does just have like the biggest kind of net of like disruption for this deck in the meta outside of Teach.
I think if the board was a little bit less wide, you would consider attacking with the Sabo, but where there's so many potential attacks coming in, I think you feel like, well, I have to just hope they don't have it, because I'm going to need that blocker.
Yeah, I think the last thing we're deciding is that in this matchup, you're somewhat safe to play your 2-drop boys a little bit early because they don't have, if they remove it, they usually go back to hand, but if John's afraid that Ying has a Gravity Blade next turn, you lose your Sabo and one of the 2-drops, that feels awful.
Yeah, that does make it extra scary. And he's going to attack with the Sabo. Okay, so decides to just try to put some pressure on it. I think this is one of the, maybe one of the only opportunities for a while you're going to have as a BY Luffy to take a life. So I guess the feeling is let's just go for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the interesting matches where, Dofi is pressured so early into the game here. We are going to, I believe, 8 Dawn. So there could be some pretty big swings. The life from John, like, Black Yellow Luffy does have some triggers that it could happen in life to get rid of one of these 4-drops. But Ying could also just put a lot of pressure right here.
Yeah, so starting out attaching to maybe 3 Dawn? Maybe? Only need 2 for the leader ability, so it depends on if he thinks he's not going to need that Dawn for whatever he's going to end up playing later in the turn, or attacking with, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, swings for 8.
Yeah,
that's
so
the Sabo.
Moria being able to get Jinbei back does get rid of it.
Yep, and then you've got the 4 Dawn remaining for the Jinbei play, I suppose.
Yeah, and so probably not going to be attacking anymore. Probably focusing on saying like you have to now put yourself down to 0, use cards from your own hand and Dawn to be able to do so.
Yeah.
We did have the Gravity Blade as well, what it looks like in hand, so I wouldn't have been too upset to play it.
Okay. Yep.
But,
there's Boa. Okay, saves the Jinbei. Yeah.
Look at top 3. It looks like it's a Perona on top and Jozu, which could be good for interacting with
and a Boa.
Sabos, yeah. And it's also usually the highest attack unit or power unit in the game, or for Dofy, right? We don't play 9Ks normally, mostly 5Ks, 6Ks, and then Jozu as our 7K.
Yeah, like we talked about earlier, we see the rare 9-drop Mihawk, but generally Jozu is where it tops out power-wise for the Dofy side of things.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and like you said, not attacking, just passing the turn back over again. So really kind of playing a very slow, measured, sort of starving strategy here with this Dofy. This is Dofy played by a Luchi player.
Yeah. A little bit.
Yeah.
And so it's really kind of like a game of chicken, right? Where it's like I can have all these attacks. The issue too is that like if John ends up being a 9K leader, that none of these attacks really matter anymore, because it takes a lot of Dawn investment to get them to that spot. But looks like John's going to spend the time and resources to get down to 0 life. Going to use the Hiyori there, take a card, or sorry, a Flampe there. Yeah.
Alt arts.
They're pretty.
pretty hard to see sometimes.
Correct.
Yeah. No, I mean that's a great card. And it's nice that you're able to get something out of life there, get a little bit closer here. Oh, the double Flampe turn. Whoa, we're getting spicy now.
And I could be wrong. I think he drew that off the first one. Ooh. So there was a Makino that was in hand, which I think was their original strategy. But now we're in a really strong spot here.
Yeah, I mean, now we get to start the shenanigans. So can he boost up to 9K this turn? Seems like he's got the boys, but does he have the men? I think he does.
He does. So there's Sabo and double Sabo. Okay.
Oh, wow, yeah.
This is a little... Ying, I think, has been holding on to his Gravity Blade for this situation. Getting rid of the Sabos for the turn is great, but the double ability of it's bottom decking them and saying that John needs to find the other 2 copies of Sabo for them to be back in rotation is huge.
Yeah, I think that's the danger there, right?
Yeah.
You put out the blockers, you go to 9K, but the blockers aren't all of it. Like you said, being a 9K leader makes it very, very difficult for the Dofy to put the math together for a lot of attacks, right?
Yeah.
That's a lot of Dawn commitment. But if they get bottom decked, which they very well might be, then like you said, you got to search all the way through the deck again to find them.
Yeah, and I think this shows a lot of patience from Ying. He could have just used Gravity Blade to get rid of one Sabo.
Yep.
But if he does have and he gets rid of both of them like this, that could make it very difficult for John to be as defensive as he's used to being with this deck.
Right. Going up to 9K leader on that Luffy with Dawn attached, just swinging right in, and that's going to be auto block for Ying on the Boa.
Yeah, Dofy, uncharacteristically is at 2 life and is like a little bit of danger right now, so the block kind of needs to happen to keep you a little bit healthy.
And there it is.
Yep.
Gravity Blade, going to bottom deck both of those Sabos. Really kind of a must-do for Ying that turn. Going to play the Sengoku as well for a little bit of searching.
Yeah. Only issue with this is that it only leaves you with 3 Dawn, so if we kept the bow around, we could have pressured a 6K into 9 and gotten a card out of hand. But again, if John doesn't have any Sabos left, which I'm not immediately seeing, that could be very tough for him to be, again, as defensive as he's hoping for.
Yeah, I think Ying can just chill, honestly, right now. I mean, you can just play the averages, too, and say, all right, yeah, you might have more Sabos, but chances are you have, like, 1 at best, you know? So you can feel pretty comfortable about just sitting on this board and then waiting until they aren't that 9K leader and then trying to put together some swings.
And these Flampes were good because they were able to let us get down to 0, but, those are 3 2Ks on the board that you wish were back in your hand at this point.
You kind of do, yeah. You're not wrong.
And Ying could help him out. He could Trafalgar Law them back, but I don't think I don't think he's that generous.
As far as things I expect to see today, that is not one of them.
Yeah.
I don't think we're going to see loss in the Flampe back to hand. But
I think he's looking through the trash, not finding Sabos in there, unfortunately, and looking through the hand. And there's Morias. There might be a Sabo in there that I'm missing, but.
Well, I see. I believe I see a Sabo or 2 of the 2-cost Sabos.
Sure. Okay.
But we need
those are there.
Yeah, we need we need the big ones, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So many Sabos, so few Luffys.
Yeah, but with the Nami in our trash, that card is pretty helpful. We play it off of the Moria. We get a blocker and a card draw, which can be helpful.
Yeah.
We'd be a 7K leader with 1 if we get a Luffy out there, but...
I was going to say the only issue is just what you said, that you end up as a 7K leader instead of as a 9K leader, and 7K is much more obtainable as far as the power coming in from the Dofi side per character.
Yeah, with all these 5Ks out there, very easy to interact with.
Yep. All right, so it's going to be 2-Don on Luffy, getting ready to use that leader ability, and then there's the Moria, so the classic turn, and yeah, I'd imagine the Nami gets grabbed here, and then probably the Luffy.
Yep.
You kind of need to go Luffy here, right? Because I don't think there's any Sabos at all in trash. The only 2 were bottom decked. Yep.
Triple checking, but yeah, I think you're correct.
Sometimes you do that, though. You just look through your trash again, like, you just don't believe it. You're like, oh, maybe if I look through it again, the Sabo will appear.
Yeah, and I think that's like, maybe a minor misplay from John is that, not respecting the chance of Gravity Blade to come down.
For sure.
You could have done like a 2-cost Luffy and it could have been a Luffy Sabo, kind of guarantee 1 left. But we're not even playing out the Nami. We're playing out the Kuzan.
Huh. Now that is interesting.
And we're going to use the Luffy, or the leader effect.
Wow. So I would imagine this is going to be Rocket Luffy for removal of something.
Yeah, right. So that does help get rid of 1 of the 4 costs. But
yeah. And you're hoping maybe you draw into a little bit more counter or a Sabo that you can play the next turn if you survive, I guess.
Yeah, and Nami only draws a card if you have a 8-cost or higher card out, and if you're at 6 or less cards in hand. So there might be 1 too many cards in John's hand to be able to do that, but we do get the removal of the extra draw from the Luffy. And but we're 7K, 1 life, and that's pretty terrifying.
Yes, it is. And so will Ying even bother to counter out of this? I think I see another Gravity Blade in his hand too.
Oh, that would be brutal.
Yeah. I think that was a Weevil that he drew into right now. Either way, 1 life remaining, no blockers out right now for John, and it's a lot on the board. Like you said, that 7K, you can get there Don-wise. So with only, is it 5 cards in hand?
For John?
For John, no, it's a little bit more. He's got 7.
Yeah, it looks like
All right.
1, 2, around 8, 7 or 8.
Yeah, so it still feels scary going for it right now if you're Ying. I think, if you would you use this Gravity Blade on? No, you wouldn't use Gravity Blade.
It's likely not worth it, but yeah.
Jinbei Weevil maybe.
Ying probably was hoping to be at like 1 more life right here.
Yeah.
If he was at 2, he'd feel a lot safer about being really aggressive. But at 1 life with Moria and leader, that's a lot of value. So if there's a way for him to maybe establish like a Boa as well as pressure leader to get some cards out of hand, that might be worth it. But it's a bit of a scary situation for him now.
I thought he did have another Boa in hand, trying to see past all that shininess on the cards.
Yeah.
We'll see what he's got. He's got all the Don to work with in the world, though. Counted out 6 for the moment.
Yeah, this is like the only matchup when I play Doflamingo. I'm like, man, I wish I had some higher costed cards. Like Mihawk would still be good.
Yeah.
Kaido 10-drop has been played in this deck occasionally too, but yeah, we'll see what this looks like. Yeah, we're gonna start with the Sengoku though. Look, top 5.
I love running a couple Kaidos in a buggy.
Yeah,
I think it's a good top end there.
Draw 4 is pretty strong.
Yeah. Or even the removal Kaido.
Yeah.
I actually like that a little bit more in buggy. But enough about my buggy deck.
Yeah, I mean, you added, you summoned him, right? It's on top 5.
I guess
Sengoku added it to hand.
There you go. All right, so Law comes in, gonna bounce the Sengoku, I suppose. Yep.
And the Kuzan, so 1 less attack you have to deal with next turn, and you don't have to be as scared. But I think Ying's now hoping like, okay, if they don't have they don't have any Sabos. If they don't have a great way to like loop like with another Moria, we're in a good spot. Like giving them another card to discard for leader effect in hand is not the greatest, but I think he's still on like I can maybe out-resource this Luffy and get enough damage towards the end game, and that's probably my best bet.
Yeah. Okay, so Swing with the law for 7, it looks like there. And that's just going to get countered out by the Nami, and you can kind of think of it as blocking, I suppose. Does he have another Moria in hand, though?
I believe he does.
Okay. Another good reason to counter out with that.
Yeah, so if we were able to end the turn with 1 life, it means that next turn with Moria, we can make ourselves 9 life, or 9k with 1 life. And, but no, we're actually just going to bottom deck that Luffy. Interesting.
Okay. Right. Back over to John now. 0 life. Which normally you'd be pretty happy to be at. Looks like it's going to be a Moria attack to start things off. And with Ying only at 1 life, it is a dangerous place to be in.
Yeah, you got to get out of this because there's a 15k.
Sure.
Oh, we're taking it.
Ooh, okay.
That is bold.
Okay, yeah. I mean, a lot of cards in hand for Ying. So, you know, a lot of counter potential, but, you know, and you fan him out like that, you're like, hey, look at all my cards. There's no way. There's no way you can win this turn.
I'm looking across the crowd. I saw some eyebrows go up. They're definitely like, wow, that is a lot of confidence that either one, they're not going to go for it this turn, or that you have enough counter to get out of it.
Yeah. He's got that poker face.
Mm-hmm.
Hands spread out. This is the intimidation game being played by Ying right now. Okay, picks it up again. All right. The 2 Don committed there. It seems like it is going to be another Moria turn here.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. 8 Don turns sideways.
And I think that's Ying isn't wanting that. I think this is correct. I think he's trying to bait his opponent, saying, you know what, 15 should surely be enough.
Yeah, exactly.
But you know, I think the fact that he drew so much, he added 2k to hand. I think John found out about the bait, but
it feels that way. It feels like it's not going to stop him from attacking. I think. Will. Let's see. All right. Yeah. So we do you find the 2 Luffys there, or is that a?
This is kind of scary though, because
a little bit.
We're gonna. I would have felt a lot more confident being at 1 life here. We're still going to be able to get a 11k swing, but 2k, 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 Woo. 1k. All right, is 15k going to be enough from Ying to try to go for game with no blockers available for John?
Yeah, there you go.
And is it enough? I would have to take their word for it at this point.
We're counting it.
Yeah, so we need 6k, and I think John can get out of it.
Okay.
But I can't tell for sure with what we're seeing
we
here.
Can't count down. We're waiting for the fist bump, the official word here.
Yeah. But yeah, it's you know, the game state we're in. We needed to get 6k to tie, 7k to get out of, and I don't think we were there.
I don't think so either.
Yeah, I think Ying got it.
These players are too they're too professional. Though.
Yeah.
We needed the bigger reaction to confirm, but
yeah,
we'll find out. Look, we're not even going to the winner screen. Like even production is stumped
like,
here. Yeah, it's not just us.
Someone radio us, and if I was to bet, I think Ying got that.
I think the judge is texting right now. He's like, okay.
Yeah.
It seemed that way. It did seem that way.
Yeah.
We're waiting for official confirmation.
Yeah, because I think there's only like 1Ks in hand.
Yes.
But there's again, we needed 7K to get out of that 15.
We need to do that thing from like the crime shows where they just go enhance and then they like zoom in on the screen and then we could read all the counter in the hand. But
yeah.
We'll update you, I suppose. It seemed like Ying got it.
Yeah, but neither was happy either. Like at least immediately happy, right? So it's tough to read.
It's funny. Like I'm looking at the crowd. Like there's another monitor facing the crowd, and everyone's just kind of milling around, like looking at each other too. Like it's.
Did he win? Yeah, right.
It's a mystery. Somebody on the stream is like they've got it. They were keeping track of every single card. They've done the math already.
They screen captured it. They enhanced, right? They're like, all right, that's a 1K, that's a 2K.
Yep.
But it's just not technology available to us right now.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
We'll get a confirmation.
Oh, John did win.
Oh, John win. Okay.
I'm hearing right now. Yeah. John did win. He apparently did have just enough. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, I just see Ying pass around with a thumbs down. So
there you go.
Unfortunate for him, but
double confirmation. Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll have to let the crowd here know too. But
yeah. Honestly, though, if you were John, right, like you wouldn't have done if you know you couldn't get out of the 15K, you would have done a different line, I think.
Yeah.
So I just couldn't tell what the reaction was for it. So the BY did end up winning against the Doflamingo for that one.
I've cast a lot of games of One Piece at this point. I think that's the first time where I genuinely was like, I'm not sure who won that game.
Yeah, and I've done a lot too, and
You've done even more than me.
Yeah,
way
people
more.
just like throw it into their like, trust me, or there's more vocal communication.
That makes me feel less bad about it, right?
Yeah.
And here's some quick highlights. See how quick they were?
Yeah. So, but yeah, it was a super close match. I think Ying did a really good job at trying to starve out some resources.
We used some medium speed highlights.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Being able to get that removal, really putting John to the fact like, hey, you need to have 2 more 2Ks in your hand for this to make sense. If at any point, like, you don't have the defenses, you're in trouble. Being able to gravity blade those 2 Sabos were so huge for him too, making it really difficult for John to have the defense tools for that he's usually relying on, and getting some really good pressure as well.
Right. So do you feel like there was a point where Ying may have played this like a little bit too slow? It's tough to say because of the strength of the leader, but that's kind of maybe the impression I'm getting a little bit.
Yeah, I think the one thing that there might be misconceptions with any competitive game is that these players know what their out is and what they're playing into and what they're playing around. And Ying was playing around the fact that them not having any Sabos potentially was good enough for me, which I think was a good line. It didn't end up working for it, but it was a path that he saw and he committed to, and I think that's the best thing that he could do.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, a tight game, as we just saw. But it is going to be our BY Luffy player that ends up taking it here in round 3.
For sure, for sure. So big congratulations for him, and looking forward to seeing how he does throughout his pod as well. So I know Pod C looks like it finished. There are some players at Pod A, so unsure if they're we're going to be able to jump to that one, but
waiting to see if we're going to move over to that. They haven't moved the camera yet, as far as I can tell. So that game might just be ending. We were far enough into time. Yeah, we were far enough into time. That looks like that one is just ending now. So yeah, we are going to go to a break, and when we come back, it's going to be round 4 on the day. So we're almost reaching the halfway point. Round 4 out of 9 here at One Piece Day. Day 2 for our offline regionals. The big send-off here in North America for OP09, so don't miss what's coming next. It's going to be more great One Piece action. We'll see you then. Hey, we are back once again here at One Piece Day, Dallas. We've got some offline regional action. Doa and Orange Samurai here with you as well. Diego, I'm also told you're called. I saw your ID. I said your ID. We're going into round number 4, and again, we've got all the undefeated players so far, and what are we going to see?
It was my break in the last round, and I did scroll around, and I saw my friend Adam. He is playing Bello Betty.
All right.
He had top 16 a regional in Madison before, and he's back at it again, still undefeated with a deck. So I do see him on Pod C side, I believe.
Oh, okay.
So maybe we'll get a chance to see it. Hopefully, it'd be pretty cool if we could. And again, because we have the advantage of having 3 feature matches at the same time, if the game. Yeah, so we're in confirmation that is going to be Pod C.
Yep.
So, because we have 3 matches at the same time, if it ends fast, because it is very aggro deck, we have several backups.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we can always jump to another game in progress here. But, yeah, it'd be fun to get something new on stream. And, you know, the thing is where everyone's been talking about a lot of other decks, and for good reason, obviously, Bello Betty has been kind of, like, lurking in the background of the meta as this, like, super low cost to build, super fast aggro deck where if you get the right draw, if you got a little bit of experience with the deck, you can kind of run over pretty much everyone. And it can present a lot of like big numbers very quickly coming at you. A lot of 7K swings very quickly coming at you.
Yes, so the ability to increase a revolutionary army by having these weenie Bello Betties and Karasu also decrease your leader is pretty big. And the deck is really, really affordable. A lot of these aggro decks are very cheap to make, and it's very entry accessible, I would say.
Yeah, for sure. Like Reiju, I think, is another good example of that, too, where pretty low cost to build, pretty easy to pilot starting off, and pretty fun, too.
So, interesting enough, actually, we have a local Texan player here, Myra. She actually top 16th, I believe, in a Peoria Regional, which was, I believe it was the same one her friend Long won with Edward Newgate in the OP6 meta, which is the pretty good for Whitebeard, I'd say.
That was a little while ago, for sure, yeah. Yeah, but we got Bello Betty versus Rob Luchi. That's right. We're getting some of the fun stuff today here as we get started here. Adam Murray on the Bello Betty and Myra Velasquez over on the Rob Luchi. And it's time to get started.
Yeah, and we're starting off with the
got the stage.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
So with the philosophy that Bello is a really fast deck, Luchi, it's a very low counter deck, but it does get value and recycles. But is it going to get the chance to get to that point, though? Because if you on curve swing it every single time, reduce the Luchi, and hit hard, it's going to run out of cards.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. You know, the fact that Rob Lucci's removal is kind of more easily in range of a lot of Bello Betty stuff because you play a lot of low-cost stuff that then you are buffing. You've got that going for you at least, but you are right that like you need to kind of see that early, or you're going to get into a situation where your life is just going to go away so fast. I mean, Rob Luchi does have 5 life, so you do start from a good point at least.
And we did see a trigger Lindbergh over here, so adding another body to terrorize Luchi with. So we have the 1 body coming up here. We are at which curve? We're at 4, right? So we have the Ivankov here. So it's already 2 big bodies ready to swing out, and we're pitching for a koala.
Yep, and 3 is kind of the magic number with Bello Betty, if I remember right. I haven't played this deck in a long time, so.
And another Lingberg, so it's already swarming out the board.
Yeah.
And we're swinging out here, and we're taking.
Yeah, getting that swing this early is pretty nice. Ooh.
Soap Sheep.
Yep, Soap Sheep comes in, and so we do have a little bit of a trigger.
Yeah, we're seeing some triggers on both sides, so that's makes it a little more exciting. You know, it's people might not like the luck sack factor of it, but I think it makes a hype.
Yeah, so that second attack countered out of, and then we do move back over to Myra as she goes up to her 5-down turn, looks like.
Yeah, so with the stat line that Bello Betty characters have, it's pretty low, and it can be easily removed, and it takes very little effort to just Rob Luchi character into them, or just clear them out with Jack and all these shenanigans. But they can put them out there so fast that it might so many characters for them to get removed, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing is that, you know, again, it's low cost, low power characters, so on the swing back, you can lose a lot, you know, easily that way. It does absorb a lot of leader attacks that way, so as the Bello Betty player, you are protected a little bit, but, I mean, now you see that removal coming in, right? The Brook dropping, and this is where the Rob Luchi feels really good because you don't even need to have much of your combo removal to deal with this stuff. A lot of your low-cost removal just straight up works, right?
Right, so we're having the Rebecca being hard-casted to bring out the Brook and reduce, KO the Lindbergh here. So it's a pretty strong move. Obviously, a lot of times you want to get Rebecca out to bring out something more conclusive for like a Luchi play. But yeah, getting the Brook was good enough, and it's an investment because you can always attack and reduce and KO.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, I mean, that Brook is probably one of the best cards to see early on as a Rob Luchi player, I'd imagine. A little bit of Don being put on Ivankov there.
And there we go.
All right. Yep. And that does, get rid of the Rebecca, which is pretty nice to have to not to deal with a blocker. And, is this a turn that maybe Adam can start putting a little bit more pressure on? Going in on the Brook, will Myra protect it?
It might be that she has maybe not enough cards that she will let it go. Yeah, she'll let it go.
I think you're right. Yeah.
And at least we know now with the kit that Adam is playing, the Rebecca's are not really saved. So he's going to have, Mario's going to have to go for a Sabo in order to protect itself. But then again, it can just also reduce the Sabo to attack to be so low, the block's not going to matter.
Yeah. I mean, if that Karasu hits too, it's just, it gets really, really difficult to survive some of those hits.
Yeah, unfortunately, Adam has not seen it, and Karasu is extremely oppressive, especially in some of those leaders that are a little frail, which Luchi can be at times, so it's a break factor for sure. And yeah, we have like the Kuma, who is a very good trigger body, and it can take care of anything on the low end. And it is essentially, how do you say, it's just one of those times where you want to dawn up so you don't get KO'd by accident.
Yep. I think I'd agree there. And so it's like back over to Myra. Yeah, that's right. All right.
Our regional Spandin.
Spandin.
They're all related. Yeah.
You say Spandin, I say Spandine. And the anime says something different.
Yeah, Spandin is the son of the current timeline. Spandine or Spandine is the father who was on the flashback.
Right.
Yeah, little anime lesson there.
I'm getting there.
Yeah, but that whole arc had so many references and throwbacks to like actual people, like celebrities and musicians. Really cool.
I'm not there yet in the series. I'm at Punk Hazard right
No,
now.
that's Water 7. It's like the 300s.
You don't deal with the sun though, do you?
Yeah.
In Water 7?
Yeah, he's the son. Yeah, he's the one that captured Nico Robin, and we have the Kaku here.
Oh yeah.
We're spoiling the show here. I'm so sorry, guys.
Yeah, I mean, like, in case you haven't watched it in the last 20 years. Spoiled. Meanwhile, there was a bit of removal that happened, but Adam bouncing right back again. And I mean, this deck does have the ability to play out a lot of bodies quickly. Yeah,
it's so low to the ground. It's kind of like a Zoro per se, but this one has the ability to play out via the leader, the characters that it has, and triggers, something that Zoro does not have. Zoro just has little bodies. They all get boosted up, and they have a lot of searchability. But here, yeah, Lindbergh, Morley, all these trigger bodies, the Karasu, and it's really big to put them out in your life.
You tend to run a lot more rush in the Zoro as well, whereas this, you're counting on, like you said, getting a lot out from trigger, then being able to just power through things by reducing power on the other side, increasing power on your side, and just making it annoying, right? Because every attack that your opponent has to commit to one of your, small power creatures protects your life, but then also feels kind of bad too.
Yeah, Myra has definitely, speaking of which, there's the blocker, Karasu.
Yep.
What happens is that Myra has played it perfectly, I think, because she's keeping herself healthy to the point that she can safely Moria, whereas in any other outcome where she would have let go of life and taken it, then getting Moria in at 2 or 1 life would have been absolutely impossible to stay in the game.
Totally. Yeah, you get to that point where playing those big bodies just uses too much Dawn, where you would have needed to stay a little bit safer here.
Yeah, and we're investing here.
Okay, yeah, a little bit on the Kuma.
And we're finally taking some life.
I was going to say, like, Adam's definitely not out of this yet. And like we said earlier, this is the turn that you're going to hope that you can start to whittle down the Rob Lucci's life. Myra's done the best thing she can in terms of just keeping herself healthy up to this point. But at some point, this turn is going to happen, right? This Bella Betty is always going to do the turn to you where you're going to take some life. And so now the follow-up turn from Myra, this is the really crucial one. This is where you need to stabilize.
Yeah, and like we see especially yesterday with all the matches that we had situations where a player will have an incredible board, and then on the other player's turn, they ended up losing because they just don't have the defense. They don't have the cards for it. They can have the most amazing Shanks or Big Mom or 9-cost Luffy, but they can't defend their life.
Yeah, exactly. And I generally like Luchi's chances coming into this one.
Oh, yes.
And it still feels pretty good. I mean, you've got Bella Betty down to 1 life now.
Mm-hmm.
So Adam a little bit on the ropes.
Ooh.
Ooh, okay. All right.
On the last life.
Yep. Very last one now. And there's the Moria. Mm-hmm. Yep. Of course you bring back the Rebecca.
100%.
Yep. Some more of the classic Rebecca recursion turns here.
Yeah, it's not looking very good right now for Adam, as he has no way to clear off this blocker Rebecca. Avenkov is now gone, so he can't bring it out from the hand.
Yeah, the brick as well. Going to make a
Brook,
difference.
So good. Yes, yes.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, that's that classic Rob Luchi, right?
Yeah.
I mean, more into Rebecca, into the brick removing something, and that combo is extra effective when everything is so small on the other side of the board, too.
Absolutely. And I don't think that there's any... I think they play Dragon, so there is the chance of rushing, but Myra definitely could have enough counter to, go through all of that. So it's not looking too well for Adam here.
Stage.
Yeah, stage can get a search.
Yeah.
It's free-ish. But Gecko and the Kaku being there, 2 medium to bigger bodies, and of course the leader is, I think, good enough to probably finish the game.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to save Adam here. Just searching through the options, seeing if there's maybe any way you can get yourself out of this scenario, but that is a very, very scary crackback coming from Myra next turn.
Yeah, I think the only one possible out would be to try and shoot your shot and go ahead and do Dragon.
I was going to say, he did get a Dragon off the search, I believe, right?
Yeah, I think it's, again, the gotta have it moment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but other than that, it needs to happen this turn. There's no next turn, unfortunately, for Bella Betty.
Yeah, or no, it wasn't the Dragon. Never mind. What am I talking about?
Unfortunate. Yeah. Then, and very possible we might see 0-3 on off-meta decks in this weekend stream, unfortunately.
Well, they're off-meta for a reason, right?
Yeah, there's always that risk factor, 100%.
Yeah, so attacking in onto the Brook, saying, could you please commit your Rebecca, please?
Yeah,
or just counter out of it.
Yeah, for sure. And a lot of tournaments, it's always that one game that you don't do as well because of the way that you draw and such. Yeah. So very, possibly this could be Adams, and we might still see the X1 finish. Ooh,
okay. I mean,
sorry, it's not Kusan. That's
the yellow Karasi, right?
Too small. Karasi, yeah, the blocker, yeah.
Yeah. There was a lot of support for Betty that came in, OP8, I think it was, OP08?
Yeah, the 2 legends, right. So it definitely got more reinforcements on the yellow side of things. And we'll see if the distribution of Myra's attacks can get it done. Very possible, though.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. And then the Gecko swings in. That's going to take the block.
And
then everything on the Luchi, and that is going to be it. So Myra Velasquez stands strong with poise to play out that dangerous early game and take the win with Rob Luchi. It was cool seeing Adam on the Bella Betty, but the Rob Luchi just a little bit too much in terms of having good, effective removal early into the small bodies that Bella Betty presents, and that's a win for Rob and Myra.
I think that the fact that one of her playtesting friends, Long, plays only off meta. He refuses to play meta decks. He was playing Robin yesterday. He played Newgate when you didn't really play Newgate. So her having that experience of playing off meta all the time, that possibly made her have all the right choices for this game right now.
It helps, yeah. I mean, it always is nice to have that one friend that plays the decks that you may or may not hit, because you can do all the prep in the world for all the meta stuff.
Yeah.
And then you hit something else, like you hit a Hody Jones, and you're like, what does Hody Jones do again? And yeah. So you never know.
And now possibly we're so early in the round, so we might be hopping into pot A or B. So
hopefully,
really cool. Yeah. And I'm blind, guys. I can't see from this far away, so I can't see any familiar faces. But we have a Smoker.
Hey, okay. Smoker versus Purple Luffy. This should be pretty interesting. This is our Pod B match here. All right, and so Smoker, kind of the other black leader that people who don't want to play Rob Luchi can play.
Yeah, right, because it's a slightly different tempo as well, and it got some firepower from the starter deck for sure. It is one of the older leaders from OPO2, and it has a mixed bag of the way that it plays, because it played the very old Navy package that was very high-end Sakazuki, Borsalino, all these cards that we hardly ever see now in decks.
Right. Yeah, the 4-cost Borsalino, just like a classic for a long time. I mean, the Sakazuki meta, yeah, everybody was running that.
Terribly annoying to play into that. And also it could play the Fukuro, the unkillable blocker from CP9 as well.
Yep, and then the good old Rebecca Hina Luchi, that we saw so much of way back when. Yeah, but we got the new stuff, like the newer Tashigi is really good. We see that on the board there as well.
Okay, that's the Hina. That's the collection Hina. So I was trying.
The bottom one, yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to decipher who's that over here.
Yeah, it's like well, I think it's like a Brook Tashigi. Is that a Gecko in the middle there?
Yes, the middle one is Gecko.
Yeah,
the alt art.
Gecko art, and then Rebecca Hina. Yep.
SB Rebecca.
Meanwhile, on the other side of things, we've got Purple Luffy there, played by Nathan. We do see the Trafalgar Law. The looks like the Luffy Taro, and then the Zoro.
Yeah, the Treasure Rare Zoro. So nice and fancy card right there.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So at this point, it looks like we've got a fair amount of pressure coming in from the Smoker side of things. 2 life, 2 having the life advantage against Purple Luffy is pretty nice as well at this point in the game.
Yeah, so we currently have a 2-1 life differential.
Yeah. But
Luffy does have a big body still on board, ready to go. And go to the smaller bodies that Smoker has. I can get rid of the Brook or the Hina to further reduce the attacks for the next turn.
Right. As we're seeing Nathan mull over his options for the turn here. Looks like a 9 Dawn from what I can see. Is that right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Or is it 8?
Yeah. Well, yeah.
1 Dawn attached on the Zoro, yeah. So 9 Dawn turn.
Yeah, it is tricky with Purple. It's kind of hard to keep track.
Yeah, I mean, we're jumping to the middle of this. So we're doing the best we can.
Yeah.
Yeah, 6K swing with Luffy there. And so
the target leader.
Yeah, 7 Dawn remaining. So I wonder if we're going to see another Luffy Taro here.
Or Sanji at 7?
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
Yep, and Cam takes it. Down to 1 life now.
Yeah, there's some options. I have not seen his hand, I'll tell you. But he has, Sanji, Kid, plenty of options. Maybe going more defensive with the end of these Dawn might be useful.
Could be. Yeah, we do have some decently large swings on the side of Cam there. In that newer Tashigi and the Moria.
Yeah, and we have Luffy swinging.
Yep.
It should be into character, right? Because he's going to go to 0 and it's not going to do much.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah. If only we could have the audio, but also I think it gets confusing when we hear them talk to you.
The vague pointing is what we have to use here.
Context clues, they matter.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that the first attack went to life, oftentimes you're not going to send the next attack into a character. You're going to kind of fully commit, And,
ooh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a counter out. That's a big counter.
Not a counter.
Yeah, to keep that going. And so what? Like 2 cards left in hand now for Cam, and then we still have potentially the attack.
Yeah,
and from the Law there.
And we're back to this impressive board, very low hand, low life. Anyone can take it at this point because if Cam is lucky, they can get out of this with triggers and countering or mismanagement of Dawn from Nathan's side. But, at the same time, he can also win because he has a huge board.
Yeah. And is there any rush in the hand of Nathan as well? We'll see. Probably not neither. You can play with that Dawn. It's a big swing coming in.
Yeah, big swing. 4 up still.
Yeah.
That's all I got.
Interesting. Decent hand size for Nathan, too. So feeling a little bit more comfortable in this position, it seems like, than Cam did just a moment ago. Ooh, takes it.
Ooh. Last life.
I think, did I see a Rebecca there?
Yeah, the one that was in front of the hand was a Rebecca.
Yeah, I just saw a glimmer of Rebecca. I think that might have come out of life there.
Yeah, so that was what I was getting at, that maybe going into a character to get 1 less attack onto Nathan's side could have been helpful. So now he has to face the full-blown attack of 4 Bible attackers and leader.
Yeah.
Maybe, Nathan just has it. Maybe he has 4 gum-gums.
Yeah, I was going to say, you've got like I said, got a decent hand size here. 1 life, you can work with that, and I am trying to kind of. I'm like actually like leaning my head to try to see his hand better. That doesn't work.
I absolutely do that too.
Yeah. I think maybe we see a giant in there. 4 Don up, which does indicate that Nathan's got some stuff he wants to play.
Yeah, that's why
during
I said
Cam's turn. Yeah.
Yeah, 4 Gum Gums for the 4 Don.
I know, right?
Excessive.
Or Gum Gum and then like what?
I mean, they could play Thunder Bagua.
Yeah, Thunder Bagua. You do see that in Purple Luffy.
Every so often.
Yep.
One really painful card to play against was Judgment of Hell because it has the reduction of attack and he just downright cripples you.
Nathan though, really putting a lot of thought into how to handle this one.
Yeah, it is a big swing.
Yeah,
so
a 9K swing from the Gecko Moria.
Yeah, so we have Cam going for the lowest commitment, testing the waters, because this way you still have a full set of Dawn to pivot into a different play if need be. And yeah, I think because it is low to, it's not 16K or plus and whichever. So it is very counterable if Nathan has the event.
Yeah, I mean, but then the danger is, okay, I'm countering out of the 9K with no Dawn committed. You know, then all the bigger stuff comes, and then my, you know, if you put enough Dawn on it, then the Gum Gum Giant doesn't even matter sometimes, you know, which you don't say very often about Gum Gum Giant, but it's possible. He takes the life. Wow. Just rips it. And what do we got from Cam now?
So now he's going to have to be able to guard up to 15K now.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's scary.
But with 4 Dawn up, though, it's either a big bluff or he's got it, you know?
If he has no counter whatsoever and survives this, Nathan is him.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. The stare down.
Yeah, it's we're still early in the round, not too early in the round, but it's still not close to the end of time, and it's definitely, they can afford to have their thoughts on this turn because it is near the end of the game.
I mean, as a player, there is no more stressful turn than like this turn right here, where it's like you're gonna feel so silly if you do get bluffed, right? Where it's like, okay, I'm gonna either you go for it and they have it and then you feel silly, or you don't commit and then they don't have it and you're like, oh, I could have gotten it. But he's going for it all in.
Oh,
does Nathan have it? There's
ready.
the one. Oh, he is so ready. He grabbed that hand so fast. There's the giant. +4.
Yeah,
What
minus.
is he going to draw and do? Yep.
Boom. Yeah, draw.
All right. Oh, so he drew into a 2K there, too.
Yeah,
Usohachi.
even better.
Yeah, definitely getting better. Oh, he does have another one. Oh, that's rough.
Here it comes.
Yep. Dawn being returned to the deck there. And, yep, a little bit of counter. Drawing for the giant. Didn't quite catch exactly what that was that he drew, but I feel like he's got it.
Got a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
The other event.
Yep, that's right. More counter power from hand in the form of events, and the power of this smoker swing is quickly diminishing here.
Yeah, and then you got the trigger out into resting Tashigi, so that's one less.
Yep.
And then we're swinging Hina.
Yep, that's that. He had it. Wow. Okay. And our winner is going to be red purple Luffy here. And I mean, you know, like I said, you gotta make that decision. Are you going to go for it? Are you not going to go for it? It was looking a little bit rough on the swing back from the next turn. So Luffy had so many strong swings coming that way. You never know when there's going to be more rush coming from hand. But you know, it's one of those things where it's like, well, I hope they don't have the giants, and if they do, they do.
He was just ready to rip that Gum Gum Giant there. It's like, draw, discard. He had everything.
But you never know. It's like, are they bluffing, right? Is it a situation where they're doing that specifically to make you think it, you know?
Yeah, and a lot of times, you could put him on 15 and put him on Gotta Have It. Obviously, he had it. But you can also spread it out in a way more meticulously where you can do it into Hina, into Tashigi, and such, and then you wouldn't have that issue that you're locking yourself out of every attack because you all end with your leader.
There's that, and you wonder though. I mean, in that situation where there were 2 Gum Gum Giants, you know, but we can spend all day wondering about it, or we can just run into our next match here and catch the end of Shanks taking on Enel. All right,
guys, so we're gonna go to time.
Apparently so.
Yeah, this is 3 life Enel.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
This is a very well-developed game from both ends.
Unless the Enel just wins. We're definitely going in to time, yeah.
Yeah, because he's top life. Marco,
so we got 2 Shanks,
yeah.
2 of the, no, we got,
yeah,
like
his
one
leader
of the,
next to it, that's why.
Yeah, we got the alt art 10-cost Shanks, we've got the Rayleigh, we've got the Lucky Roo.
That's a lot.
We've got the Ace as well. So, like you said, established board here.
Yeah.
But still very difficult to finish off an Enel, especially at this point in the game with 3 life remaining. Wow.
Yeah, when you effectively always have a +1 life due to your effect to come back to life.
Yeah.
But yeah,
effectively much more than 3 life, right? Yep.
I am struggling, trying to spin my hardest. Above Flampe, do you recognize the yellow card that's in there? It looks like a full art.
That particular one escapes me. I have not.
No, it's.
I've not been playing Enel since like OP5.
I'm seeing shapes right now.
Yeah, that's right.
I see Flampe, I see Gusana, Gedatsu, and Shira. I get that. I can't tell if it's Frankie or.
Well, so we've seen the gist of it is that we've seen a good amount of healing come down on the board so far. So that life total has been yo-yoing the entire game, obviously. The decently powerful board built up by Kevin Nguyen there.
Yeah, and we've had also a few.
Oh, the Frankie.
Oh,
okay.
Okay, yeah.
Oh, man, that's like, he might have put that there with something earlier in the turn. We're just coming into this, right? But just getting the card draw off the Frankie is really nice, and getting the body too. That Frankie trigger's sick.
Yeah, no, having extra body switching out and bait out the reduction effect from the leader Shanks is really, really good. And as I was trying to say earlier, is that we probably had a bunch of Katakuris earlier in the game, seeing by how we have put the 2 lives back into Shanks over here.
Yep. Yeah, almost certainly. Okay.
Lime juice. No, sorry,
that's the Whitebeard.
Yeah, yeah.
The
so
7 drop from the starter. Yep.
The little attack pose.
Yep. I believe so. All right, and we got a big swing coming in from the Ace. This is the Ace that's a little bit harder to move. You know, you can ditch an event to save that one. Some counter coming in. Wow, does he have it? Oh my gosh.
Counter
all right.
for that.
Okay. These Enel lists are getting really interesting because you're running like the Egghead Nami, the Egghead Frankie. The triggers on those are so good, and then the Nami just has such a strong little bit of removal.
Yes, they're phenomenal generic cards that can go into any yellow deck, and Enel is one of the most that takes advantage of everything else generic. Yamato, Ace, the Frankies, and Nami. Oh, Nami also.
Sure, yeah. All right, so now, Kevin, thinking through things a little bit. All right.
Oh, sorry, I'm so bad. So actually, Brandon Kerpus, I didn't look into his name. He's my local. He top 32 in Orlando. Yeah, he's my fellow Whitebeard buddy from way back in the day. He top 32 in Orlando, and he also plays Shanks at Nats.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, so he's very familiar with Shanks.
Playing more of a traditional Shanks list as well. Not doing the newer animal package there.
Right. No, he's a very methodical player. He always tries to focus in on one deck for that format. Big Whitebeard player, Smoker player, Luchi, and now that Shanks is finally here, he's back to home base with red.
Yeah. And does he always put his leader right up on the row like that?
Yes, due to other games also influencing his mannerisms, I would say.
Fair enough.
Yeah. I didn't even look at his name and I see, oh, I know this fella.
Yeah.
Yeah, huge shout out to all the Orlando friends that made it to this event. A lot of them here are enjoying themselves.
Yeah. Flying all the way from the East Coast there. And back over to Kevin now. And you've got, a few decent bodies to swing with, but that is a scary, scary board over on the Shanks side of things. And Shanks is still 3 life.
Yeah, but it's like a forced life kind of situation where they want him to be there, per se.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I feel like that's the alt art Yamato.
Oh,
there?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it's the PRB. I now that I see as a Yamato, I can make it out, yeah.
I've gotten a lot better with the alt arts, but that one escaped me. But yeah, he's going to go And remember, Shanks is a minus 1K everything here.
Yeah, coincidentally, I just looked up, and we have another monitor on the other side, people to watch, and we have several Orlando people watching this match up close, seeing their fellow local here have this feature match.
Mm-hmm. So that swing, I felt like he pointed at Rayleigh, but I wasn't totally sure. It might have been a different target.
Yeah, no, this pointing games can sometimes get a little confusing.
Yep.
Another one is when they end the game and there's zero reaction from either or, you can't tell them apart.
Okay. So Shanks' ability and some counter to stuff that attack at least.
Awesome.
Yeah. And what'll it be? We do have a Rygo in hand.
Oh, that'd be pretty big.
Yeah, I was going to say at 1 life. Yeah, why not?
There
Go
it
do that.
goes.
Get rid of the Shanks.
Yeah.
So I think, because some people might say, well, okay, why did you wait to Rygo the Shanks after your first attack? But I think the question is, is he going to, let's see what he does, right? If he just lets it go, then maybe I don't need to.
Well, in most cases, yeah, the sequencing would matter, but seeing that Rygo would KO Shanks and end the reduction of attack on your board is probably why it got done.
Right, so that's what I was thinking about. Well, why not just do that first before you swing your first attack?
Yeah, I suppose so. Just test in the waters and see how it goes.
Yeah, I think so too, because
Yeah.
it's a lot of down to commit to an event.
It's pretty costly.
Yeah, so you want to make sure you're not wanting to use that down on something else later in the turn.
Yeah, for sure. I think Red Rock, Gravity, and Kingdom Come are 3 of the most powerful events in the game, I'd say, in that regard.
I can think of another event that's pretty strong.
Well, for removal, per se.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
for removal.
Yeah.
All right, yeah. Yeah, that is true, yeah.
We saw a few.
Finger pistol.
I think we've seen like 6 of those Gum Gum Jams today.
Yeah,
no
for sure.
more, I think.
Yeah, anytime you see purple, you're going to see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so the board's been reduced a little bit on the side of Brandon. You've still got 3 powerful attacks on the way potentially, with maybe more, because there is definitely rush potential in this Shanks list as well.
Yeah, and we're swinging out.
Yep, that's right. Okay, so going in for 8 to start things off. That's going to take the last life. Obviously, Enel's going to get to replace it right away.
Exactly.
All right.
Full recycle, and we're pitch deliberating. Yeah, he hasn't pitched yet, right? Or did he pitch the Yamato?
He pitched the one that he got out of life.
Oh, okay, got it. Yeah, we're getting some new gate.
All right. Yep. Swing again. Going to take that into life now, hoping for a trigger, but not quite everything on Shanks, and that is going to do it. Was hoping for maybe the beige from the trigger, but no, it is going to be our Shanks player taking it. And that's what happens sometimes. I mean, you can survive for a long time with Enel, but when Shanks is able to build up that big late game kaiju bully board, it is very, very difficult to come back against sometimes, because you're just not going to have stuff in the Enel list that's going to be able to attack on board, right? Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe you've got the Yamato, a couple of options, Kategori a little bit, but not a lot outside of that.
Yeah, no, so Enel has a lot of big bodies, and it can be very pesky with the way it puts things back into life. But no, Brandon had a very strong showing, had everything in the arsenal for the White Beard package, and Red Hair package, and then he pulled out the win. Strong win for the Florida side of things here, and I'm glad I got to see it, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And we got to see a little bit of all 3 games, actually, from this round, from round number 4 here out of our 9 rounds of Swiss here at One Piece today. So, yeah, just getting a lot of game stuff and really testing us, too, because, like, coming into games in the middle at the end of them in One Piece is a bit challenging, I would say.
Sometimes you got to, decipher hieroglyphics, what's going on. But my favorite part is when you come into a game and you see a humongous board. It's like, yo, this guy has, like, the Shigi, Gecko, Jack, everything else.
Do you remember a long time ago where we saw this Bello Betty versus Rob Luchi game? Way back at the start of the round?
Yeah. I remember.
Ah, yes. And Myra Velasquez playing it really well. Able to utilize some of that early removal just to kind of keep the board size down for Bello Betty. If you can do that, it feels like you can mitigate a lot of the damage coming in.
Maintaining high life from the very beginning of the game was critical for Myra to making it out at the end, because a lot of players will take not much of it and just take the life. But that's a huge mistake, because if you're low, once you get low and critical into a very aggro deck, it can be extremely dangerous, and you cannot drop off your Gecko Moria late in the game that way.
Right. And then we managed to catch the end of Cam on Smoker versus Nathan on this purple Luffy. And it was a situation where, again, just going all in with the 15K swing with the Smoker, and Nathan had the events 2 Gum Gum Giants and a little bit more was all it took to stuff that attack and get the win.
Yeah, despite having the more impressive board, Purple Luffy started taking it due to having just more counter.
Yeah, and then what we just saw, Enel trying their best to survive against Brandon Corpus's Shanks, but again, just too many big bodies too fast, and the removal just was not there. And yeah, again, looking for that final trigger from life, but not finding it, and that's going to be the end of that round as well. And so 4 rounds down, 5 rounds to go, and it's exciting. We've seen some pretty interesting stuff today, haven't we?
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And we had the Lem, we have the Belo Betty today, and having the ability to see 3 different regionals happening at the same time has given us way more exposure than you normally would on a regional, since we have just the 1 stream match. But here, a lot of variants, and we're actually going through the variants. We're seeing all these random decks and different matchups you normally don't see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I'm curious, when we go into our next one, what other undefeated players are we going to find? Are we going to find some more off-meta stuff? I know there's still some Teaches out there as well. And, Teach is not off-meta per se, but it's played to a limited enough degree that I'm always excited when it pops up.
It's not a front runner per se.
Yeah, at the moment. Not until next set.
Yeah,
next
then
set,
it is.
I think it's getting pretty good.
Bananas.
Pretty good in OP10.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's going to about do it.
Yeah.
For this round here.
Little break, and then we go to the next round.
Wrapping things up. That's right. And so, thanks everybody for watching. Don't forget, I'll take this opportunity to say, too, that there is another stream going on with all of the One Piece Day celebration content. So, panels, announcements, all sorts of great stuff. So definitely have that on a second monitor. Great to tune into while you wait for the next round to begin here. Again, here's our rough schedule for the day. We've been pretty decent about keeping up with things time-wise. These are U.S. Central Time, by the way, in case you're curious about the time zone.
Yes.
And that is going to basically do it. Yeah, so a lot more to look forward to here. We are going to take another quick break, and round 5 coming at you here from the One Piece Day Regionals in Dallas, Texas, right after this.
Yeah, see you there. Hello, everybody, and we're back to One Piece Day in Dallas, Texas. In the 3-5-12 regionals, I am joined by Hayden the Eggman and Orange Samurai over here, and we're bringing you round 5 with 3 different matches, and I'm seeing some very familiar faces that we might be seeing next week. Yeah.
As well. At pod letter A at table number 1, we've got Michael E, who won the most recent Card Fest 2, and then we also have table B with some quite competitors, but it looks like we're going to go to table A with Michael here. Yeah, Orlando finals champion, San Diego top 8, Pasadena top 8, and one of our representatives for us in Japan next week as well.
He's had a few wins also. He won the Peoria regional, one of the inaugural ones with Red Green Law.
Yep.
He won an online with Red Zoro too, so he's got the repertoire. He's a portfolio.
Yeah, he's been playing since day 1 for this game. He's been getting a lot of results, and it looks like he's on BY Luffy, which is the deck that he got his most recent win at the Card Fest in January.
Yeah, mind you, we're still in the same format that we had in Orlando, so definitely, why not? The most reps, one of the decks he's confident with, so definitely, why not take that, right?
Yeah, 100%. So makes sense to me. This, is his way to practice for Worlds next week too. Jackson is in the same boat where, OPO9 is going to end at Worlds next weekend. Let's get a good practice session with some of the best players in North America, and I don't blame them for it.
Yeah, it's been a long format because we had to slightly drag it out to get to Worlds. Obviously, we'll be playing OP10 back home, but they have to meet in the middle, go to OP9, bring everybody forward or back from the Asia side as well. And funny thing we were saying about getting reps, because we were talking to Jackson earlier, and he had said, yeah, I came in to get practice, and I got a round by.
Yeah.
It's like,
so this is it. This is going to be for pod letter A. And we'll have to see his opponent as well. But it's going to be Michael on BY Luffy and then Andre on RP Luffy. So it's a battle of the Luffys here.
Yeah, we got the strongest base power leader, and then the one that can get to an even higher level, but he takes that up, though.
Yes, for sure. And I was walking around the tables between last round, and I did see a lot of RP Luffy, specifically in Pod A, which I thought was really interesting, at least undefeated. So I do think we saw this matchup yesterday. We did have RP able to win it. And part of the reason for that is we are able to establish such big bodies, which are kind of difficult for BY to outpower in that way.
Right, because normally its strongest matchup is against decks that need investment to get to the high amount of attack value of the leader.
Yeah. And the big thing, too, is that, Gum Gum Giant does get out of some tall attacks, which is really nice. Like, if you try to go 9K with Gecko into a 6K leader, Giant gets out of that very cleanly. So that helps us out. And it's going to be interesting to see the back and forth for this matchup.
Yeah, so while you looked around the tables, besides the lot of RP Luffy's on Pod A, do you find anything interesting on B or C?
Not quite. I'm not sure exactly how B's looking. I did see C. C did look like it had a lot of Doflamingos in particular, and kind of just a more variety in Pod B. So I do know that Jackson at table C, the Pod C side, is playing BY, so it's going to be interesting to see his matchup too. But we're going to get into this one, BY Luffy versus Red Purple Luffy. Yeah,
and when you have a top quality player, they usually tend to play at a better speed, faster pace, because they already know how to get things done. They foresee the moves several turns in advance, so we might have time to go see the other matches in this feature matches, right?
Yeah, and sometimes BY does take a minute, and I know Michael's a thinker. He's definitely a thinker for this, and you need to be, when you play BY Luffy, there's so many plays, there's such a flexible leader that it makes sense why you do need to make some decisions. But real quick, looking at Andre's hand, we are playing more of the event build of RP Luffy. The first game we saw today used Zoro to help us ramp, but we do have the It's to Die For, which is going to get us a free Dawn going up to 4, and that immediate ramp is going to be pretty strong.
Yeah, the sooner RP Luffy gets to the higher Dawn values, the sooner they can get to their Sanjis, their Luffy Taros, or their 9-cost ones, or even the Lindlings, right?
For sure. And we got Michael playing out the Kuzan there. That's going to be pretty strong at helping us remove some bigger bodies, which, Red Purple Luffy likes to do. We don't have great removal ways to interact with this, but we're going to play another It's to Die For. This is some really good, wedding cake, it seems.
Yeah.
And we get the double ramp here.
Yeah, and we have the Kusan, who is someone that's been in and out of the deck. I've seen along the 10-drop brother there. So it shows how much the deck has evolved from its beginnings at the release to now, all the way in OP9.
Yeah.
Seems like it's falling out of favor a little bit in the incoming meta, but still a strong deck to play against, for sure.
Yeah, and I think like Kuzan, you play like 4 copies originally. It's down to like 2 or 3 right now. And I think the bigger danger is that Andre could use something like Charlotte Linlin to put that into your life. And that's going to make it kind of difficult for Michael to go down to 0 in the way that he wants.
Yeah, you definitely cannot shift it out as it's not a Three Brothers specific character. And I mean, it is a double-edged sword. You get a lot of draw power and reduction, but still, you know, it's not part of the archetype of searchable.
Yeah, for sure. And we have a 6K that went into leader. We're using the Sanji to get out of it. Sabo's hitting the board 2, getting a draw 2 and trash 2, and likely just a pass from Michael after that. But I think we're going to go to 9 Dawn at the start of next turn for Andre. We can get to the full 10 thanks to the Luffy leader effect. If we play something like Shanks, that is a mean card to play.
Yeah, absolutely. It's this RP Luffy went as fast as possible. It's a huge sprint towards the finish line, and they're going to get to 10 so fast and bring everybody out. Yeah, so we can play a Shanks and immediately just bring everybody down to 4 and 5K.
Yeah. And we're going to get rid of a Nami blocker and the Rocket Luffy from hand and pass it back. So again, 9 Dawn at the start of the turn, draw for 1. And it looks like we have, I think, double Usohachi, double Sanji in hand, and a Giant for Andre.
Sanji, the blocker, right? The 2K blocker? Or
sorry, the Usohachi.
Oh, sorry.
And then the Sanji 7K, yeah.
Oh, 7K, gotcha.
Yeah, and we're actually going to prioritize resting the Sabo. I think there's a decision on either side. It kind of just shows what we're trying to prioritize. And Sabo being able to attack 6K next turn is kind of rough. So I get like why that might be one of the targets we want to try to hit.
Yeah, maybe there's a plan down the line to use the Lindling and bottom or top. It's bottom life, right?
Yeah, you can choose. You can choose bottom or
bottom
top.
life the Kusan, and therefore putting a stop on the taking the life to awaken with the leader. So clearing the Sabo might be better because we have the rest. Purple has some really good assets in ways to get rid of 5 drops, which not a lot of other colors have.
For sure. So we've got 2 Dawn open. We're currently at the full 10, and we're just going to pass. We're just going to continue to say, you know what? I'm not afraid of them hitting me. I don't want Michael to get any advantage from cards out of their life or being able to get any closer to 0 life, and has to use the Flampe here to go down to 3.
Yep, and we're going to have, again, another way to draw into the cards that you need while at the same time getting closer to your 0 life. So hopefully, as the game is progressing, Michael does get to see what he needs, the geckos, the little kids. And I don't think that Andre is going to be giving him much life in that regard because he wants to wait for those rested, I think, right?
For sure. So one of the better ways to get down to our lower life is with this Luffy here. This is the one from Star Deck 13. Having this activate main to not only like draw a card, but also get help you regulate to the life total that you need is really, really strong. So I think Michael's thinking if he wants to use the effect of the Luffy right now to go down to 2. Because if you go down to 2, it's pretty scary, right? We have 6K leader, we have 7K Sanji, and like a 9K Luffy could be pretty difficult to, get out of an attack like that.
Yeah, for sure. Reaching 10 Dawn so early in the game is tremendous. So it is definitely some respect that Michael has to give Andre on how he hits up his board.
All right, we've got Papa Garp there looking top 5, getting another version of the Punch Luffy there, adding it to hand. We got 1 Dawn left. Do we want to use a 6K at leader to try to pressure something from Andre?
Yeah, you could do that. There's nothing really that they use at a 1 cost for this deck in particular, so you could swing out for the 6 for sure.
Yeah, you could do like another Flampe if you want, or another Garp, or even like the effect. Oh, getting a Moria off of the life there. Definitely rather that in hand, but
for sure.
Luffy's now a 6K going in. We have an 8K 5 cost over there, and we're passing it back to Andre.
Yeah. Full 10.
Yeah, full 10 once again. And this is going to be, again, a bit of the dance, right? Do we feel like we can go pressure for game? We do know there's another Rush Sanji, so we can at least get 3 attacks in. We are going to play another one. We're going to attack into the Kuzan here.
So perhaps he could be trying to go for, well, at least clear out this Kusan and then attack for the rest on to face.
Yeah. I think we're likely going to pass, actually, because we want to make sure that Michael has to give another 2K on board to be able to get down to 0 and use that Dawn to do so. Because if we let them get to 10 Dawn with 0 life, that just means that he can play the Gecko Moria loop without any setup.
Right, and also, yeah, he'll lose 1 life via the Punch Luffy effect, of course, so he has to find other means to take the last one.
Yeah, and I think it's like a little bit unfortunate from Andre not to be able to have like either a Lin right now or even like playing like a 9-cost Luffy, because that just lets you punish a 9K leader without any investment. But we have the reduction there. We're going down to 1 life for Michael. Now he's thinking what to do with that 10 Dawn this turn.
Massive 10 Dawn over here. A lot of things that he could be doing. Have you gotten a chance to see if he's got a Moria in there?
I don't think I've seen one quite yet.
He does have a phone book of a hand right there.
He does have quite a few cards in there, though. Yeah, looking through the trash, we've got Garp, Kuzan, Sabo, and another card there. So Sabo in trash is still pretty good to have that in contention for looping. I think it's actually Moria. Moria has to be in there because that was hit earlier, too.
Okay.
Oh, we have the Gum Gum Bell from one of this. So this is a really interesting card. It lets us, yeah, and we are actually going to be playing it. So we have to take a card from our life to our hand, but we reduce the cost of a card on board. That means that Sanji is going to be very easy for us to remove.
Oh, and that's perfect timing right there.
Yeah, yeah, lets us get in range for the Rocket Luffy to get rid of it. So we currently have 7 additional Dawn we haven't used quite yet. And we do have the Rocket Luffy in life. So this is great if we have our 2-cost boys.
Does he have it?
All right, so we got the discard of the 5-cost Luffy. We're going to put the Rocket Luffy as well as the Sabo into our life. Going to pay 2 for the Luffy here.
Yep.
Looks pretty good.
Got it.
So that's going to get the removal on the Sanji there and get us a card draw. Currently also a 7K base BY Luffy leader.
Yep. Yeah, and we still got a few other means to attack here, and we have the Punch Luffy. He discard?
He used the effect of it, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
So
yeah.
this is currently an 8K into likely Sanji, a 7K, so we could 2K out. The scary thing is if, Michael does have another 2-drop Sabo, we can become a 9K base leader, but then also we're going to be attacking a super big number here. But we're going to actually use the Giant to get out of this. I'm guessing this is towards leader. So we're going to get rid of a Sanji, 2K in hand, draw 2, and we're going to end the turn, or end the attack with 8. We do have the Sabo here.
Yeah, we're going to cycle through our hand a little bit here. Boosting, once again. So it feels pretty safe. Having blocker, having 9K and a humongous hand is definitely very advantageous for Michael here.
Yeah, and I think the unfortunate thing for Andre was just the lack of finding the Lin. That could have put a Kuzan into life, made it very awkward for Michael to get down. But also the Gum Gum Bell, a newer tech option that people were putting in, not only letting him get down to 0, but remove one of the Sanjis was huge for him.
Yeah, that was very unexpected. I don't think I've seen it since way back. So it's a nice welcome addition to the way that the deck plays. So I'm wondering if maybe this is the list.
Oh, well, so interesting enough, he goes for life. He just doesn't respect that Sanji can do anything right here. We're going to play out another 2-cost Luffy here to set up another turn. And we've got, again, quite a wide hand for Michael here. Now, if we have Uso Hachi right now, are we in danger of losing?
There is at 9. I see definitely more than 5 cards in hand.
Yeah.
The odds, man.
Because we can get up to 14K right now. So we can use Uso Hachi for 3, put 7 on Sanji, 14 into 9, and that forces Michael to have 6K worth of counter, which is probably not unusual for this spot.
Yeah.
But, it is a bit of a, scary situation.
Yeah, it's like he can definitely have it due to the large size of his hand, but at the same time, they could be just non-counter and not be able to do much about it.
And this is always like the issue with this kind of deck is like, do I go for board? Like, do I set up my own body to be able to pressure it next turn? It's a tough balance to play against and find the best way to interact with it.
Yeah, and we have Andre here calculating on how to get this done. Potentially attempting the rest play and then swing out with Sanji. Maybe that's the play. And
no, we're going to use the queen here. So it's real unfortunate. Andre has so many cards likely in their deck that has like 9k more power, right? We've seen Dragon. We've seen like even like Houston's Kid could be very strong. Charlotte Linlin. Like Secret Rare Luffy, and not finding really anything to establish on board is pretty tough against this 9k leader.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. Like, I'm not saying RP Luffy is off meta, but it is not quite as stable as the Blessed Black Yellow Luffy or the Blue Flamingo. So normally they have the best chances when they're playing against a low-rolled BY Luffy or Dofi.
Yeah.
But it seems like right now RP Luffy is the one that's getting low-rolled.
Yeah, I agree. Like the first Sanji was good. If the second one was instead like a 9-cost Luffy, it would have been strong. But a combination of having Kuzan on board and then being able to follow it up with the Gum Gum Bell once the Kuzan got removed made it kind of tricky for Andre to really do anything. So we're actually resting the Luffy, attacking into it with leader. And then what are we doing from here? Looks like we're thinking about playing the Onami. Or no, we can't because we did 5 and 3. So we're just passing from there. Don't really know how I feel about that play. Maybe he's just hoping that there's no dragon or Gecko Moria for Michael on the other side.
Yeah, maybe. It's playing the odds game. The game hasn't gone for as long. He did discard one that he didn't choose to do it though.
Yeah.
So it's a chance he hasn't drawn into it number 2 or 3. So.
Yeah, I think that's fine to say, you know what, I don't think they have Moria. We're just going to pretend they don't. If they don't, it's going to be pretty tough for them, especially getting rid of that Luffy. And we'll see what the answer is.
Yeah, it's definitely mind games with this. It won't be card game, of course.
Yeah, for sure. But not being able to pressure like life that much, making sure that Sabo's still on board. We have this Shirahoshi. This is another great blocker that will help us get rid of this Sanji. So -4 with the Shirahoshi. We've got Luffy here, and being able to play the rocket effect to get rid of it is so strong.
Yeah, and Michael deliberating on what he's going to drop.
Yep. Another Shirahoshi in there.
Also, one of the newer cards added to the list for the Black Yellow Luffy, and it's just how interesting how despite being out for months, people still find newer ways to play the deck.
Yeah, and it's 44 cards core, right? But the tech options make a big difference, and all the reduction that Michael's decided to add to this deck has made a huge difference in this RP matchup.
1000%. The Shirahoshi has been huge. That event, insane.
Yeah. Just letting you get down to 0. And I'm guessing that it also really helps against like Teach in one of our kind of rougher matchups because it lets us get down to 0 life easier, but also lets you put things in range of our Luffy removal too.
Right, because you can't on-play with the Flampe or the Hiyori to manipulate life.
Yeah, now this situation just feels brutal. They have, they're a 9k leader. They're a 7k leader. They've got 2 blockers up. They've got 1 life. And, for against a deck that usually just summons 1 character a turn, that is pretty brutal. And we're just not finding our high end. And we've had Giants to help us do it. We've used Queen to help us cycle. It looks like we've got another Queen in our hand, but the fact that we aren't really applying any pressure as RP Luffy just feels real bad.
Yeah, it kind of feels reminiscent of past rounds where we had a similar situation where, I think it was for Luffy actually, he couldn't find the top end needed.
All right, we keep finding these queens though, so going to get a draw 2 and trash 1 once again. Yeah, so we did net 2 cards as well. And we're going to use our leader effect to have 1 open, likely for Giant, and then we just, again, have to pass.
Yeah, so Andre, the blockers, they're very good. They do their fine job, but it is coming to a game where Michael is slowly but surely settling with bigger bodies like the Luffy, Sabo, all characters above the threshold of the 6k of that blocker, and also allowing him to get more turns for a chance to draw Gecko Moria.
Yeah, and Michael starts off with a Garp, so that feels kind of good for Andre. Knows that Moria is likely not coming down. He also used the Luffy 5-drop effect to get the life out, so we're at 0 life for Michael. So kind of being a little bit aggressive and showing that he's bricked on kind of next plays a little bit, but he still has such a strong board against Andre right now.
Yeah. So he's trying to.
Yeah, because we got 7 Dawn available to us right now.
A lot of things he can do here. No Gecko on this turn, obviously.
Yeah, also, I see Jackson walking around. He won his match on Pod C, so continuing his undefeated streak there and entering round 6, 5-0.
Yeah, and we're going to have here our Gecko swinging out.
Yeah,
Contemplating.
This feels good with Giant, right? Because you know you can just use it, and you can get out of a 9K as a 6K leader.
Yeah. No secondary investment because of the 6 to 10 math.
Yeah, but just choosing to block with the queen instead.
And taking it, losing a blocker, that could help later on.
And we've got another 9.
Yeah, so it's not necessarily the best math against RP Luffy.
Yeah, I was going to say,
but it's so
with the same investment of Dawn, like 8 and 10 might have been like a little bit better, but we're still doing a lot of numbers and attacking with the blocker.
Yeah, we're swinging out with the blocker. And, yeah, Michael feeling confident that he can get things around to the point where he doesn't need it.
Yeah. Now, one card that Andre could be playing that could help the matchup a lot is the inclusion of the 10-cost Secret Rare Luffy, the Gear 5 one from OPO5. That does have some bad synergy for the BY Luffy, being able to attack twice and, you know, negate the leader boost on your next turn. So, but we're going to just go. We're going to play out the Luffy. We're going to put 2 there. We're going to put 1 more there. We're going to attack a big number into Andre. Thinking about this life, looks like there might be a trigger of sorts.
Last life and takes it.
Yeah. Andre's at 0 life here. Michael's at 1. Currently a 7K leader, 1 blocker up. There could be something where like Sanji can rest the blocker, you pressure leader and hope they just don't have the cards in hand, but Michael again has like 5, 6+ cards right now.
Yeah, and he has the lone life, I believe, the 5 cost of your other.
Yeah, yeah. Sure, Hoshi's encroaching on the space just a little bit, right?
Yeah, it's hard to see a little bit.
But it's showing like, all right, you gotta get across, past Sure Hoshi, my 5-cost Luffy, and then you can start hitting me.
Boy, that punch Luffy is so good. It gets it to 0, and it's strong. It's free aid.
It
really is.
It is, and it gets around like a Ben Beckman removal. If Sanji rests it, we still have to attack big numbers into it. It's slowly becoming one of the most important setup cards, if not the most important setup card for this deck right now.
Yeah, 1,000%. I think it is the one of the better cards, especially for offense in this leader type.
Yeah, a lot of people are like, oh, always want to get the immediate value off the Rocket Luffy to get the removal, and sometimes that's right, but being able to set up this 5-drop Luffy, keep it around, and then having an 8K attack every turn afterwards is so strong.
Yes, most definitely. Being 8 is huge, especially in this matchup where it's perfect math to take 2 cards out of their hand.
Yeah, and there's the dragon. We really wish we saw this earlier, right? This would have been a fantastic card to see. I think we were thinking if we wanted to try to pressure the 8-drop Luffy, we can do like an 8K attack with leader and then a 9K attack with dragon to try to get some value from it. But honestly, I think Michael's just okay with letting this go too.
Yep. Oh, you counter.
No. Okay.
Okay.
All right, we've got Big Ten. Sure, Hoshi's probably going to take one for the team,
Easy.
Passing it back, and this is looking real good for Michael.
Yep, we have a 0 life RP Luffy here. Only holding down the force going to be the Usohachi and Arrested Dragon. So 1 done up, so you know what's happening here.
It could be anything.
It could even be a boat.
Yeah, it ends up being nothing. 3 cards in Andre's hand, and Michael's continuing his undefeated streak with BY.
You played the fucking
very fine game.
I was like, God damn it, dude! I didn't know you were gonna run those in
So
there.
taking it for Pod A, we'll have to see how he continues on. Again, we saw Jackson in Pod C with also Blue Y Luffy able to get his win. I think Pod B might be finishing up or finished, so we might be able to sneak into that one. But yeah, 2 BY wins at Table 1 at least across the tournaments today, or this round today.
Yeah, curious to see what was actually paid on B, just to know. Maybe by any off chance we had some non-so-popular deck advanced.
Yeah.
But if we could just know what it was, it'd be cool. If not, no big deal. I'm sure we'll see 401 next round probably with the way pots go.
Yeah, for sure. We're getting into round number 6, so I think that means there's 16 undefeated maxes towards what's left in this. So, you know, 2 BYs. I think there still are some RP Luffys that are likely undefeated. Doflamingo's likely undefeated
For
and
sure.
across somewhere. I'd be very surprised if not. We've seen some talk about Bonnie, some Rob Luchi. Honestly, a lot of people are telling me they're seeing a lot more Rob Luchi today than they are expecting.
Yeah, I've been seeing a few walking around for sure, and it's all reliable, I think.
Yes, yeah. It has some of the best, if not the best, removal in the game. Can definitely kind of keep up with Jinbei and like plus, you know, Jinbei and Friends plays, right? And I think that's important. So we're gonna see some highlights though from this game. We've got again Michael on the BY and Andre on the RP. And yeah, getting this removal of the Sanji with the Gum Gum Bell was super big. Using the Uso Hachi to try to grind some value while we can against Michael. And then also just these big attacks that we're afforded from our big cost Luffys.
Unfortunately, we're not able to see Dragon early enough, or Shanks, or anything beyond the 7 cost line, I believe.
Yeah. Now, with the play that was afforded to him, right, the fact that we could have, like, Kuzan, our Gum Gum Bell would have been able to get rid of the Dragon too. It would have been a little bit more pressure, but I understand, like, even if we had it, it wasn't necessarily the perfect play. I think, honestly, it had to be Linlin. Linlin is such a different game changer for it. We see it in Andre's ending hand, but not in his opening hand, unfortunately.
Right. Dearly missed. Dearly needed.
So, I don't know, again, if we're going to table B. I'm guessing that it's over, though. So, but again, we've got 4 more rounds, though, which we're looking forward to. And I'm looking forward to seeing what we got. We got, again, 2 BY Luffys against with Jackson and with Michael, who, again, we're playing that deck for their finals win at the Card Fest for both Dallas and Orlando, respectively. So, unsurprising there. But we are going to take a break. We're going to see where we're getting into the next round, and we'll see you guys then.
See ya.
Welcome back, everybody, to One Piece Day. Doa here along with the Eggman, and we're about to move into, what is it, round six now? Round 6 out of 9 for the day here, and it's heating up. We've got a lot of players that are undefeated now. All the players coming into this one are 5-0 on the day, which is a pretty great result already, but we'll get to see a player go 6-0. If we're really lucky, we'll get to see more than one game. But now that we're kind of halfway through the day, what is your sort of like vibe comparing day 1 to day 2?
I'm definitely seeing a lot more red, purple Luffy. I know that we've been saying that day 1 maybe people are locked in a little bit more. Day 2, people playing a little bit new stuff. There's also the inverse where people are only playing on today's Sunday, so you gotta lock in on this day. But a little bit more of some creative decks. We haven't really seen as much Doflamingo, I find, from where we saw on yesterday. And we've been heard that we have a pretty unique match that we haven't seen one of the leaders for at least this weekend.
Yeah, that's right. We've been told, and we'll see once we get into the game, but we've been told it's going to be a Nami-Bonnie matchup. So that is a matchup I can say I have not seen a whole lot. I would imagine you've got Nami doing the regular Nami things, but on the Bonnie side, you're in a weird spot, right? Because now you don't necessarily need to keep that one Don open every single turn. You're not going to really have attacks coming at you. So as someone who's played a lot of Bonnie, how do you approach that matchup?
So I think the key card for it is the Hody Jones. That being able to turn off not only blockers, but most importantly, Dawn for Nami. So if they're too aggressive with like their peel-offs or additional cards for draw, that will be punished by a Hody. So that helps you out a lot as well. Dofi doesn't really do that much. Like our top end, we want to try to go for value, which is really strong. And we also do have a new card though from Nami, which is the 1-drop Nami that helps us look for our events as well.
Yeah, that's right. That's a newer one that's come out recently, and then that lets you just sort of like filter even better and be a little bit more choosy about how and when you decide to use those events, because that's kind of crux to getting through your deck fast,
Yeah, so like that, there might be like a weird turn where you need to keep a Dawn open for that kind of 1-drop Nami, but it's been mostly the same. Personally, as a commentator, I kind of like watching Nami only because we get to play as the Nami player, right? All the viewers get to say, you know what, how many cards are left in deck and stuff, but it can be a little bit linear at times and also kind of dependent on what cards are in their life as well.
On the Bonnie side, I suppose, you do have some pretty decently large bodies coming out in like the 6K Cavendish and things like that. So it's, you can maybe present, you have the ability to pretty consistently present one big attack each turn if you want to, probably, but let's get into it. Justin Hernandez on the Jewelry Bonnie, and then on the other side we have our Nami player, whose name I didn't catch before.
It's Mark. Shout outs to
there we go. He's back. Yep.
To Arizona. He's a local out there. When I was living out there, super strong player. Not surprised to see him undefeated, and really interested to see how he approaches his Nami deck and his play style.
Yeah, for sure. Nami is just one of those decks that's always been sort of on the outside of the meta. Where it's there, it's relevant, and it's one of those leaders that the longer the game goes on, the better it's going to get, because every little bit of support just pushes the needle on the Nami deck towards meta. And I mean, we did see a meta fairly recently where Nami was topping a lot. It's dropped off since then, but the deck's still out there.
Yeah, I think, it had a meta where, like, Red-Purple Law was really present, which is a rough matchup for it. That leader went away, so Nami was a little bit more present. Dofi's now it's Big Boogeyman, which is obviously present right now, making it a little bit tough for it to get here. But we're not playing against Dofi right now. We're playing against a Bonnie, and this is, can be one of our better matchups.
Yeah, okay. So looks like a Desert Spada early on there. The Kaya coming out as well. And early Jewelry Bonnie for Justin.
Oh, and we do also have the Zeph. So this kind of presents as more of a aggressive build.
Interesting.
For this one, which is really interesting.
I mean, Zeph, I feel like, is a card that you saw a ton of in Nami, maybe like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. Well, not quite 2 years ago, but a while ago when Nami was newer, Yeah. And I guess I could be wrong earlier. We might have some attacks coming the way of the Bonnie then if we're playing Zeph, right?
Yeah, and Nami's been out since, I believe it's set 3. Don't quote me on that. I'm 99% sure it's from set 3. And so Zeph was from like the original package, but every little bit we get some blue cards that help us draw or stabilize, right? But being able to use Zeph means that we're trying to play against decks that will let us bounce Kaya back to our hand or potentially even pressure life. And I think that's an interesting choice for Mark.
Wasn't it set 4 that had that type of alt art for the leaders? I think it was, or am I misremembering?
I think it is set 3 because Katakuri has the same, and then
sure.
set 4 kind of had like the crew art style.
Oh yeah, okay.
All right, we got a second Kaya, and
it's a lot of filtering.
Yeah, if you see your Kayas, you're usually having a good day with Nami. So Mark seeing 2 so quickly is great, and we do have ways on our counter step to be able to get them back to our hand too.
Yeah. Yep, that is very true, and I mean that's one of the things when you're playing against Nami is trying to find ways to just eliminate the Kayas before they get bounced back, right?
Yeah, and one thing, I don't think we've said it out loud, so I'll just say it here.
Sure.
One of the interesting things for some people, and maybe uninteresting for others, is the win condition for Nami. So
yeah, should mention that.
Yeah, generally saying, Nami, if you get down to 0 cards in your deck, you win instead of lose, which every other deck for the game is. So you generally don't care about what your opponent's life is at or pressuring them. You just want to get to 0 cards in your deck as soon as possible.
Yep. That's right.
And Sanji's Pilaf, that's one of the PRB alt arts. Such a beautiful card, being able to just draw 2 for 3. And yeah, I think Mark's doing a really good job at just getting kind of as much proactive kind of card draw as we can. And that includes with this new Nami that he just got on the board.
I was going to say, yeah, putting the new cards to work right away, throwing out the new Nami there. And that trash pile is already, like, large, man.
Yeah.
I mean, he's gone through a lot of his deck already, and we're only on essentially, like, the 3rd turn of the game or so.
Yeah. So, but here's the early Hody. This is going to be huge. Being able to rest the Nami means that we can pressure into it. We also have the Cavendish, which is going to let us get 2 Dawn back and let us pressure even more. And this is, a really good time for it. We didn't take the life from Hody, which it kind of matters only because Justin needs the more card draw in hand, but not as, I think, relevant as other matchups. But we hit into life. We do get the draw 2 and the trash 1, and there it is there.
Yeah, that's the thing. It seems like you don't want to present like a ton of different attacks into a Nami, right? Where you'd rather just try to have one big one per turn, more or less.
Yeah.
If you do multiple attacks, that just gives them more opportunities to use more events. We are going to see a big swing with Hody here, though. Is taking the life. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah, so we're going to use the gavel there and a 2K to get out of it, and it was corrected. We did go down to 4 life. Again, it doesn't. It's not more for Mark's benefits. It's for Justin's benefit, right? He wants more cards in hand, more ways to interact with it, but also you got to fulfill Hody's condition.
For sure. I was trying to remember if that was a may or a must.
Yeah.
For Hody.
Yeah, if you play the Hody leader, it can be a may, but everywhere else, it is a must.
That's right. So back to Mark's side.
Yeah, and this is what, the 4th Kaya we've been able to resolve?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Which, again, this is where you get a lot of advantage from us. We don't really care about netting cards in hand. We care about netting cards into our trash.
Yep, exactly. I mean, the cards in hand, you just stock up with more events and things. There's a Marguerite for the another card draw, right? And you've got a blocker, too.
Yeah. And, most decks can kind of remove blockers. Justin can rest it, so it can get like a current turn kind of removal for it. But the draw 1 here is nice, and I think Mark's probably close to, if not more than halfway through his deck at this point.
It seems that way. Like this seems like a Nami right at light speed, you know?
Man, but the second Hody is punishing. I mentioned it at the beginning of this game. Like, if you see your Hodys, you're feeling good, and Justin's found 2 already.
Yeah, and I think you are right, and that's kind of like the card to have in this particular matchup too, because again, getting to do something like rest the blockers, pressuring on that, and then also just being able to get in with a large body on board, right?
Yeah, and Nami generally has little to no removal. We hit another card in life. One of the stressful things about Nami is that like there's so many cards in the deck that just say trigger draw 2 or like put more cards in trash, and so you have to get through 5 life. Sometimes hitting them gets them closer to their win condition, and it's pretty tense.
Yeah. It seems like the big progress comes from the events, though, you know?
Yeah.
So anything you can do to prevent more events from being used, and, here we have a couple of events being used, or at least one event anyway.
Yeah, it's another copy of Gavel, so it gives plus 4K to the leader. You discard 1 card, and then you trash 2. So it's kind of like Gum Gum Giant, but the cards go into trash instead.
But that's what you want?
Yeah, that's exactly what you want.
That's true. So down to 1 life. Oh, okay.
Ooh, Sanji's peel off out of life. That says trigger activate main, so drawing 2 is good. More cards in hand, but less cards in deck at the same time.
Now, Mark is down to 1 life, so there are two Hody Jones in the Cavendish on the board. So there are a strong amount of attacks, but here's where the amount of events in the Nami's hand really kind of start to come into play here, where you can kind of survive a turn like that if you leave enough Dawn up. And you see a lot of Namis leaving, 6, 7 Dawn up at the end of their turns.
And he just drew a really good card for this situation potentially, which is the Nojiko. It says if your leader is Nami, you get to bounce a 5 or less or back to hand. We decided to not use it. We could have put the Cavendish back, but we get a new Nami leader in OP11, which is blue and yellow, and that card's pretty good in that leader as well.
That leader looks very strong.
Very fun.
Very strong.
Very, very good.
Also saw the second Marguerite on the board now as well, so that's another blocker that Mark has access to, and it was just another card draw as well. So
yeah, because we did rest the first one, but we just never got there. We're also going to have the judge count. We can't see it on screen. I'm looking across Eagle Eyes. I'm going to guess we have about 15 cards in the deck.
It seems like we're kind of getting close to that point. The trash looks bigger than the deck by a bit at this point. Yeah. And so if you're Justin, you're sort of thinking to yourself, all right, 2 blockers out there. What do I have?
Is there a third Hody? There's no way.
I was going to say,
my
he has
goodness.
a third one.
That is so
seriously.
That is absurd.
No kidding. And that gets both
blockers,
of the blockers rested. And, with the rush, you've got 5 attacks potentially here. Is this enough?
Yeah, this is
Might
crazy good luck. That Hody is unsearchable in this deck, and we haven't had a lot of card draw, but very rough for Mark here.
Yeah, how many cards does Mark have in hand now? It looks like 3, 5 maybe. So not the biggest hand size, honestly, coming into this.
All right, we've got a 9K going in again. Powers of 4 feel pretty good. We are going to play the dance there, being able to get the Kaya back to hand, and then using a Nami to get out of that one.
Yep. And another swing coming in from the Hody.
Another 9.
Yep.
And gotta think if we can get out of it. We do have, I think, the Love Mellow, which is a plus 4K draw 1. But we might have too many cards in hand to do so. But I think we could maybe counter with something and then play the Mellow.
We're going to see, first of all.
Yeah, we've got the Gavel once again.
Yep.
And discarding 1. So getting out of that attack. And then our third 9K going in.
It's wild.
All right. Ooh, it is the Impel Down All-Stars.
Wow.
So draw 2.
Yeah.
Very good.
That's huge right here. That just gives a little bit more fuel to survive this next swing. Can he do it? Oh, going into the Marguerite, it looks like. Was that just pointed at?
Yeah, I think Justin's realizing, you know what? This attack's not going to go for game. I'm going to try again next turn.
Yeah, I think with 4 cards in hand, it's so unlikely that swing would be able to kill. So
yeah, but I think we're going to play the Mellow generally just to use the Dawn while we still have it. We're going to get rid of it. So a bit of a tough decision, but it looks like you're going to, if attacked into leader, you would have been able to get out of it anyways.
So can Mark win this turn is the question.
We have Kaya. We have some cards in hand. I think we have, I'm going to say, we have no idea, actually. I'm going to say about 12 cards left in deck.
Well, I was going to say it's got to be 12 or so, right, based on your earlier prediction.
Yeah, my Eagle Eyes,
11. Well, we don't know for sure.
Yeah.
I will say anywhere from, maybe a dozen to 15 cards. Probably less, though, at this point.
Definitely less than 45.
Definitely less than 50.
Oh, 1, 2,
6. I
6.
6.
Yeah, all right, Mark.
Boy.
Thank you for being kind to us.
All right.
And we've got, I think, 5 Dawn left.
Does he have it?
It doesn't look like. We got an Impel Down All-Stars that we discard in a Snake Dance.
Yep. Okay.
And more or less, depending if we have Kaya's or not, it's
There's
one discard gets 2 cards out. But
yep.
We got the Rubber Band and the Peel Off, but I don't know if we have.
Because that's the other danger then for Justin is will his next attack cause him to lose? By allowing the events to do it.
Oh, we have a Kaya, and Mark gets it.
That's the 4th Kaya. That's the win there, and Mark manages to do it. Yeah, big hug, big sportsmanship coming across the table there. You'll have to see it, but man, Mark just got through that deck so fast. You know?
He got the early Kaya, right? Like, I think they were equally as fortunate, right? Like, obviously the Hodies back to back were strong, but early Kayas, having a Sanji's peel off and impel down all-stars in the life.
Yeah.
You know, Mark was just the player for this game.
I mean, it really was a situation too where like Mark needed to win that turn. You know?
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
But Nami's one of the weird decks that you can win on your opponent's turn too.
There is that danger too.
Yeah. So I think he had like a rubber band, which could have helped him too. But I think he resolved almost 10 Kaya activations that turn, game, which does help quite a bit.
That was probably one of the quickest Nami games I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. I mean, when you're locked in, you know what your deck does, and you can do it well. I think it's good. I think his opponent also knows that you know how to play against it too, like making sure to play the Hodies and get that value. I think was really strong, and I'm happy we were able to see it. We got a big cheer from the crowd too.
Yeah, I mean, it was an exciting matchup for sure because you're always kind of racing against the clock, right? When you're going up against Nami, you know eventually they're going to get through their deck, but can you take them out before that happens? And that was about as close as you can get, you know. I mean, especially getting 3 Hodie Jones, just crazy. And the Cavendish helped out a lot too, in terms of having a little bit more Dawn available. But at the end of the day, just wasn't quite enough. It was close. But the good news is that this gives us a good amount of time to maybe jump into another game or two from a different pod, and we're gonna get a BY Luffy mirror. It's looking like. Okay.
Yeah, this is pretty tough. And we've got Zach versus Yoni. Shouts to Zach as well, good friend of mine, playing BY. One Piece is not necessarily his main game, but he's been playing it pretty competitively right now. And then happy to see that he's entered this round 5-0, right? So
BY Luffy too is a deck. It's an interesting choice for your second game.
Yeah, and it's a weird mirror match because you both want to put each other down to 0 life at some time. Since both your leaders are likely a 9K leader at the same time, and you're both playing Morias, there's some weird value trades, and it's a tough one to handle.
I mean, do you find that in this matchup, a lot of times it's whoever has the Moria advantage has like a distinct advantage?
It can go down to that pretty often, yeah. Whoever has more Morias generally is more successful. I think that's fair to say. But there are some times where you can punish them down to 0 life faster than they were expecting, and it's still a balance that you have to walk.
Yeah, I mean, you can look at it at the most basic level, which is the Moria game to a certain extent. I think a lot of people would stop there, but there's a lot more to it, right? How you're able to utilize some of your other attackers on board, right? Like we see the Punch Luffy there, whatever. We see even things like Rocket Luffy can become a valid attacker sometimes in a matchup like this. If your opponent leaves themselves a little too exposed, forgets how many attacks you have access to. Yeah, things can change. And
8K is usually super strong, and Punch Luffy always feels good, except for in this mirror match, right? The only thing it can really hit into is copies of itself across the board, right? You normally need to invest like some Dawn to be able to punish the opponent, but I also think in this matchup there's a lot of ways that you can be a little bit more aggressive against your opponent if they are a little bit overextended.
Yeah, for sure. Where both boards are kind of going wide too. Yeah, you can't forget about the option of just putting Dawn on one of your searchers too.
Yeah, and I think that when you find like there are really good BY players who try to break out of the Gecko's always my best play mentality, and they get a lot of wins or advantages where it's not always obvious.
Yeah, I mean, again, you look at matchups like this on the surface level, and then you have to dive in if you really want to be successful there, and that is a life take. And wow, Yoni just accepts the attack from the Punch Luffy, and there's another big one coming in at 0 life. We've got the Sabo blocker in action here, it looks like.
Yeah, and it looks like it's 10K against a 7K leader for Yoni. We're going to get the Sabo block here, and we're going to pass. We got 1 life, 1 blocker for Zach. Not going to be too difficult for him to be able to survive this next turn. And I think he's in the advantage. Jumping into it, I'm not sure exactly the hand advantage or what cards are in trash, but I think Zach's in a pretty okay spot right now.
Seems that way, but I never.
You can never count it out.
In the mirror,
Yeah, especially like our Doflamingo mirror we saw yesterday, right? It just shifts so dynamically.
Yeah, the mirrors can be very swingy, kind of across the meta in One Piece. So it's not over till it's over, is what you got to say with those.
Oh yeah.
Yep. But board-wise, just at a surface level, Zach does seem to have the stronger board for the moment.
Yeah, because we have like Luffy and Sabo, but those are like the 2 big cards that Yoni ended their turn out with. So
yeah, it is swingy.
All right, we've got 4 cards in hand, 10 cards in our Dawn area, and we'll have to see, if we have the potential for Moria. Honestly, it seems like neither player's finding Moria, which is really interesting.
I thought I maybe spotted one in Zach's hand, but I might have missed seeing it too. It's a little bit tricky to see.
Yeah, because I feel like it would have been a pretty good play last turn if that's the case, but
you'd think so, yeah. That's why I wasn't so sure.
Yeah, and sometimes like you'll find it in trash, but that's because it got hit out of there from like the 5-cost Luffy.
Yeah.
And yeah, we're using the leader or the Luffy effect. We're going 10 into 8.
Yep. I mean, that Luffy just gets huge very, very quick.
Yeah, and that just means we have 8 Dawn left available for us.
Right.
But this matchup can really just turn into like who can use their leader effect more often too. Sometimes like that they can't establish 3 attacks next turn, so you just can't lose. It's a lot of dynamics.
Yeah, I mean, if you can spend a couple turns at 9K and your opponent can only spend a couple turns at 7K, that oftentimes can result in a pretty big swing too.
Yeah.
Right.
And look like Yoni does have a Moria in hand, so I'm curious why that wasn't the ideal play. We must be missing out on like either some 2-drops maybe, or
was that, I think that was trash he was looking through. I think there was a Moria in trash.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. His hand.
Oh, no, there's one on the right there.
Yeah, there is. Okay. So then interesting. It's kind of a matter of like, I guess, will the combo get you something usable right now? You know?
And I know I just said like, oh, you don't have to be locked into it, but I'm curious what was, if we don't have like 2 Sabos, we just don't feel safe enough with it, or if we don't have any 2-drop Sabos in there, but.
Well,
he's trying to figure it out as well. So again, we got 8 Dawn. We do have enough 5-drops to at least put 2 in our life already present in our trash, so that's good enough. I don't see any 2-drops though, except for that. I believe it's a Sabo on the far left. So,
and that might be part of it too. That said, can Moria maybe find something?
Yeah, because we put 2 Dawn underneath leader.
Right. 2 Dawn underneath leader, but then 2 Dawn underneath the other Luffy as well. So
yeah, and
not enough to even play the Moria this turn. So it's not part of the plan at the moment.
Oh, and sorry, it was a 2-drop Luffy in hand, so we're not even gonna really be able to establish a blocker.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you have that. So at least you're able to get the leader up to 7K.
Yeah.
Plus a big attack coming through here.
Yeah, but 7K with 1 blocker and 2 cards in hand, I don't think that's really going to be enough to survive this. Like this Sabo can pressure you quite a bit. 2 11Ks can get you there guaranteed. I'm not sure if we can make that right now, but with cards on board, we can make a 10 and an 11. So if we don't think they've got a 2K in hand, we could go for game.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like it's a position where there's a little bit of risk, obviously, with trying to just go for it.
Yeah.
That said, again, they have that knowledge of their trash and of what's left in the deck that might influence that too. We're kind of jumping into it and figuring it out on the fly.
Yeah, it's tough to jump into BY games because there's just so many like area setups, and
what's been done earlier matters extra important in BY games.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah. All right, well, back over to Zach though for the moment.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Moria in hand. I think honestly the cards in Yoni's hand are Gecko Moria and a 2K, so it might be it's either Gecko Moria or it's a Sabo, I think. I believe it's a black card. So 10K and 11K would win you the game if that's the case, but you've got it's an all-in right now.
Right. And is Zach willing to commit that sort of all-in?
Yeah, because sometimes like there's not like a lot of room for mind games in this game sometimes, but you always have the mindset of like, oh well, they wouldn't pass the turn if attaching all my Dawn would lose them the game, but then the mind game is, oh, if they could do that, they have the cards to get out of it, right?
Yeah. I mean, even doing things like looking through your trash there, could be communicating, hey, like I'm thinking about my next turn, so I've obviously got what it takes to live, right?
Yeah.
So, and it looks like it's not going to be the double big attack here. He's going to play the safe route, go for the Sabo on board. buff up the leader.
Yeah, well, so here's actually something kind of interesting we can do. We, using the 2 Dawn for leader and for Sabo, you don't really lose any Dawn. So right now we are at a 9K body. We could go 10 right now, and if that connects, we can go 11 and know we win.
Sure, yeah, I suppose that is true.
Because the last card in life is a Sabo. That card goes to the bottom of the deck. And so...
No, that's a good point.
Yeah, because with only 2 cards, best case they can get to is an 11K leader.
Right, and this is even better, too, because you can try this and then stay at a safer sort of position because you still have a blocker up.
Yeah, you don't have to commit your Sabo until afterwards. And you see Zach, he's like, man, what do I do? These numbers are tough. It's been a long day. Daylight savings throwing me for a loop.
Yep. It's already been a long day.
Yeah.
Round 6. And that means, having to play this many games of One Piece in a row is draining for sure, mentally.
Yeah, so we have, let's see, again, our leader is currently a 9K. Oh, we're going Big 10.
Okay, all right.
Big 10.
And that's going to take the life maybe. Yeah, because he's not going to be able to defend it from hand. It's only 7K on Yoni's side for his leader power.
Yeah. And my only criticism is we should have probably done this with Luffy first, with leader first to keep our block, because if they get out of it, we feel bad about it. But this, I think, is going to be the winning play if what's in hand for Yoni is correct.
It feels that way. Yeah, we'll have to take a look at that again.
Unless he's swinging into Luffy. Oh, he's going into life.
Yep.
All right, and then 11K.
That's it.
That's it. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, Zach takes it. So identified the path to victory, went for it, got the reward of the sweet, sweet W there. I think he's saying too. It's I would imagine he's saying something like, well, I had to try it.
Yeah.
The window was there.
They're both Black Hill Luffy players before.
Yeah,
They've been in these situations where it's like, I have to say that I'm just an unbreakable wall, even though there's some cracks here and there that someone could identify.
Yeah, and in mirror matches, kind of across the board, in card games in general too, you're just going to have these windows open up where you're going to have these opportunities to win the game. And there's that question of like, is this my window? Is this the window I have to finish this thing? And that choice is always so tough. We saw him deliberate about it, finally go through with it, and get it.
Yeah, and I think for BY Luffy, the best way to pressure them is in the mid game. At the late game is kind of automatic, like where the value is. So knowing when to pressure BY Luffy correctly on like 5 or 6 Dawn is really key, which if you're playing the deck, you know what hurts the most when you're playing against it.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
So.
Yeah, you know what you would play because it would make you be like, oh, no.
Yeah, exactly. So that's honestly why I recommend, even if you don't like a deck, you should play it a couple times. You should see, oh, this is really bad for me, or find those situations so you can use it against that deck afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we're going to see if we can get into another game here soon. It looks like, from what I can see, both of the other games and the other pods are happening, so maybe, or one of them at least. So we can hopefully get into the last one. It feels like we've still got time.
Yeah.
These games have gone pretty quick.
The Nami games, I think, actually, so Pod C we had Nami win.
All 3 are done.
Yeah, I think all 3 are done. Yeah, and Pod B, and then I think it looks like they're just talking at A. So
could be, yeah. We're looking through the crowd here.
They got pretty good seats over there. I don't know if it's shown, but if I wouldn't move out of those if I didn't have to, if I was wandering the halls, right? So best seats in the house over there.
That is true. Well, so I suppose that's going to do it for round number 6 then. So we're going to take a bit of a break, and when we come back, round number 7. That's right. 3 more rounds to go here at One Piece a Day, so do not go anywhere. And during the break, too, don't forget to go check out the other stream as well, the celebration stream that has all sorts of exciting stuff happening in the other building. You can go check that out, but we will see you in just a few. back again with another round here at One Piece Day. I am Doa. With me is Diego right now, and we're going to go into round number 7 at this point.
Yeah,
and we are moving along. I feel like we're ahead of schedule.
Yeah,
Things been going
we're
fast
going so
today.
fast. It's cruising for sure.
Yeah. I mean, if it's not a Dofi mirror, Dofi helps with that a little bit.
Yeah,
but,
for sure.
And we saw, the Nami last time around. That was like a very, very quick Nami game. But we're getting to the point where we're getting into like the serious stuff. The players that we see now have been winning all day long.
Yeah.
We're getting like 2 6-0 players smashing into each other right now. So the games are going to get really, really good. And we're at the point in the day where people are getting tired, right? The fatigue is starting to set in.
Yeah.
This is a marathon of a tournament, right?
Yeah, the longer a tournament goes, definitely decisions do go not the most optimal, I would say. But I did see while I was on break, I snooped around and I saw that Jackson on pot C, he wasn't still on the top tables. He beat a Enel player, and I also caught that we had a couple European guests, Fabian and Herboyet. They were either on the undefeated or the X1 teetering on the table because it's a very long table. And yeah, I do see that. I think we have paired up Jackson and Fabian, who was the European national champion of last season. So another Worlds player. So 2 Worlds players having each other squaring off right there.
It'd be a great matchup, but we'll see which pod we end up watching. Generally, we try to gear towards things like that, so we'll have to see. So if that's the case, then we know we've got at least one Black Yellow Luffy. What was? Did you know what Fabian was playing?
I think he was in that too. I didn't catch it because of the angle that I was on. Because when they're on the inside, I can't see him that well.
For sure. Well, might be in store for another BY Luffy mirror. We'll have to wait and see what we get. The players are setting up right now, so we're just moments away from moving into whatever game. It looks like the cameras are set up by C as well, so I think that is the matchup that it looks like we're going into as I look all the way across the room and try to deduce it.
I saw you had an exciting matchup earlier with Nami and Bonnie.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. It was more fast-paced than I expected it would be. That Nami-less ran Zeph, too, which I think is a interesting adaptation of kind of bringing something back that we haven't seen in a while. And our Bonnie player had 3 Hody Jones in a row and came very, very close to finishing it, but couldn't quite get over the finish line. Yeah,
like I say before, as the rounds go by, we have better quality players that know what they're doing, so they do pre-plan their turns. So when we're actually viewing it in person, they go a lot faster than we normally see earlier in the rounds.
They know how to draw 3 Hodies in a row. They've got that skill. But, we got round 7 right now, and then coming up after that, this is going to be hard to believe, but it's going to be round 8. And then round 9.
Yeah.
I know, right? I know.
It's over now.
Yep. And we might get a couple extra little bits and pieces of games in there, too, because like we've been doing all day, if we do finish early, we do try to jump over to one of the other games in the playing area, the viewing area there, So we will see. But right now, waiting for the players to get started. I think we are about ready to get going there. Yeah, I see the decks being shuffled up, deciding who is getting first. The dice are being rolled. And we are about ready as we see Fabian on the left side of your screen with BY Luffy, and on the right side, another familiar face for the North American crowd, Jackson Hong, a.k.a. Clyde, on the BY Luffy, our national champion.
Second mirror of the day, I think, for BY Luffy.
Yep, that's right. National champion back at the end of 2024. Won the Dallas Card Fest here in Dallas, coincidentally.
Yeah, so again, this very, I don't know how to say this. It's a very high-ranking matchup, I would say, as we have one of Europe's top players here in attendance playing off against our national champion from the Dallas Card Fest.
Yeah.
And Fabian unfortunately did not get to attend this year's Worlds, but it happens. That's the way competitive playing is. Like Jonas, also a winner of Card Fest last year, and he is unfortunately not going to go to Worlds.
Yeah, you can't make them all unless your name is Jackson. Then apparently you can. So far, gonna go there.
The new bet's is gonna make it back to back to back.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, the cream does rise to the top for sure. But that goes for players like Fabian and Jonas as well, both doing very well this weekend already as we get things started here. Jackson on the play, it looks like. First turn, goes for the Garp search, and over to Fabian now.
Yeah, for this deck, in most decks, the first turn or two are not really that exciting, as you would see. It's just play the search or offer nothing and, concede the turn. So we did see, what did he pick up with the Garp?
I believe it was the Fist Luffy, the Punch Luffy,
Yeah, and we're seeing a Kusan, some bling right there. Some nice, the regional price to Kusan.
Yeah, looks great.
Yeah, and it's an excellent card to play on curve over here because it offers you the draw ability and the ability to reduce for later, which could be used to combo off with. You could do the Rocket Luffy as well.
Yep. And that's pretty much about it right now.
Yeah, it's not much to say. Yeah, but
yeah,
it's,
there was like this short period of time where some people were running like the Nami and stuff, but those days came and went pretty fast. There's a Kuzan from the side of Jackson as well.
Yeah. Got to match it over here. But funny enough, Jackson does not want to really play high rarity cards, but I got to say his Dawn deck actually costs more than his actual deck.
Yeah, I believe it.
Those Sora Dawn are very pricey.
Yeah, no kidding.
And we're swinging out.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
Oh.
What's that? What was the attachment for?
Well, that is an event there.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. And so, back over to Fabian now, as we mentioned a little bit earlier.
Yeah. We're playing out this on Garp. And it's going to pick up into... One unfortunate thing that does happen with BY players is the fact that there's a couple cards here and there that are not searchable. Gecko Moria. So in a bad luck of the draw, you could possibly bottom deck him and you'll never see him again. So doesn't seem like it's the case this time around, and you pick up a Kid Luffy.
Yep, that's right. And getting the Luffys out early is nice. I mean, obviously, as the game goes on, the Sabo generally becomes a little bit more valuable, but the Luffy early is good to do things like deal with the Kuzan, if it's a Rocket Luffy, or just put a body on board that can present some pretty beefy attacks in the case of the Punch Luffy.
And we're letting go of a Fist Luffy.
Yep, that's right. That's going to go to the trash.
What's the next thing?
I'd imagine we're going to see it again soon, though, you know?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, those guys going in the discard pile, definitely. It doesn't mean much to that because they do get put back on the life eventually. Yeah.
Now, one thing we should mention, too, is that Fabian's been able to get down to 1 life already. And that's going to let the shenanigans start, right? With the leader ability, powering things up a little bit more frequently with the boys.
Yeah, it's BY is not really that fast of an aggro deck, so for sure this was definitely calculated on his part.
Oh, definitely.
He feels like he's prepared to take on being at 0 life and take any risk whatsoever. He does have his blocker lined up, ready to defend him as well. So, yeah, he seems to be ready for 0 pretty soon.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see. Jackson pondering what the turn is going to be. Went in with the attacker Leon. Looks like Fabian will take that damage, actually. So that means a big swing coming from Kuzan. That's going to cost the blocker. And now, what's the plan here? Oh, a second Kuzan. All right. So, again, Jackson just kind of building a powerful board with potentially a lot of big swings coming through. So now it's really on Fabian to try to protect himself, right? You can get that extra power from being able to evolve the boys to the men, per se, get the 2K power per. But that said, 2 Kuzans is definitely something to be a little bit aware of, a little bit nervous about, perhaps. That said, he does have a way to attack into one of them at least.
Yeah, that is a lot of reduction potentially that he could be facing. Thankfully, right now there isn't much that he does have his own Kuzan that's like blending in with the background, but Luffy can definitely go a little bit tall and go ahead and clear out the Kuzan that's rested over there. But I can definitely see that he should be ready to go ahead and awaken, per se, with his leader effect.
Yep.
So he has his Sabo and Fist Luffy in the discard, ready to go.
It's going to be a decent board once it does get established. Just trying to make sure that the ordering is correct, right?
Sacrificing another Fist Luffy here for the effect.
Yep. Can always bring that back.
And there he goes.
Yeah, so we've got the Luffy on top. Oh, it actually swaps it out. Okay, yep. Was that one instead, apparently.
Okay, and now we have the 2 life stars sitting face up, and we are going to have our Kid Luffy staring down, ready to go.
Indeed. Fabian thinking hard about this. I think part of the decision is deciding how you want to try to handle the Kuzan on the other side of the board as well.
I do think this is actually one of the slowest paced games we've seen so far from BY.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's a mirror, so the play style completely changes on mirror matches for decks, I would say.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
So played out 3 boys, 2 Luffys and a Sabo. Okay, that's really interesting, actually. And we've got, the Luffy and the Sabo coming into play here. And so now, I'm very interested in the little Luffy that's just kind of hanging out there.
Yeah, it's just probably an investment because you don't want to pay it down later next turn, maybe.
Yeah.
It's gonna see whether or not it matters to have any KO effects be Jackson right now because he has nothing to go with that so far. Only just massive reduction.
Right. You know, the rocket. Is there ever a scenario where you could see yourself using the rocket Luffy to remove the little one?
Oh, that'd be pretty nice actually because then you're taking away an opportunity for them to boost up with that one, especially because once you go to the next turn, he's kind of free to get it done, right?
I guess the concern is, you know, are they going to run into a Gecko Moria the next turn, right? And if they do, then you're going to feel kind of bad using it on there. If they don't, then you're going to feel pretty good about it. But Huri for now to grab one of the life into hand.
Putting card back? Yes, we are.
Yep. Knows what it is, though. So with the 2 Don on the leader, can get something out that he wants to, and that is the Punch Luffy there.
What a twist.
Yep, that's right. 2K power.
Oh. And we're at 0 now.
Yeah, that's right. And so that means leader ability is online.
Yep, and we have our boosted Luffy right here. One is +2, the other one is +4, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Thankfully, these guys have been awesome to have these markers so we can read them better.
Yeah, these do work pretty well. Sabo coming down, so I'd imagine it's going to be, you know, probably another Sabo and a Luffy going into the life here from Jackson.
Yeah, still deliberating on what he's going to put down, but for sure a lock-in is going to be that Sabo. Still deciding on the second card if it's Luffy. Got it. Man, these Kusans have been sitting there the entire game.
Yeah, seriously.
Uncontested.
And I think part of it, too, is that if you don't attack with them, then you have an option to remove the Moria, right? If you can rest both Kuzans, then that brings Moria down below 4, and so Rocket Luffy could take it out.
Yeah, and you basically have 2 opportunities to do it as you have 2 Kusans ready to go ahead and attack and reduce. So that's a pretty good backup plan to go ahead and get rid of Moria. So.
Yeah, there is a Rocket Luffy in the trash for Jackson, so as long as he can find one of the little ones, he is ready. And I mean, a Moria will do it too, right? Yeah. All right, so at this point, Jackson has to make the decision here. You know, is there any scenario where you maybe want to send one of the Kuzans in? I don't like it. Yeah, he passes a turn. Okay, good. Just making sure, you know, that all the T's were crossed and the I's were dotted before sending the turn over to the opponent.
Yeah, there's not much you could attack into, so there's nothing to do really.
Yep. I don't think it's a bad thing, though, to take a moment at the end of the turn and just kind of run through everything you've done so far and be like, okay, all right.
Yeah, because for next turn you can set up and have more opportunities with his possibly Moria that he might play.
Yeah, I think I maybe caught a glimpse of one in the hand.
Yeah, if we're seeing in these sort of games with a camera that can get to the hand, we have to like immediately guesstimate on what the card is. But there's so many variants of these cards, so many alternate arts in the game right now that you have to like pick and guess.
That Luffy on Fabian's side, I'm trying to remember if I've ever seen that one before. That art treatment.
I am completely blind to this, really.
It looks like a championship one.
Yeah.
Just trying to judge by the logo there.
Yeah, it has a stamp over there.
But now
making plays.
Yep, that's right. Now it's going to be on side of Fabian once again. Trying to spend that Don.
Yep, so he's now on high Dawn, ready to go. Have we caught a glimpse on what he has so far from his hand? He seems to be making space, so he has cards ready to go, I think.
Oh, but he should. if you don't, I think you're in big trouble. The question I have is there a Moria there?
Yeah, that's mostly that's the main target, I think, for this turn. Because then you can afford to have the other 2 loose for the awakening effect on Luffy.
Yep.
But, so...
I do believe I see one in the middle there.
You do? Okay, I was trying to pick at that too.
Don't quote me on that, but... Oh, okay, minus cost on the punch Luffy, on the fist Luffy there. On that side, attached too. Okay. So we may be bringing a Rocket Luffy back then. All right. There's a Shirahoshi.
Okay. Yeah, and this way, when he plays that Sabo, he'll have the block the Gecko. He played a Sabo. He has the blocker, and he already had that Luffy ready to go for free.
Yep, that's right. And so there's the Gecko Moria going down. So going to bring back the the Shirahoshi and the Sabo instead. Okay, cool. All right. And yeah, a little bit more minus cost, and that'll be the Sabo out of life.
Yeah, and we're most likely going to proc the effect on the Kid Luffy as well to bring in the Punch Luffy.
Well, we guess so.
Swing 6 to 12.
And, okay, yep, there's removal now.
Thinking. Of course.
Right.
Hand.
And the Kuzan doing work, you know?
Yeah, these guys have been here forever, so I mean, it's putting a lot of work.
9 to 9, I'll give you.
And yeah, we have the Moria, everything else. Let's see how Jackson can respond to this this play from Fabian.
Yeah, well, I mean, with two Kuzans out, this is kind of the turn that Jackson's been waiting for, right? If he does have the ability to put a Rocket Luffy out there or some other little type of removal there, you can get rid of the Moria, and that's such a big deal to be able to take that 9K body off the board, because that is kind of the danger in these mirror matches, right? When the big bodies become too hard to remove, you know, then as those start to stack up, then it becomes harder and harder to maintain the blockers turn by turn. So you gotta be aware. And Jackson, you know, has had those Kuzans untouched all game, so the opportunity is here now.
And yeah, no, having that massive army of Kuzans in the back, playing off that Gecko, activating leader effect, putting down in the life area, the combo of Luffy or Sabo as well to build up your defenses is pretty good. And we're going to be having some attack and reduction.
Yep. So attacking into it looks like attacking into Luffy with his Kuzan, doing the minus cost on the Moria, if I saw correctly from the pointing of Jackson there.
Yeah, Fabian, they put a little token counter thing.
And one more Kuzan to work with. Jackson really taking a lot of time with his turns here. Wants to play things out as perfectly as possible. But the mirrors are just so hard.
Yeah, no, Jackson is normally a very fast player, and seeing this comes to show how much thought process it requires to play this mirror match. Because even when he was playing against Enel earlier in the round, and I saw that last round, and I saw that it definitely was a quicker match.
Yeah, so Fabian lets that character go. So a little win for Jackson there, although, you know, I feel like Fabian at that point, he got use out of it, so you're fine. There's Luffy. Yep. Punch Luffy comes in.
His own Luffy.
That's right. And the attack will get blocked, perhaps? Yeah, okay.
And sure how she goes.
Yep.
And we're sacrificing, hard cast at Sabo here to get another filter on the hand. Possibly trying to reach for a Gecko Moria.
Well, I mean, it's interesting because we had to see the attack from the Kuzan come through. So that next turn, that -8, I don't think is going to be a possibility. I don't think that Kuzan's going to live until the next turn here. I don't see a Moria in Jackson's hand either. There he is going through the trash, it looks like.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Again, it's only 4 cards in a 50-card deck, so it's always a chance that you won't even see it. Because you only see, honestly, the first 20, 25-ish in your deck.
Yeah, and on top of that, I mean, sometimes the searching will end up bottom decking it too. So in a matchup like this, that effectively just removes it for the game. But we're back over to Fabian now. So Gecko Moria lives to fight another day.
Yeah. That kid Luffy's still sitting there.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I don't think I've seen a little boy Luffy just sit on the board like that for that long.
Yeah, this has been good. I mean, also Kusan's been there forever too, but just Luffy just sitting there unattended.
As Fabian does a little bit thinking about what his turn is going to be. And
it's finally happening.
That's right. Yep. There's one Luffy at least coming out. Yeah, that's there you go.
We're getting our boost for the 2K.
2K on leader from that. Yeah. The other Luffy does get buffed, but for now it goes on the leader.
Yeah, and that fifth Luffy is going to be tremendous against the mirror match too, because it only takes a minor investment of Dawn to get him to match the leader to go to 9.
Right, right.
So that's super good in that department. And it's a very cheap card to play off because ideally it only costs you could say 4 Dawn because leader attach and that. It's a lot of over 10 Dawn math for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Looking through the trash again. I feel like neither player has a super large hand right now. Looks like 4 cards for Jackson. And probably maybe 1 or 2 more. Yeah, it looks like 5 for Fabian.
Yeah, it looks crazy on Jackson's side of the board, but it's just Kusan into blockers.
Yep.
Whereas we have a Gecko Moria and you have a Fist Luffy here on deck and a Sabo, so it's not quite a mismatch so far.
And attacking to that Kuzan, we kind of expected that to happen.
Oh.
And there's the Gecko Moria. All right.
Found Gecko number 2.
Yep. And that's got to feel pretty good after getting rid of that Kuzan.
And we're going to have bringing back Kusan, and we're going to get some draw. We're going to get our Sabo that we're going to bring back into eventually with the leader, the blocker one, to get more draw.
Yep.
And this is definitely a better mechanic than it is for search because that way you don't face the chance of bottom decking. So you might see a third Gecko Moria.
All right.
Seeing 2 geckos is pretty big.
Yeah.
So a lot of the times, if he finds a third gecko, that's going to be immense. Seeing that he will always match the Jackson's leader attack for free.
Well, we talked about this too, right? Where on a basic level, this matchup can be a lot about one player seeing their Gecko Morias and the other player not seeing them. And right now, the player with the geckos, obviously Fabian, and you can see the advantage coming through here.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I wish I could have paid attention to see turn 1 on Jackson's side if he had bottom decked any geckos because that would have been extremely detrimental to his board state right now because he has none.
Yep. It's pretty rough. Don't see any in trash either. So it's not like they were accidentally trash. It might have been bottom deck. Oh, we did find a Gecko Moria. Never mind. All right. The thing is, I've been so conditioned to look for the alt arts in people's hands now. I missed the regular art. So that worked out really well. Okay. Yeah. Brings in the Nami as well.
Bringing his own blocker and eventually going to turn into his own Sabo blocker too.
Yeah, and that Nami will draw a card too from having the big body out there. There's the Sabo.
Yep, we've now entered the Gecko Wars.
Yeah, so Jackson bouncing back here, and you've got the second blocker and the Nami, which is kind of nice. That mitigates the second Gecko Moria. So if Jackson can find another one and kind of equalize, we might be in for a pretty tight finish here.
Yeah, I think it's going to come down to whoever can keep their Morias on board because it's going to be an absurd amount of pressure going into the attacks. So we'll see how long Fabian can keep those 2 in there or reach for a third.
Right. Yeah, that's the question. Fabian taking another gander at the trash here as we look at the hand and trying to deduce what we've got in there. Looks like another baby Sabo. Okay, so that one's just going to get pitched.
Letting go the kid Sabo.
Yeah.
He must have something else that's more worth it to him to play.
Yeah.
I see a kid. I see a Flampe. Sorry, kid Luffy, a Flampe. And that's all about a caught.
Well, you've got 2 Morias now, so at least board-wise you're in a pretty good spot. You've also got that Kuzan that we mentioned a little bit earlier, the Sabo there as well.
Yeah, no, Kusan being here at this stage in the game, and if it goes unresponded, is going to be troll for the other Gecko Moria, or even other characters that are above the threshold of Rocket Luffy.
Right, and it gives you another swing too, So just another attack you can send into your opponent, which is never a bad thing.
Yeah, for
Jackson debating on defending this one with the Sabo blocker, kind of doing some mental planning there, saying, all right, if I block this, you do this, et cetera, et cetera. Decides that's a safe play as it goes to the trash. But a lot of Dawn unspent right now on Fabian's side of the board. So the options are pretty huge.
Yeah, he's only put down, no, he's put down none so far, right? full
none
10.
so far. Yeah, still should have
so
the 10 on. Yeah.
the guaranteed 2, and then no, maybe he is gonna expend more than just 2. Debating maybe to swing high for a 9.
Yes, sir.
I don't think that's the worst thing right now.
Yeah, I do see that Jackson's Luffy is 7, so that's 2 cards to pitch out of.
Right. Or you just block with the Sabo as well. That's what it's there for. But it does kind of put the onus on Jackson then to have a way to kind of replace that board next time. So if you can get out of it, you know, you tried. Looks like that's not going to be the case. All right, Monkey D. Luffy. And here's our other Luffy. And meanwhile, activate main on the other Luffy. That's going to swing in for a lot. And now you're really kind of compelled to block this because
yeah, that costs way too much.
Yeah, only 3 cards in hand. That's rough. 3 Brothers Prawn for Fabian there.
Yeah, oftentimes you see like Luffy have a phone book, you know, but I think they've been playing all that they have on their hands the entirety of the game, so definitely it keeps them at a within 5 or so hand level for sure.
Sure. Wow. Okay. So giving up one of the big Luffys in favor or another Sabo. So
right.
Yeah, but you need it, right?
Yeah. No. Get the blocker. We didn't have one before. Yeah. So the Kusan is so far in the other side of the board. I keep forgetting about it. Yeah. He's just hiding there, chilling.
Kind of hanging out in the life area. Yeah.
Yeah. But having that blocker be in 7 or 9K definitely helps. Yeah. He's 9 right now, and I'm swinging boosted into 11.
Right.
Yeah, and we're going back to Jackson here. How will he respond to this?
Well, you've got 3 attacks, right? And you've got 1 blocker on the side, 1 life. Not a ton of cards in hand for Fabian. So I think Jackson is trying to math out if he's got the potential win here, unless I'm missing something. Yeah, you've just got the 1 Sabo.
Yeah, a lot of the cards
it's a 9K leader, though. Ooh.
In this deck are, they all have some kind of counter. So even having 3-4 cards, it still means that it could be a 6K or 8K defense too. So you just never know until you see him put him down to counter off, right?
Yeah, on second glance, maybe Fabian has a few more cards, I think. But the way, you know, Jackson kind of dividing the 2 and 8, so maybe another Gecko turn if he drew into it, possibly too. The thing is with that Fist Luffy out there, yeah, okay, there's the Gecko. I was going to say with the Fist Luffy out there, you know, you still do have the you know, ability to have some pretty big swings here, but it's going to instead be the double blocker turn with the Nami and then the Sabo as well.
Yeah, that Nami, one of the guest appearances in this deck as a tech choice, is putting in the work, and so has the Shirahoshi as well too on Fabian's side.
I mean, this does mean though that it's going to be a 7K leader for Jackson going to this next turn. So, you know, is that being vulnerable? Yeah, with a couple Gecko Morios, I would be a little bit concerned maybe.
Yeah, so it's low hand, but 2 blockers. There is not really anything that's necessarily an unblockable swing in this deck, but it's still very crushing to have 9K straight up, 9K straight up. Boost up the Sabo or the other Luffy to 9 or so, the Kusan, yeah, right. So you have many ways to just swing out high, and you're going to give the blocker away right away, and you have to counter out and hope you have enough.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so first of all, Sabo blocks that Moria, and then turn gets passed, I suppose. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so Fabian now.
Will he respond with laying his own 3rd Gecko, or will he spread it out in some way, convert the Kid Sabo into a big Sabo, awaken again, increase his attack power? We'll find out very shortly.
Yeah, so minus cost on that Sabo with the Kuzan, looks like. Attacking just to get that started. You know, what if we have something like a Rocket Luffy come in, you know, remove the Sabo? That said, there's still another blocker out there in the form of the Nami anyway.
Yeah, no, having way more blockers nowadays for Black Yellow Luffy has been pretty big.
Oh, you need it.
Sorry?
You need it, yeah.
Yeah, no, yeah, because before it was just the Sabo itself, and it was a very fine engine to just keep recycling, but the ability to synergize with Gecko and bring in the Shira or the Nami has been pretty good, because there's times you just don't have enough on the offense to, offense is the best defense sometimes,
Yeah.
So sometimes it isn't enough, so having that alternate line for Gecko Moria has been helping DY survive and have a longer late game.
For sure. I keep bringing up the Rocket Luffy, but I forget he's got removal right there on the board already, so doesn't even need to do something something crazy like that.
Counter.
Double 2K to block that, to counter out of that attack. Jackson looking a little bit low on hand size, though, in that. I don't think he's got one right now. And that's another 9K swing coming through with the Gecko Moria. Into the Gecko, yeah, with no cards in Jackson's hand, he can just straight up grab it. Oh, man.
This is huge.
Yeah, that's a third Gecko Moria now for Fabian. And, I mean, just looking at the state of the board, Jackson leans back in his chair. I mean, with no cards in hand, you're going to draw one next turn, and, you've still got the, the Luffy ability doesn't feel great when you're only drawing one. And so I think things are looking a bit grim for Jackson in this one.
Yeah, well, it's a matter of seeing what he has available in his hand and what he can pull off from his top deck, because he's a very capable player, and if he has the tools to get him to where he needs to be and survive and feel out what he can possibly do to extend the game and create a chance for himself, but facing 3 Geckos and a Sabo and being a high, it's now also another blocker from Nami, being a high attack leader is definitely very, very tough to overcome.
Yeah, if there's anyone that could get out of it, it's our,
our Clyde,
our one of our world's representatives, I suppose. But yeah, it's not going to be easy, right?
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And when you're a competitive player, you want to earn your wins, and this definitely making him work for it.
Yeah, that card gets bottom decked here. Ooh, draw for Jackson. As what are we going to see here? We've got the 2 blockers over on Fabian's side, and the Sabo and the Nami. We've got a swing from the Gecko. We've got a swing from that Luffy potentially. Here's the 9K in from the Gecko, and that's a 7K Luffy. So Fabian has to make the decision here. He's got 2 life though, so I feel like you've definitely got some wiggle room, right? Yeah. So you could just take this and bottom deck it. Yep.
And there goes Sabo, and only one left, and now left's gonna be that serial Luffy. Shiny.
Yeah, wow. Nothing like sleeving up a serial Luffy.
What's your number?
I don't know. Can't read it from here.
No, you're a Luffy because you pull one, right?
Oh, mine? Mine was a 550.
Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice number.
And there it is. Yep. That is gonna be the game, and it was a close one, right?
Oh,
In the end, Fabian taking it, and it did come down to a little bit. It was the Gecko War, right?
Yeah, it was.
It is always the Gecko Moria War a little bit, but watching out those intricate turns, and I think Fabian's got some really interesting stuff in his deck too that you don't see quite as often, and I think honestly, I felt like that helped give him a little bit of an edge in the mirror.
And then seeing that second Gecko was very contestable, but seeing that third was just nailing it right there.
Yep, that's right. So that was the game. I don't know if we're gonna have time to run to another one. I don't even know if there are any more games. Yeah, it looks like the other 2 seats are empty.
Yeah.
So yeah, it looks like the other 2 games are done. So that's gonna be it for round number 7, it appears. But fun mirror. Sad to see Jackson take the L there. He was on such a great streak, but we've got a chance to see him do well in just a week here now. So that's going to be fun. And then Fabian, of course, man, one of the best players I think we've seen. Let's go back and look at a couple moments from that game.
Yeah, that was definitely, you could say, a masterclass into BY Mirrors. 2 of the best players in the world, I'd say, going at it. This literally could feel like a final at a regional or a national as well, with who they are and how they played. They definitely did the best that they could, what they had in their decks. And yeah, now we have a European guest advancing to the next round undefeated. We're going to round 8 and ending it in round 9, so we're almost to the finish line.
Yeah, props to our graphics person behind the scenes too, basically playing one of those like rhythm games with their hands with the life totals going up and down. Not easy.
Oh, no, I commend these guys because they make all the magic happen. It's always awesome.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, production is great here. I love it.
Yep. But yeah, I mean, that card right there. I mean, just being able to get the removal on board consistently.
Yeah, I also find it a little. It was weird how we had the Luffy stick for so long, and also we had this Kusans. We have a total of 4 Kusans in the game that were there for a very long time.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Kusans definitely helped as well.
Oh yeah.
Yep. But that's how it goes, right? I mean, a lot of times if you're in the mirror, like it feels really bad to use removal on a Kuzan, right? So you're gonna have to wait for it to attack and then be rested and then find a way to do it then, and so you kind of just have it sit out there until the perfect moment to use it, and you know, that works. Yeah.
Yeah. So we're nearing the end of the tournament, and we have possibly I'm seeing RP Luffy's, Dofi's, and then some Enel, some Shanks. So I think it's a little bit more diverse than it was yesterday.
Seems that way a little bit. A little bit less Dofy than we saw yesterday. A little bit more Black Yellow Luffy than we saw yesterday, I think, as far as the games we've seen on stream. But we're not done yet. Still 2 more rounds yet to go here on One Piece Day. So I believe we're going to probably go to a quick break here in a second as we get it set up for the next round. In the meantime,
that's good.
Any requests?
Enel or Shanks.
Enel or Shanks? Okay. There, you heard it here first. We'll see if that happens after the break. Again, during the break, go check out the stream for the other stage. See some cool announcements, fun stuff going on. We got a whole big celebration of One Piece. The tournament is only half of that, but that half is going to be back in just a few.
See ya.
Your belief,
All right, welcome back to day 2 of One Piece here at Dallas for the One Piece Day celebrations. I'm with Diego as I have been this weekend. We've seen a lot of great matches. Yeah, a lot of great players as well. Last round we had Fabian and also Clyde. Very close game. And honestly, it's been really cool to see like how people address their mirror matches and other matchups, and I've been really happy with it.
Oh, yeah, no, we have been treated to really spectacular matches. We literally had an international clash just now with Clyde and Fabian, so that was a really good match to see. And we see a nice variety here on the tables for stream. We see Elijah Quimby and JCM in the middle on pot B, which might be featured.
Yeah.
I do see Herboye Rails on pot C. He's from Croatia, visiting from Europe, and I can't quite make out pot A, but so that's a lot of talent. Second last round of the tournament, so these are all undefeated. One more match to go for the final to get their brand new A serials.
Yeah, and you know, some of us could be our second A serials, right? We do see Elijah on table B. He won yesterday, right? So already being, you know, he hasn't lost a game this weekend, right?
Yeah,
that's what this
it's
means.
Mental, yeah. The man, he had vented a bit about how he wasn't performing that well in regionals and getting top 64s and 32s, and going from there to possibly back-to-back winning regionals, tremendous.
Yeah, 100%. So I'd be keen for that one, but we don't know exactly the decks or matchups quite yet, so we'll find that when you guys do. But I've been really happy. We've also saw Michael E. earlier today, the most recent winner from our Bandai Card Fest finals in Orlando. So great to see him out there. And you know, both him and Jackson are going to be two of our representatives for Worlds next weekend in Japan too.
Yeah, and also we have, of course, Chris Hawk, Kyoto, and we have Kaden too, Kawakami. And I don't believe they're Chris Hawk I've seen, but I haven't seen the other two, I think.
No.
But yeah, I still we're gonna see them all next week because we're gonna go travel.
We're gonna be there. Yeah, it's gonna be fun to hang out there. And yeah, there's just been a lot of One Piece. This is, you know, the second to last week of OP09, but for a format like this, I think we have a lot of different decks that are viable. It's fun to see adaptations throughout the last couple weeks, and excited to see what our semifinals essentially are for today as well.
No, definitely. I look forward to seeing the variety of decks. Like I said earlier with Doa, there's a nicer variety this time around today than yesterday. Not as many Dofis.
Yes. Yeah. And also, too, like, so this is the second year of finals, right? We had year one where the meta was mostly just kind of like Sakazuki and Enel and Purple Luffy at the time. And weirdly enough, two of those leaders are still viable. I'm sure the third one would be if we could play it as well. But we are actually going to go to the to tables Pod C, yes. So it's going to be BY Luffy versus Rob Luchi.
Yeah, we're going to have Herboye, aka Rails, with BY Luffy. And then we have Calvin.
Yeah. So I don't think I've seen Luchi today. We have seen, I think, an uptick of BY. Yeah, we saw it for like a second as it ended against Smoker, I think. I personally haven't, at least.
I don't think I've seen it either. And
so
we're already off the get-go.
Yeah, and traditionally this would be a rough matchup for Rob Luchi, right?
Yeah, the advantage goes to BY, as it was proven by Liverpool, where the majority of the Luchis fell to the BY Luffy.
Yeah. And we're thinking about this also being able to be on the second Dawn or 2 Dawn curve is really good for BY. It means you get to 10 Dawn very efficiently, and we're using a Garp to find a 2-drop Sabo.
Very nice. Yeah, we got the Sabo securing a Sabo blocker for the near future. Couldn't quite tell what the rest of the hand was. Unsure if potential Kekomori might have been bottom decked. But yeah, as you saw if you were watching last round, it was the Gecko Wars. Ended up having 5 on board at one point, so that was a lot.
Yeah, and the round before that, we also had a mirror, and it was kind of like the opposite, where neither player could really find find the time to establish their geckos. So, they were doing without them for quite a while.
Oh, well, yeah, it goes to show, it is a mirror match. Like, if they're both struggling, it's maybe fine, but this deck usually against any other deck but itself, I guess, can just pop off and take full advantage of a match.
Yeah, and so, I said at the start that this is usually favored in BY Luffy. Why is that? Why is Rob Luchi sometimes, troubled against a BY Luffy player?
It could be because, he is very low counter. He is not a 9K leader.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, true.
They also got protection from the Sabo as well. And as you might have seen from the tech that Fabian had, he also had the zombie Luffy that can get around the Sabo protection effect too.
Yeah. So the Sabo, the one that Calvin ironically just played, is really good for our BY Luffy player, being able to prevent any KO effects that Rob Luchi usually depends on to help carry matchups, and top of being able to say, oh, I need that additional power to pressure a 9K leader.
Yeah, because the whole combo with Rob Luchi and the Gecko Moria is to eventually come to reduction, say Helmeppo, Rebecca, Spandine into Luchi and whatnot. Can't really do that once they establish a Sabo on the other side of the board with BY Luffy.
For sure. All right, thinking on our discard off our Sabo here, ends up going to be a Nami and I believe a Hiyori. I can't quite make out the other card. It might be the Rocket Luffy with the alternate art.
Yeah, I think it's the treasure rare.
Okay,
Based on the background, it could possibly be.
I think it is the treasure rare Luffy because I do think I see a trigger as part of the text line.
Yeah, we are seeing this over 10 feet away too, so
yes,
might be wrong.
Yes. All right, second Saba. Okay. BY Luffy's not known for their KO removal, but they do have access to it. So the additional cycle from Calvin's great. Generally saying that we might, like Jack can be a really strong card for this matchup, potentially, just to be able to get a big body on board. But continuing the cycle, get some a Spandine and I believe a Brook or Helmeppo into trash is pretty strong.
Tempest. Already with a Gecko on hand. I might have seen two. Did you catch if Calvin had 2 or 1 Gecko?
I think he had 1. I didn't see the second one.
The hand shuffle sometimes is a little too fast.
And we Doa said earlier too.
Swan.
There's so many different arts for cards right now, especially the good ones. So
yeah,
it's tough to have clarity at times.
Yeah, definitely. He and I definitely got thrown off by I believe the finalist Zombie Luffy. So it's like, oh, we can't quite tell what this is, but we know what it is. We know what it does.
All right, so we got the Sabo block and 2K out of the 7K swing from the leader.
Yeah, so immediately going for blockers and already establishing a means to reach 0 life via this Fist Luffy here.
Yeah, and being able to get the plus 2K there is great. This is the first time that we've taken a card out of our life area for this game. And Calvin's been very, I think slow. I think if we get to the later game, we can establish some bigger bodies. The biggest issue, though, is that without attacking with our Rob Luchi leader, we don't get as much cards in trash as we usually do.
Yeah, if we don't mill, we're not really going to be seeing the full effect of these Tempest or, oh man, to get the board, the discard, not board, discard ready to go ahead and bring cards back with your combo cards.
Yeah, and one card I see there too is the I've got my crew, which can be really strong for early game cycle, but also late game it can protect your cards from getting removed from cost-based reduction.
Yeah, so definitely the perfect thing to have right now in this matchup, but it was unfortunately pitched out.
Yeah, and I'm seeing game 2 or table B. It looks like they just wrapped up their game. And I think we've got Elijah winning it as well. So I think he's going to be in another finals if I see this correctly.
That's pretty good. Yeah, so it's been another exciting finals, possibly a back-to-back winner on the inaugural One Piece Day. We'll find out next round.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, still thinking here. There's just it's so tough to get the kind of advantage that you need. Again, it's such a line, right? Towards the end of the game for BY Luffy, it's kind of automatic on what your best loops are, but being able to get to that point the most efficient way you can be very, very tough.
Yeah, it's definitely it could be in a track course and it's so zigzagging and stuff, but by the end it's a straight line. You know where to go. You gotta keep going and increasing your Luffy leader as much as you can, make him to 9, protect him, get geckos out. But right now, still at 2 life. He does have the punch Luffy to go ahead and burn life at least. Ooh, first gecko today. Game.
Yes. If we made it to to round 8 without Gecko Moriyabi play, that is a feat.
Yeah. I mean, if we tried, we could have avoided it maybe.
Yeah. All right, so we're playing out the Rob Luchi. We're going to use the effect to get rid of the Garp and the 5-cost Luffy. And that's pretty big because, you know, that card is so good at regulating the cards and the number of cards in our life. And now we have to find an alternative way to get down to 0.
Yeah, so with BY Luffy, you definitely can get back all of your 3 Brothers characters via the effect into the life and playing it out. However, getting them cleared out does put a stopgap into it. So having them cleared out is going to delay. Oh, we got a fan pick here.
Yep.
Yeah.
And there's a 2-cost Luffy, a 5-cost Luffy drawn from life and top of deck respectively.
It's a pretty hefty hand on Herboya's side of the field. Not too much. 4 cards available for Calvin's side of things. Spotting a Rebecca, at least in there, guaranteed.
And we are at, what, 8 Dawn?
Should be. What is?
Oh, no, we're at the full 10 Dawn. That Dawn.
No, it's wrist red.
one
Yeah.
we use.
It's just that it's like so next to each other.
Yeah, so double
Cool.
Flampe is really strong. It can be a little bit scary because, you know, you just lost 2 Ks. That could be helpful in the late game. But now we're able to set up a pretty tall body. The fact that Calvin's already established Moria means we get free pressure against the 9K leader, but I think this is still the avenue we have to walk down.
Right, and we still have enough done to make some plays. We're going to be doing the pitch for leader effect, bring out whatever he wants. And, yeah, we're pitching into a Sabo and getting a TR Rocket Luffy here. So what's that one?
It was. Good. Okay.
Yeah. Probably one of the better looking ones, I'd say.
It is. It is. When you see the full art.
Yeah, and Shirahoshi and Kid Luffy.
Yeah, and you know, we saw this earlier with Michael's build of BY, where Shirahoshi can get some really good removal, and getting rid of the Moria, one of the biggest threats for us right now, is huge.
Yeah, unfortunately, playing the Sabo so early made it so they can't really protect much when they're the only 2 on the board.
Yeah.
So now Gecko suffer because of that now.
Yeah, and I think one of the unique things about BY Luffy is that you can play Sabo and give protection to Gecko Moria in the same turn. Right? It's you can't do that with Rob Luchi, and that's one of the premier differences between these decks.
Yeah, no. I think Luchi can probably get around without the existence of Gecko Moria in some degree.
Yeah.
But BY just instantly shuts down without Gecko Moria being there. It's a whole different deck.
Yeah, you'd have to redevelop and redesign how this deck works.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly could happen. Somebody will find a way, but the way it's being played will change completely. That is a lot of Lampers.
It sure is. And we've got a 10 Dawn for Calvin here, deciding what our best play is. Now, another card that the deck uses is the 9-cost Kaido. That also gets around KO protection, which is pretty nice, and makes the BY Luffy player discard a card if used, so kind of a 2-for-1. It's a little bit expensive, but you do feel good when it's established on board.
Yeah, for sure, and you also would definitely like to have the big body like Kaido, or even the Jack, as they get closer to the leader of BY being full effect too. So, yeah, bigger bodies on Luchi's side would be most helpful, but we haven't seen much besides the Gecko that was quickly handled by the removal.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Helmepo and Ice Age off the top. Helmepo you want in trash, Ice Age you kind of want in hand, but if you don't feel like you're going to get any more removal opportunities this game, it's likely better in trash than in hand.
Yeah, it comes to a point where you're just not going to be doing much with that removal. So, like, even you play an Enel or something else, the Rygos, at some point, they become obsolete. They're just trash fodder.
Yeah.
Holding on to that Rebecca and the Spanda in there for quite a bit. Ooh, okay. Luchi, Spanda, and Rebecca. That's a pretty hefty hand on Calvin's side now. Where he had like 4 earlier.
Yeah.
Now it's way bigger.
Yeah, and one key thing to notice is that, like, the Shirahoshi play had a good amount of removal for getting rid of the Morio in contandem with the Rocket Luffy, but it meant that we could only be a 7K leader. So we do have an opportunity here to do a lot of pressure since we have 3 6Ks out right now. And, yeah, we're going to see, I think, a bunch of cars leave their hand all of a sudden.
Still pondering on whether or not to play. Yes, we are.
Yeah, second Moria here. We did attack with leader, so that did give a minus to the Sabo here. So we will be able to, get rid of it with what looks like a Brook and Helmeppo play. So that is strong there. Probably the only time they're going to be able to KO a Sabo.
Yeah,
outright.
it's been kind of a slow start per se on Herboyas. Didn't quite achieve the pace that we had with Fabian with the triple geckos. So Calvin's able to capitalize on that by having the gecko Brook Helmeppo combo as well.
Yeah, but honestly, I think the biggest thing is that we are going to have an opportunity to be, a 9K leader with a Sabo blocker and 1 life, which helps us a lot. But no copy of Gecko Mori hitting the board. We're going to play the Luffy and use its effect to be a 8K. So either not having it or finding a better plan to be able to either get some removal or the pressure that we want.
But only 3 done up.
And now we still have the Shirahoshi out. Being able to play Sabo just turns it into a really good blocker all of a sudden too. But we need to have a 2-drop Sabo in our hand right now.
And you would think with the odds game, you would probably have it, but it isn't. Like it might not be a thing, and we're discarding the. Oh no, we're getting for the effect for leader.
Yeah, so it looks like we will be able to get the removal. We will be playing up the 2-drop Sabo. Or not the removal, the establishment of a Sabo here. We're going to be a 7K leader. We're going to be able to draw 2 cards and trash 2. We might not have seen a Moria yet. That might be a big issue, which we just drew 2 more and we still haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, this might be the one game where Herboya is not seeing what he needs, which is expected. It's bound to happen sooner or later, so it just fortunately had to be here at essentially the semifinals of the event.
Yeah. So, but not out of it yet. We did get a big 10K attack into leader. We got a quick block with the Sabo and pass back to Calvin.
EC9 with a block.
And now we have to see, okay, do we want to attack with a blocker, right? We can pressure leader with just 1 Dawn added. Do we have another Moria? Do we want to try to establish a taller body like a Jack? Like, there's a lot of different ways that Calvin can approach this now.
Another Moria at this rate would be quite rude.
Yeah, with Havoye not finding any, and Calvin flaunting like, oh, I found like all of mine. Like that can be pretty tough. But we got the Rebecca.
Yeah. Getting back Sabo pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good here too. And it's deciding if they want to play out something off the Rebecca effect. So looks like it's going to be the Spandam. Look top 3 for a Cypher pull. Oh, there's the Kaido that they likely wanted.
Unfortunate. But we do see a Kaku, and it is the 0 cost, right?
Yeah, the 6 King pistols. So adding that one, it's a 0 cost that lets you pitch a card to give +3 combos, so counters, which helps us a lot. And we still can, I think, play the Sabo.
The Sabo. Oh
Yeah. Just confirming. Yeah, we play this off the Rebecca. Yeah. And then now we've got the Sabo getting an additional draw 2.
Calvin here definitely establishing a respectable board. Blockers, big bodies, reducers, bit of everything here. So he's setting himself up to have a pretty good fortress to stand against BY Luffy, which seems to only have basically a blocker and punch Luffy here in his way.
Yeah, they're going to end the turn by attacking with a 7k Sabo to a 7k leader, so either get a 1k or put the Luffy at the bottom of our deck.
Yeah, this seems pretty tough.
Yeah, ironically, it seems like Calvin's getting more use of Sabo's effect in this game than Havjoye, which, you know, the protection of the Rebecca is really strong, and yeah, we're pitching a 2k. So ending the turn by just using the leader when attacking effect to put 2 more cards in our trash. Not really a threat of an attack, but passing in from there.
Great, let's see how Herboye can bounce back from this here. It's all going to come down to what can he possibly pop out here, and we're separating already for a leader effect. He's going to have, and he burns.
Yeah.
Okay.
So hopefully he's found a Gecko. He drew 2 cards this turn, right? And you can do a lot of plays without Gecko, but right now it would I think, be the strongest play we got.
For sure, Gecko is going to be key to, and we are not locking yourself out of Gecko by doing this.
Yeah, we are. So
for the 90.
Going 9 into a 6k blocker. Yeah, I'm not saying he's getting hit by the commentator's curse, but this is looking, you know, slowly in the favor of Rob Luchi as we've just been failing to find the card we need.
It's me. I always do this. I pick someone to be on stream, and they end up summoned to Michael several times.
I think it's happened. You know, you wanted the Limb player. We got the Betty, right? Like, you might be onto something.
Yeah, it happened back in Mexico. We had Michael E. play Rebecca, and he got paired against Katakuri. And it was the 4.4 format, 5 format.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was rough for Rebecca.
Well, if you ask me to be on stream whenever I'm playing, I'm going to decline. I don't need that L. I need all the chances I can get.
Yeah, it's certainly the kiss of death, brother.
All right. Well, we're going to pick the Gum Gum Bell to use our leader effect. We're going to play out a Sabo blocker, getting draw 2, trash 2. I think we finally found our first Moria of the game.
Yay.
And we got to get 2 cards out, and still it has been such an uphill battle because of our, not being able to find it.
We're going to do 9 swing here.
Yeah, passing back, and we are 7k at the moment, which feels bad against a 9k Gecko Moria. We do have 2 blocker Sabos too, but I think Kelvin has a lot of time to pressure this board now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think from my personal experience, this the most I have seen Luchi do against a Black Yellow Luffy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was it's a bygone time, but like Isho used to be in these Rob Luchis, right? That discard 2 was very strong. That was, OP07 or before 8 came out, right? Since Jack usually took those spots now.
Yeah.
But
they also consider playing like the old OP2 what is Sakasuki as well. Yeah, to get rid of the high cost characters.
Yeah. Yeah, and it being a 7k body means, again, you can pressure like a 7k here or 9k with very little time. It's great to get rid of the 5 cost Luffy, which was an enabler for this deck too.
Yeah, and we're gonna boost up, go to 9. And we're gonna have Herboye count, and we're blocking.
Yep. So out of that one, there's still a lot of Dawn that could be attached to our Rob Luchi leader as well. But honestly, like, weirdly enough, you kind of want those Sabos in the trash just so you can be able to play them again. These Luffys being able to have protection and get this far into the game has been very strong. And having to, Calvin had to trash one of the 9-drop Kaidos that he has, which I think would have been a really good spot to play this turn alternatively as well.
Yeah, it's an unfortunate sacrifice of having the leader effect, or even when you search to use bottom deck or look at cards that you are key in matchups and you need them. But unfortunately, at least he's maintained his own ground. He has a respectable board still with Gecko Moria and Sabo there, along with a Brook right in the middle.
Yeah.
And we're going back to Herboye, ready to crack back here.
Yeah, and being able to go, I think it was 12K to 8, really wanted that Luffy out of there and was able to do that successfully.
Yeah, sometimes going to is the best answer over just trying to like finagle some mental gymnastic to KO BI effect.
Yeah. And Calvin, you know, it's 2 turns have passed without Gecko Moria hitting the board. And I think Calvin's going to find out that his luck's, I guess, continuing on that, playing out the Luffy off the 2 cost. Maybe I'm wrong. I swore I found him like finally establishing one or getting one.
Yeah, it's been a sequence just bringing in the punch Luffy, bringing in the rocket Luffy that somewhere in the loop I might have lost it.
Yeah. All right, we use the 6-king pistol with the finger pistol, so we do get out of that 8-6. A Tempest kick, okay. That does get the reduction there. That's currently going to be a into range for us to remove it. And since we have 10 or more cards in our trash, we get the draw and the reduction at the same time.
Right, and that's also one of those tech cards that eventually made its way into the Black Yellow Luffy deck over the past few months.
Yeah. Unfortunately, like we were just like one away from, or a couple away from being able to use that on the Moria. Would have felt a little bit nicer, but we're going to play Sabo once again off the 2 cost. Looking through our pile of cards in our trash, getting another 2 cost Luffy there, and then I think we're just going to go big, yeah, into the Gecko Moria. This is going to be, I think, 14 into 9.
That is going to be super tough to counter out of, and we have her boy denying any chance of advancement on Calvin by making him use basically all of his hand to protect that if he can.
Yeah, you're going to need 3 2Ks or anything else that can establish 6. I see 2 2Ks in hand, so...
And the Spandine and the 0 cost.
6-king pistol.
Oh, okay.
We could do it, but...
Is it worth it?
Yeah, is it worth it? It's not going to feel great. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we saved the Moria. And I think that's fair. It's a card that's going to get a lot of pressure throughout. We're at 3 life with Luchi, so we're not really feeling pressured to lose the game. And definitely is a card that, Hivoye was probably hoping was leaving the board this turn. All right, so it looks like 3 cards in hand for Calvin. I think we knew 2 of them. And we do get the Kaido. This is a really good top deck here because I don't think that was in hand. Being able to remove anything with cost 7 or less from board is super nice. It doesn't KO it, just places it gently into the trash.
Exactly.
And then additionally, we are going to make him discard a card as well.
Then we seem to be teetering on giving 1-2 Moria, or where is it going? Where is it going?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be a 2K Hiyori from that discard. So going to be a big 10. Do we give another 2K? Do we take the life, block with Sabo? Yeah, it's going to be another 2K.
Yeah, the base Hiyori.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
All right, we're going to pass it back. And yeah, that was a really strong top deck. If that was the card that I saw him just draw, super good. But we're finally this late in the game. We've got our Gecko Moria combo. We're going to use it for the Luffy. Get the +2 on the leader till the end of next turn. We're going to discard a Garp to be able to put 2 cards into our life.
Yeah, so the drought is over for Gecko Moria. It's finally here. Her boy is out of the board. Finally being able to establish a Treasure Rare Luffy and a Sabo, and still keep 1 in the back as a life card too. So he's doing pretty good right now on that department.
Yep, and yeah, now we're getting a second blocker out. Do you think we're pressuring the leader, or do you think we're attacking 11K into the Moria?
I think that's what he's been doing for the past few turns, so I think he's going to stick to it because he sees the commitment to want to keep it alive. Luchi is not getting many resources back. The hand is running low, so it is probably the safest time right now to get to and he goes for the attack, and he goes away.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. That was going to be a rough attack last turn, and with our blocker set up and everything else, I think we've kind of outgrinded Calvin for value, but it's gonna be close.
Yeah, so Luchi is a very grindy deck. It's a deck that can see the end of their deck, the bottom of their deck for sure.
Yeah.
But it's just demanding too much energy for it to remain afloat, whereas BY is finally starting to get into gear and go into full cycle with its leader ability, and it's just too big of a leader for Luchi to climb out of.
Yeah, and but we are down to 2 cards in hand. The discard really makes a difference here. And now we got to say, do we want to block or do we want to put that Luffy to the bottom of our deck, or get out of it with a card in hand?
It might come to a where you can just afford to take the life and just use the Sabos to swing out and go for game, seeing how low the hand of Calvin is.
Yeah, I think that's fair. It's also nice that I think it was the right call to not use the Luffy that we played out last turn, since we can get some removal on like a blocker, Rebecca, or something like that, so that can be very strong. And I don't think the Brook's going to really do anything right now.
Big Brook swing.
Oh, it did get rid of a Sabo, though. That was a pretty strong swing there. Not having a counter for it, and I mean, we could go for game, right? Not unheard of. Flampe could be the game ender for us.
Flampe for game? That would be pretty crazy.
Yeah, it'd be pretty rough.
I mean, but it is against a 5K leader, so it's not totally out of the question. Whereas if it were tides on the other side of the table being BY Luffy, yeah, you're definitely not putting all 10 to match 9, right?
Yeah. And it looks like we're just kind of going for board once again.
Yeah, I think that's safest because Luchi cannot recover at this point.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate.
I mean, we're just going to let that go. We do have the 6-King pistol, but if we do have another Luffy, that could be very strong. But we're also in a spot where we're not really afraid of losing next turn anymore. So it looks like they're eyeing the Sabo and as well as the Nami. Nami's going to let us get the card draw since we're at 6 or less. We're going to discard putting Sabo and Luffy back into life, not in that order. Play out the Sabo, get the plus 2K, and with the board being cleared, having a blocker, 2 blockers rather, that are un-KOable and a 7K leader base, I think we've navigated to the end of the game pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's just nothing short of a miracle. It's so hard for Luchi to get over this.
Yeah.
They have no characters. There's no rush. The board is humongous. There's 2 Gecko Morias on board, a blocker. We have the Treasure Rare Luffy and a blocker Nami. Super healthy. There is not much that we have Calvin can do.
Yeah, this is pretty tough. And Calvin had, he put down a lot of pressure. I think he made it really close. And the game's not over yet, but I think that we've started to get to this late end game here.
And we're waiting for this for 7.
Yeah, and don't dislike the block with Nami. I'm just going to do that real quick to help save the 5-cost Luffy. Going to play a Moria of your own from Calvin, but this one has to be just like a value version of it, right? Nothing too crazy.
Oh, we're going Spandon and Rebecca, so we're going to search and also get our discard card. Yep.
Yeah, no hits off the Spandam. Unfortunate. We're going to be able to get the Rebecca effect to likely add a 2K to hand, but then that will probably end the turn. We could play like a Spandine and then play out a Rob Luchi to get a 4/6 on board too, but we're 2 life and just the cards that we have in hand is not crazy. But
yeah, no, her boy has every opportunity to take advantage and even try and go for game this turn, I believe.
Yeah, that Rebecca's not even safe because we do have the 5/6 Luffy here, be able to just remove it. So likely just an attack from there, get the block from the Rebecca. And I think Calvin's thinking about playing another Spandam from hand since we do have that effect off the Rebecca to potentially find a 2K, but looks like he's just going to be passing it back.
Yeah. And we're going off the bat. We are letting go of the Rebecca.
Yeah.
Getting that draw.
Yeah, that draw is huge here. So, I mean, unironically, just 9, 15 generally feels pretty good.
For sure. I think it's nearing towards that direction. Calvin already expended 2 0 costs and several 2Ks earlier to rescue his cards. So don't think there's much for him to do at this point. Even doing a 6 with Sabo or splitting it some other way could be very bad.
Yeah, but you still, got to sequence it correctly, get the right numbers here. We're going to go, plus 3, plus 2 to get out of that, so pretty fair. 2 cards left in hand. But it should be, 2 cards in hand, no way to get out of a 9K with 2.
And everything.
Yeah, and then everything here, and that should be it.
Ooh.
All right, Hiroya is going to be at the finals of Pod C in a grindy match against
That was
Rob
a
Luchi.
very good match. That was it was grindy. It felt sluggish, but it was the suspense on how they're gonna pull it off, and seeing Hiroya climb from the very bottom of having no geckos, eventually seeing some, and out grinding Calvin. It was a very interesting game.
Yeah, and I think it's really easy to identify a good player when they're using, they have a good hand, but when you're dealt a bad hand and you're still able to crawl yourself all the way back up, that's something that you can definitely identify.
But also having the mettle to realize that you're in a bad spot, but still keep calm, collected, and confident towards keep playing it out and find a way out.
Yep, 100%. And I think Calvin did a good job navigating that matchup. But again, it's so uphill. You can't rely on the removal that you expect for every other matchup, really. And there's a reason why it's so tough, because he had so much momentum early, but just a little bit of lackluster turns just turned into a bit of a slippery slope.
Snowballed into it for sure.
So we'll see if there's any other matches going on. That took, I think, most of the 30 minutes. That was, BY takes a bit of while, especially when you don't find your Morias.
That was a very worthwhile long game, I'll say. So I'm upset about it.
We'll definitely have him in the finals on Pod C. We'll find out additionally, one, if there's any other things from Pod A or Pod B being played. But looks like we're in pod number A. We've got Alex versus Alfredo. It's going to be a Doflamingo mirror match.
We can't escape him.
No, that's not unusual when you're at the undefeated tables this late into a tournament. So both of these players trying to fight for a chance at the finals in their respective pod.
Yeah, both were at very comparable board state and life state as well. Seems like putting at one point might have been for an attack or a counter maybe. We're just trying to decipher what's been happening here while we were gone. So with Alex swinging now for 7. Ooh, 2K, 1K.
And there is a Boa blocker still active right now. This could be the turn that Alex can take it though. And I feel like you're not going to have a lot of success defending next turn as Alex. You kind of have to just go for it this turn.
Yeah, being in 1 life with this deck, like I said earlier, you want to have Dofi either at 5 life or 4 life, highest possible, or they're like on the edge of losing, So it's getting to that point in the game. It's going to come down to whether or not Alex can hold on this turn or go for it. We are seeing Boa being played and given the ability to stack.
That is a brutal top 3. Yeah, just bottom decking it. That is a Jozu, a Perona, and a Teach.
Yeah.
No cards you want to play off leader effects.
And we're granting the Dawn to Jinbei.
So with this play, though, it means that, we feel like we can defend it. We have like 3 Weevils in hand, right? Like we could use the effect to put 2 Dawn underneath leader, play something off using our own Teach effect.
Yep.
But, being down to 1 life in these scenarios is pretty scary.
Yeah, having the Boa on Alfredo's side of the board is definitely deterring. Trying to combo off with a 7 when he can just easily block 2K.
And man, there's like 6 cards in Alfredo's hand. I can see like why we decided we can't go for game. Yeah. And we're going 7K with Jinbei into likely Jinbei or Law on the other side. I'd be really surprised if it was towards the leader.
Or are we going to see... Okay, it's second to that. Yeah, it's a block and counter to keep it alive as well. Because keeping that 6K on board is very valuable.
Yeah, and we're quote unquote safe to block here because I don't think there's not really an avenue for them to win next turn.
Super safe and 2 1K.
So it must have been an 8K. All right, and counting, I think cards in deck. I'm not sure how far we are into time procedures here, but it's been a long round, so it might be there. And we've seen Doflamingo matches go into overtime.
This will be the second one on stream potentially, and it came down to the wire to the second last tiebreaker in the game before the one where we're like, we never think it's gonna happen. Yeah, because it's going to be your life, your deck count, characters on board, or whoever took life last, which rarely ever happens, but it's always a world.
Yeah, this is looking like it could be time procedures though, so we'll see if that ends up being the case because yeah, we are counting out cards left in deck.
Oh boy. Yeah, and this is one of these decks that heavily searches with all the bounce effects into Sengoku for sure. So
oh yeah, if we're changing the order of it, yeah, we are counting out and double checking.
Coincidentally.
Yeah, I think it has to be cards left in deck, and we're going from there. So unsure based off that who ended up having more cards left in their deck, but yeah, these Dofi mirrors can be so grindy, so value based, and really dependent on that. So looks like it was likely Alfredo based on
the gesturing.
Yeah.
I find it very funny that it came down to our judge, who's a tax attorney, counting down these cards, and both today and yesterday.
Yeah, and yesterday, the same judge.
Yeah.
So that was to our judge.
Yes, a fellow Florida man over here came down all the way from Florida to be here in Judge's event. He's been with the team for quite some time, since early on, so...
yeah, and this is really a nationwide effort for this event, right? People from all over the United States and beyond to help out this event. Really, really cool to see us all come together.
For sure, for sure.
So,
yeah, so near the end.
Yeah, I think we're at the end of round 8, so we're going to have at least one Doflamingo in one of the finals, at least one BY Luffy. And I think Doflamingo won on table B.
Elijah.
I believe that was the case. So if that's the case, Elijah getting to 2 finals across 2 days would be really insane. So
we haven't seen that in a while.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we normally don't have these back-to-back events in the United States, but when someone's able to do it, it's very remarkable.
Yeah. Normally it's going to be like weekend to back, weekend usually, but not next day to each other. But yeah, here's some highlights over here. We're going to have Herboy's climb from 0 to hero, finally find the Gecko and getting enough bodies as he's whittling down Luchi here. It was probably the most contested BY and Luchi match I've seen, because there have been other matches, like example the Orlando finals, where it was pretty decisive on how Michael E had beat Caden, right?
Yeah. And I think even with watching these highlights, you can just see, Calvin's board started off very strong, and then it just slowly dissolved over time. Havoye being able to build the deck or build the board he wanted, be able to get the amount of pressure, and just really helped out for ending this game. So good luck in his finals as well in Pod C. We might be able to see that one as well. We don't know what the final matchups are, but we're really wrapping up for not only for this day, but this whole One Piece Day weekend as well.
So I've noticed that potentially we might be seeing a mirror match between Fabian and Herboye, pending if Fabian won his last round.
Yep.
So that's pretty interesting to travel all the way to America to end up playing someone you see at every region,
Yeah. To have the Pod C be like the European finals pod, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Is really entertaining. So we'll see if that's the case for that one. And I think we've got one more round. We're gonna have Doa join us back for the last cast on that one. But it's been a lot of fun for this weekend. So that's going to be it for this. We're going to go to round number 9. We'll be seeing who's in our final spots, and we'll see you guys over there.
Oh, I forgot I can do this.
Welcome back one final time to One Piece Day here in Dallas, Texas. Doa, Orange Samurai, a.k.a. Diego, and Eggman, a.k.a. the Eggman, are here for a final round of the day. That's right. We've made it through. This is our 18th round of One Piece over the last 2 days. We've seen a lot of really great games, but it has to end eventually, right? And we've got some pretty amazing matches happening in all three pods. We're going to show you one in particular, but then if it ends early enough, we'll be able to jump to those other ones. And again, we got people now 8-0 on both sides of the table, and the question is who's going to walk away with the prize mats, the prize cards, the spots in nationals. Pretty nice, Eggman, to get that already so early in the season.
100%, yeah. Being able to try some new stuff and maybe some other ones, maybe not have to travel as much as back-to-back, right? They're very coveted spots. And also, the people fighting for them, Diego, you have some knowledge on quite a few of them, right?
Yeah, I think I recognize almost everybody in these tables over here. We have a rematch of the 2023 European Final in Utrecht, and it's going to be Herboye and Fabian facing off once again on a mirror match because they were Sakasuki the last time around. Now it's BY Luffy. Then on the spot C. For Pod A, we're going to have Michael E, I believe, there.
Yeah, I believe it is in there.
Yes, and we have, again, running it back, Elijah Quimby on Pod B.
Yeah, so a lot of stars across the board, but we will take a look at this EU rematch here, like you just mentioned. Fabian versus Herboye, and again, BY Luffy mirror. We've seen a couple of these today, and if yesterday was the day of Dofy, today is the day of the black-yellow Luffy players.
For sure. I did not expect a mirror match final for BY Luffy at all this weekend, to be honest with you.
Yeah, for sure. We know we've got at least one more with Michael over in Pod A, another BY player.
Yeah.
Current reigning national champion here in North America, but we are underway, and it looks like it was a turn one, we see from Roy, and then over on Fabian, he is on the even curve.
Yeah, and generally, the even curve is generally better. Another kind of clue for this mirror match is who's ever able to get and establish more Gecko Morias usually is in a better spot.
Oh yeah, we've seen that.
It's a pretty deep mirror match still on a lot of ways.
Yeah, so I wonder how different exactly are their deck lists, seeing that they probably play this each other a lot of the time. We do see a lot more favorites towards Kusan and the zombie Luffy on Fabian's side. Didn't quite see much of that on the Herboye side, but I think maybe they have some insight on each other's deck lists.
Yeah, and real quick, once again, we are in the Dallas, Texas finals here for Pod C, but we've got a European finals, which is honestly, I think, quite a show.
It's kind of mini worlds, really. This is like Worlds .5 or something.
Yeah, it's like a pre-Worlds for a lot of these players who will be just going to Japan right after this to continue playing in this meta.
Right.
Yeah. On a side note, we're gonna have Herboye actually participate in one of the side events for the for Bandai Card Fest.
Yes.
The 3-on-3 with Kai, a local Japanese player, and Jonas.
Yes.
So exciting times too.
For sure. A little bit of searching going on. We see the general sort of like early game plans that come out from a lot of the black yellow Luffy players. Both of them down to 3 life at this point too. So fairly even life depletion as we get closer to all the 0 life shenanigans. Another search coming in from Fabian now.
Yeah, so with these mirrors, are they most likely going to just want to starve each other out and just force each other to go ahead and take life via their own character means like Flampe and the Punch Luffy as such?
Yep. Yeah,
they both have it, so they're getting there.
Yeah, and having the Kuzan out already to maybe like attack and remove there, but also the Herboye could also use their 5-drop Luffy's effect and then get down to 2 so they can use their own copy of Rocket Luffy. Again, a lot of answers that go both ways.
Well, we saw Fabian do a good job of pairing the Kuzan with the zombie Luffy to grab a little bit of removal as well.
For sure.
Meanwhile, over to Herboye.
Yeah, we've got, what I believe, 7 Dawn right now? 6 Dawn? 7 Dawn.
He's on the odd curve,
yeah,
so it
7
should
Dawn.
be 7 at this point, yeah. It depends on the Luffy, right?
I am
a lot of Luffy's get the extra Dawn.
I'm picking a Gecko Moria here on the far right, I think. So he has one ready to jam in the next few turns.
Yeah, and for the previous match we saw with him against Rob Luchi, that card was just not present in his hand for the majority of the game. He was able to eventually find it, and it helped turn the tide, but must feel at least a little bit good to see at least one guaranteed this early in the game.
And we are hard casting over here to hit Luffy and the Sabo blocker, filtering out the hand.
Yep. And the funny thing is in this matchup, you can feel a little bit more comfortable playing some of the babies out early on. There's just less likelihood that they'll be removed.
For sure.
Yeah,
and especially with the protection. Yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely a different game plan when you play in a mirror match. Just like Nami, you don't play the same way as you put any other deck, right? So.
Yeah.
True enough. Well, the option to bring in the Rocket Luffy potentially, but
her boy is
not
so
this
generous,
turn.
giving us the full hand shown over here. But we have Fabian on the other side. We can't quite tell what he has every so often. We're peeking some blockers here and there. Oh, my crew.
Yeah, getting that on the discard to finish the Sabo effect and passing it back.
Yep. All right. I mean, the thing is, these mirrors, these BY Luffy mirrors early on are pretty quiet, right?
Yeah.
The life that's taken is usually taken by the player themselves, less from attacks on the other side, and it's a lot of like hand filtering, trying to set up the late game.
I feel like spacing is different this time around compared to like the Jackson match with Fabian. This is going a teeny tiny bit faster, I think, maybe because they know each other, so they have a different tempo.
Well, I think that matchup too, there were so many Kuzans seen early too, and you don't generally want to attack with those. You would rather save them for removal. At least that seemed to be the approach we saw from both those players in that matchup. So that kind of slowed things down to an extra degree, it seemed like, in that one.
Yeah, now we're thinking about 8. One decision is if we use our leader effect here, so it's who we are. So we're going to get rid of the Garp in life to draw 1, go down to 2.
Oh, boy, I'm struggling with this blue sleeves.
Yeah. Well, thankfully we've got the counter.
Yeah, thankfully.
And the dice. I'm always a proponent of dice.
Oh, yeah. That does help. All right, well, a lot of thought, again, being put in these early turns.
Yeah, and this is kind of where we could maybe set up an 8-drop Gecko Moria. It's not for like the combo, but maybe there's some ways for value. We've got 2 Garps in the trash, so Gecko Moria draw 2 might get some damage, but it looks like I think we're gonna do a little bit of copying the homework on the other side and play a 2-drop Luffy and a Sabo to protect it and the rest of the board.
Is that a manga Sabo over there?
Yes,
oh,
it
wow.
is.
All right.
We're blinging here.
Sleeving up the big stuff over there on the Fabian side.
Yeah, and we just don't want to attack into our opponent's leaders at these times just because it gives them an easy way to go down to 0.
Yep.
We do have the 5-drop Luffys, slowly getting there manually, but we want to make sure that they use their resources to get to in the spot they need to get to.
Yeah, definitely not much action on the attacking department, but the setup is starting to happen. And once they have their setup and they get to 0 and awaken their leaders, they're definitely going to be popping off with the Rocket Luffys, more Punch Luffys, and the Blocker Sabo to get more cards in hand.
Yeah, well, you're kind of putting together your armory right now, so to speak, right?
Yeah.
It's almost like the game that is still the pregame to a certain extent.
It's an arms race.
Yeah, pretty much. Finding the geckos, finding the stuff to support that. But, going back to what you said earlier, Eggman, like I don't mind the idea of an early Gecko Moria to not do the combo, but to establish that 9K body,
Yeah, because that pays dividends for every
sure.
turn it's out there. Looks like we're looking top 5 with Garp, and we find ourselves another copy of Sabo. And we still have 8 Dawn left available to us for Hivoye.
Yeah. So that could be a number of different things. I mean, you can always kind of hard cast a couple cards from hand. You could also just drop the Moria too. Could also just do the Luffy thing if you've got a way to remove that last life. Which I wonder.
Yeah, it's a pretty full board, so I guess he could let go of the Garp when he plays the Gecko, but he has a lot of Flampe, last life.
Yeah, I was going to say attaching the 2 down to Luffy almost guarantees you're going to see something removing that last life, and so now it begins, right? Luffy ability comes in. You've got one of the babies out on board already. Got enough Dawn to play one from hand, so we could end up with a 9K leader at the end of this.
Yeah, but I think the spot that you normally want to get into, like if you can ever get to 9K with 1 life. That gets you really safe.
Totally, yeah.
And so you might be pressured to say, oh, I only want to be a 7K this turn. And we're putting the Sabo down first, so maybe we are doing the Sabo and passing.
Yeah, for the hard cast.
Yeah.
Don't think I'd necessarily be opposed to that.
Yeah, he's got 5 left in there.
Yeah, and we could also just play the 2-drop as well and get there, and then that still protects the other 2-drop Luffy.
Ooh, all right.
Yeah,
well, there's a
precisely.
Sabo at least.
Yep, 7K leader now.
You don't need to swap the Luffy over, although he does have that Rocket Luffy ready to go in case he wants to. You do have 2 blockers up, so you're fairly safe at 0 life.
Yeah, and you know that Fabian also wants to use their Dawn to set up like their Moria or something similar. So I think this is probably a better way to set up a better defense for later turns.
Right.
Yeah, no, I also don't think her boy gets too threatened too, because the biggest beater around on her Fabian's side of the field is going to be just that fist Luffy. Sabo will probably stay there to block no matter what, and obviously Kid Luffy is not going to do much, neither is Kusan.
We did see just the pass from Hervoye, not deciding to attack with the leader or anything like that. Trying to starve Fabian as much as possible, saying, all right, well, I had what I needed to get down to my 0 life state. Do you have what you need? I'm going to put the onus on your hand rather than help you along with it.
Yeah, and so we do need to oh, we got the serial.
Yeah.
You guys probably know about this card. I did not know about this in this deck. So the serial part, not the Luffy.
Yeah.
Oh, sure. Yeah, we saw it. Yeah.
So I was going to ask, cool.
Yeah.
Eggman doesn't even know.
Yeah, my bad.
How dare he?
Yeah, min rarity Eggman over here. But we do have down to 1 life, but I don't think we have any ways to use the Gecko Moria, play something like a Flampe or Hiyori, because I don't think those are in the trash right now. Get down to 0 and get in the same spot that Hervoye is in right now.
Yeah, you can see Fabian really debating.
Yeah, the only thing he could get would be a Garp, and did he have any kits left on the discard?
I don't think so. I think it's mostly just Garps, I think it's 2 copies of Rocket Luffy.
Might not be very worth.
Yeah,
but if you don't do anything, if you don't do much now, then you start to feel really behind, don't you?
Yes, you really do.
So you gotta do something here.
Her boy already eons ahead by having awakened earlier, and has 2 blockers defending a gigantic fist Luffy here, and Garp the fist.
That's right. Okay, so we are sending an attack in the direction of Hervoye.
Yeah, slowly turning it, getting a 2K Hiyori out of hand to get out of that 8K.
It's not too bad. Just kind of testing the waters, seeing if you have that 2K or not. All right. And that's the Ivankov.
Yep. So this came out of the starter deck that this Luffy came with. You get to put a card from your life to the trash, put a 5-cost card to the top of your life, and that really sets up your 2-drops to be able to get their plays. So I believe he put, a 5-cost Sabo into life?
I didn't quite catch it, but that would be one of the top targets, I would think.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of these lists running the single Ivankov for a while now. And this is kind of the situation where you're glad that you have it,
Yeah, there's just a kind of a suite of blockers that makes sense. We've seen Shirahoshi today. We've seen Nami, I think, but this is the first time I've seen Emporio hit the board.
I believe it is the first time, at least unless it happened when I was gone. First time I see it too.
Yeah. Okay, so swinging for 7 with the Sabo, and it's going to get countered out as well by Hervoye. Garp, and just the Garp, I guess, is all you need, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. 7K leader at the moment. But it's so funny watching BY Luffy mirrors with the speed that some of the other matchups go. Every single decision is thought about and internally debated with both of these players in this matchup.
It's so crucial to get the right order. The sequencing
Totally,
in this deck and in this matchup in particular, you need to have it perfect to a T. You can't make any mistakes, because that will set you back a Dawn or set you back a boost. It definitely matters how you sequence things.
Yeah, and so there is debate on what the 2-cost Sabo replaces. It ended up being the 5-cost Sabo there. Likely to just put it back into our trash so you can put it back into our life.
Yep.
And but you know, obviously one of the better cards that are on our board, so we kind of wanted it to stay there too.
For sure. But you know, one more Sabo into the trash life board cycle again. And if you can get that done without needing to use a Moria, so much the better, you know?
Yeah.
Save that for later.
Yeah, but, you know, Fabian having, like, a setup turn like this can be a little bit slow. It just means that there can definitely be, like, a lot of aggression on the other side because of it. But we're going 7K with the Kuzan.
So potentially going to be a block swing?
Wait, what?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Sorry, block counter, I mean.
Yeah, or just counter.
9K leader?
And the block.
Go.
There you go.
Yeah, and that's fine. I think we needed, honestly, more space on our board. So we were able to get that with blocking with the Sabo, and I think it's going to be a pass back.
Yeah, a lot of decks do want to conserve their blockers and make sure they stay on the board as long as possible to get the most value. Meanwhile, you have Black Yellow Luffy. Yeah, 1K difference. Nah, not going to counter. It's going to block.
Yep. I mean, just because then you get to get it back. And when you get it back, you get 2K in your leader.
Unga bunga.
Power.
All right, so we're putting 2 cards into our life, the Sabo as well as the Zombie Luffy.
Yeah.
One of the techs that Fabian's definitely playing compared to others, and passing it back with a 7K leader and 2 life and 2 blockers that can't be KO'd.
I just did not recognize that alt art earlier in the day.
It does look like a little bit of a blob with
it really does,
the lighting and stuff. So
yeah.
Once that you mention it, now I can recognize. I can make out the shape now. Now what I expect, right?
Yep. All right, so the Rocket Luffy brought in. That's another plus 2K power for the turn on her voice side of things. And what are we going to do? Yeah,
Ooh,
sack
effect.
it to maybe get rid of. Just draw the card, I guess.
Yeah.
No.
I think that was a minor misplay because we could have at least attacked into Kuzan before we did that.
That's fair, actually. Yeah.
Just because that is another attacker on board. If we're going to lose it anyways, I don't think Kuzan's like the biggest deal, and it's probably going to get replaced eventually anyways. But
sure.
And we're Geckoing.
Yeah, we're starting the Gecko train. So we've got a Nami, which is going to let us draw a card. We have the 2-cost Sabo. And then we're going to be able to use our discard to put 2 cards into our life, and get a lot of value here. No, wait, sorry, that was the. Sorry, I looked at the wrong Luffy. That was the one we just played.
It was just played this turn.
Yeah. That's my bad. Yeah, no, he's fine. He's perfect. I'm fallible over here.
I was waiting for you to finish your thing, and
yeah, I noticed it at the same time.
It's serial Luffy's all over the place here.
Yeah.
Put the decks together and make a playset, But yeah, you're right. So just kind of getting that cycle going a little bit. Now 4K, and this is that scenario that you talked about earlier, where being able to go up to 9K on your leader plus have another card in life is just kind of really the dream spot for the BY Luffy. And as we pass things back over to Fabian, he continues to just be like a little bit behind here. I mean, Hervoya in a position to, as these geckos start to build on the board, start to kind of think about striking to end the game.
Yeah, and something to really, it's hard to notice how intricate it was, but he was able to find time to not only play that 2-drop Luffy early, but because he did, he could make a 9K leader, play 2 blockers off of the Moria and be a 9K. Very tricky to find the time to do that. He was able to do that, and he's getting rewarded with such a good board state right now.
Yeah, definitely takes a lot of hindsight on when you play it out. Like I said earlier, if you play it earlier, it's going to be free for the next turn.
Yeah.
That's some BY Luffy math right there.
Right, and I think he properly recognized, too, that he had the time to do that. A lot of times in BY Luffy games, you don't really have the time to make that kind of setup, but where Fabian's start was a little bit slower, he had the luxury of being able to do it,
Yeah, 100%.
And we're going to pitch.
Good identification of that. So I'm very curious to see if this zombie Luffy on Fabian's side is going to pay dividends like it did in the last game we saw. There's the first Moria for his side of the board coming down.
Yep.
Kuzan again, drawing the card.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know, it's kind of similar, right? We've been able to pre-play some cards out for both sides, recognizing that's a way to get value and put ourselves in a good position. So Fabian's going to be able to play out the Kuzan and Sabo and the turn as a you know, 9K leader with a single blocker up, but we do have a lot more card draw available to us.
Right.
Yeah, the card draw that we've seen in this match has been pretty good. We are just the Rocket Luffy is getting it done, having the Sabo ability to filter, and then Kusan, he's been there for quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, we just talked about how Voya was able to set this up. Now we got it on the Fabian side too. 1 life remaining, 4K added to your leader for the rest of the turn. 9K to 9K now. You might as well both be 5K if it's a leader swing into leader. But now, yeah, okay, yeah, I'd say why not? Why not send it? That's gonna draw out a block.
Yeah, but the you know, as much as like Havoye has been like a little bit faster setting on the board, Fabian's board is fantastic. Which
For sure.
we have the Kuzan to get the cost reduction, and we have the zombie Luffy. We can do some real good pressure. We get to get around KO protection for these Sabos.
Yeah.
And it's going to be quite a lot of pressure, I think, on this next turn.
If I could pick any one thing about what really won Fabian his last match, his last mirror on stream, I think it was that combo that you just mentioned too.
Yeah.
That tech certainly seems to be effective in the mirror today.
Yeah, it's definitely good in the mirror, but it's like their end game strategy is more favorable towards the mirror match. So definitely he made the right medical, figuring he was seeing a lot of VY this evening.
And we attached it on to our Moria, which helps us get rid of the Luffy, but immediately identifies that we are not going to be playing a Moria from Havoye.
Yeah, for sure. So what will we be seeing then in that particular case? Just some big swings maybe.
Yeah. It seems like.
Ooh, okay. I mean, there's a, you know, there is a distinct lack of blockers over there. So Sabo does go down. You know, we do have the potential to swing again if we want to here for Havoye.
Yeah, we can likely do an 11K attack,
Yeah.
which against most game states is really strong.
Yeah, most. Yeah.
This one's, you know, 9K to 11K is just a 2K plus 1. But
Yeah. Another Sabo comes out. So that's 3 blockers on the side of Havoye right now.
So much defense.
Huge wall. Yeah. And yeah, why not? Like you said, 11K swing going the direction of Fabian. No blockers available. So this is one you're going to have to take the life from, and that's going to get bottom decked.
Yeah, and now we have taken 1 Sabo out of the equation. You won't see it again. And so, yeah, the board that Fabian has set up is slowly being whittled down here, facing a wall of Sabo here. The only thing Fabian has against this is going to be our combo of Kusan and the zombie Luffy. So we'll see if he can get out of this.
That's such a big win, though, for Havoye to be able to sort of permanently delete the Sabo by bottom decking it.
Yeah.
That could be a difference maker in this matchup.
All right, just deciding, you know, asking some questions on numbers. It kind of also depends on how many cards we've got in our trash to be able to make this Luffy attack be meaningful. Like, we can make it a 9K potentially without any Dawn investment, which is great. And the leader on Havoye says only a 7K.
Right. All right, minus cost on the Gecko Moria from the Kuzan.
Oh, interesting. So we must be doing another reduction of sorts.
Oh, okay. Another Gecko Moria.
Yeah, and we've got Shirahoshi to do that too. Yeah, this is fantastic.
Yeah. All right, replacing the Kuzan, bringing out the Sabo and the Shirahoshi. Like you said, more minus cost there. Interesting.
Just like that, back on the upswing on Fabian's side, having that Gecko play to bring out Shirahoshi, and now being able to put characters on the range zombie Luffy's trashing effect.
Yeah.
Right.
And now we just got to look at what resources were available to us in our trash and what we want to sequence. We definitely want to put Sabo, but deciding on if there's a Luffy or another Sabo joining it.
Yeah, the Egghead Luffy.
Yep. Getting the protection there.
You know, despite the blockers on the side of Havoye, the board has steadily been building for Fabian.
Yeah. And I think this removal is going to be very big. It's generally it's near impossible to remove Gecko Moria in most situations in this mirror match, but the double reduction and the zombie Luffy getting the sequencing that we got really lets him be put in a very favorable setup right now.
Yeah. All right. This game is so close, actually.
Yeah. It's a roller coaster. Because you think that they're disadvantaged, and then I don't know where they just come back with a whole new play.
Yeah, it's so hard to really call advantage too much, right? I mean, any mirror matchup in One Piece, it's gonna switch several times during the course of the game.
For sure.
And I think the other thing too is that this is a mirror match, and these are obviously both strong decks, but these are clearly strong players on strong decks
definitely,
too.
yeah.
And then being able to express your skill with decks like this is very favorable.
Well, you've got the added sort of drama of these two players having met before in finals, in a One Piece, in a gigantic One Piece tournament, right? And so they know the pressure of the stage. It's not something that bothers them too much. They know each other's play styles really well too. So there's a level of mind games going on right now too that we don't see.
Yeah.
We can sort of get maybe get hints of it from the players' decision makings, but there's a whole nother layer to this match too underneath the cards.
Yeah, for sure. The fact that a lot of international guests came over here to this event shows that One Piece is so big that we have people coming over here and visiting, and they're actually making an impact in these events. Every now and then we get Mexican players come down, Canadian players come down, but now we have European players come here to play, and that's huge. And this is going to be with an invite to the nationals, the finals on the line. So at this rate, both are pretty much in contention for top 16. So they're locking in their spot for whenever the next finals are.
Yeah. Oh, man. Now Herboye. That board looking a little bit sparse here.
Yeah. We've seen less Morias. Our one Moria did get removed. We got a second one, sure.
Okay.
But it's going to be a little bit slow when our opponents establish two and has such a board advantage, and I think even hand advantage. We're going to get a blocker, going to get a card draw off the Nami and set up a Sabo, but we're still definitely a little bit behind here.
Yeah, I do like in particular just getting the card draw for the Nami this turn. Hand size is so crucial at this stage in the game of this matchup that Nami is certainly paying dividends.
Oh, and we see the zombie Luffy from Herboye. We didn't see that during our previous round.
Yeah.
So these decks do have some different cards, but interesting to see that teched in for him as well.
Yeah, so it could potentially be something that is shared to each other prior to coming to the event, acknowledging, hey, this card is strong. We should play this. And maybe that seems to be the case. But I will say for sure, we have been exposed to seeing Herboye not really play that card at all so far in the tournament stream. So it is a little refreshing to see Fabian be on stream because we're actually seeing something we're not too familiar with, at least in this weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the zombie Luffy shows up sometimes as a one-of in some BY Luffy lists. I wonder if Fabian is running more than one because we've seen it show up so frequently.
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
But it's been, very fascinating to see the evolution of this deck. It's been, most cards are the same, right, 40 to 45, but there's these techs that you're afforded, especially like for specific matchups. Yeah. And it's been really great to see.
Yeah, and again, the zombie Luffy seems quite good in this matchup in particular.
Yes.
Very good, especially when you see it as the one-off potentially in a best-of-1 game.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Nami used to block that first swing from Gecko Moria, second 9K swing coming in right now. There's a plethora of Sabos available for Herboye to use if he chooses to.
And we're at 1 life. We got that 5-drop Luffy face up in life right now.
Yep. Taking a look at the trash.
And just likewise as well. I've got nothing better. Do you let me see your trash as well?
Sure. Yeah. Giving yourself a little time to make some decisions. I suppose nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Especially something to keep in mind. Even though it is basically a final, this is still Swiss, so there is going to be a time limit. So it's not an infinite time event that we have going on right now. They are pressed for time. They have to come to a conclusion to this game before time ends, or be forced to see tiebreakers.
Yeah, and Herboye takes that life. So that's a card getting bottom decked. It was just the punch Luffy, so one of the less important cards, I suppose, out of the three. The three big ones, right? Rocket Punch and Sabo.
Nami.
Yeah, we're just going to play Nami for 3, getting a card draw.
All right.
We did get a 2-drop Luffy off the top. Honestly, the most important cards in these situations are the blocker Sabos for sure. And putting one at the top of our life means we probably have a 2-drop in our hand to play off of.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to lose those by bottom decking.
Yep, very true. All right, another Sabo. Another draw 2, discard 2. More KO protection, although that's not as big in this matchup.
You know, I do take back what I said about saying that Jackson and Herboya was a finals match. No, this has become undoubtedly one of the best finals match I've seen, because it's it's extremely contested and it's somewhat buried. It's going kind of fast in comparison to other games this evening so far.
Sure.
So it's definitely very enjoyable.
Yeah, and I want to say, like, this, the venue is transfixed on this. We can look over there. Yeah. People are watching, huddled around the TVs for this too. People at home. I'm sure Europeans out there, it's late, or early for y'all. And, these are your, finalists. These are your players, and watching them at this stage too is just very exciting.
Yeah, and it's also hogging all the screen time, because I believe A and B have concluded. They're no longer there. So this is going to be the final we'll see for One Piece Day in Dallas, Texas. Yeah,
we'll get you the results on those other ones as they come in for us. But for now, this BY Luffy mirror, the last game going here at One Piece Day in Dallas. And it's an EU versus EU match. Fabian versus Voye. What really has, become a global competition here.
Yeah.
Very cool. So now the play over to Hervoye. 2 on Luffy right away. Going to swing 9 in with the Gecko Moria.
And giving the Flampe 2K.
Yep. And so with 2 Don already attached on Luffy, you wonder if we will see possibly another Gecko from Hervoye here, or if you've got something else in mind. Ooh, the Don being separated. What's the plan here?
Yeah, pre-planning for a split could be something different. Or it does seem like. Ooh, is he planning to split for attack?
I mean, only 1 blocker. No, I take it back. 2 blockers on Fabian's side. So I'd be surprised if this was an attack turn.
Yeah, but definitely having some crisis here of saying what is the best play. It is a tough spot that I'm in.
Is there even a Gecko Moria in the hand?
I don't think he has one. So
that's rough.
It is tough.
That is very, very rough.
Yeah, Herboy is struggling to find a Gecko Moria.
Yeah.
The entire game, staring down 2 other ones on the other side.
Nami taking a 11K attack. Oh, we did have Moria and just decided this was not the best play for us.
Interesting. Okay. So, potentially just going up to 2 life and just being happy to sit there. I mean, there's still a lot of Dawn being spent. Okay, he does have. Oh, okay. All right. So you do have two boys just a hard cast here.
Yeah, and so the decision is that I'd rather pressure more this turn than have a 9K setup for next turn. And we talked about this earlier for one of our mirror matches. Moria is like immediately not the worst play for us, but being able to attach extra Dawn to our leader, get this huge, swing here, and also set up a zombie Luffy of our own for next turn.
Right.
Is can just make it so we can win next turn.
Well, there's the 2 sides of it, right? There's the side that says, I want to use, I want to establish my Morias earlier to pressure more, and the side that says, I want my opponent to use as many resources as possible before I play my Morias.
Yeah.
It does seem we're getting closer to end of time if we haven't already. I did hear the announcements, but couldn't quite make it out. So they might be pinched for time, and that's why they're playing a little bit more faster.
Oh, man, yeah.
So if they're not already nearing the tiebreaker period, they definitely need to go faster and make it so they can secure the tiebreakers by having a higher life, if not more characters, or having a higher deck count or more characters.
Well, I mean, Hervoye just took the 2 life and put it on the board.
Yeah.
So less life right there. And with a Sabo blocker out there, no more attacks. I don't think there's any way you can really get that last life from Fabian, and even when it goes back over, you can put 2 there. So we'll see what happens. It's over on Fabian anyway. First swing comes in.
Yeah, but I don't think we're on time quite yet. I think these games started a little bit later than the regular tournament time.
Could have, yeah.
But yeah, I'm not surprised if we were close, if not already. And we got a Toy Soldier 2K come out of hand.
Yeah, okay.
That's new.
Yeah, haven't seen that too often. Very teched out BY Luffy Dexter Senior. I love it.
Yeah, well, it's great from both players.
It's the EU secret.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is really good for exactly this situation to give something the -3. And then Luffy can get rid of it if it's a 5 or less. So being able to get rid of a Sabo with this, we also get potentially a card draw.
And we're drawing.
And I mean, if we do end up going down to time, cards on board may end up mattering.
Yeah, but this is
unlikely, but still.
This is where we can just go really big with our zombie Luffy. We can get a lot of cards out of our trash and put it to the bottom of our deck to get the increase. So that's a +1K, that's a +2K, and we do have a 9. Gets the 1 out, and Fabian's our winner for Pod C.
Wow, yeah, takes it in the end. And yeah, I mean, we saw the Geckos established a little bit earlier. Slow and Steady wins the race, though, and Fabian will be our final winner here at One Piece Day Dallas. And that was thrilling, man. EU beat down here, and it was cool to see.
Yeah, really close game. And going into the match, I wasn't sure if they had different deck lists. It started to look like it was a very similar card pool, so it might have been a near true mirror match, but really good showing from both players, and I'm happy we were able to catch that one.
Oh, yeah, no, this was fantastic. It was very exciting, a lot of back and forth, and a lot of new things we hadn't seen throughout the weekend, so it was very refreshing to have, and as well, we have, new faces on an American stream.
Yes, 100%. So Fabian is our winner on C, and Joey, we'll have to see what is left on the other pods if we get that information.
That's what I'm hoping we get here as soon as possible, to try to find out who won the other 2 pods here, because the games are over. That was the last one being played. And remember, we had some big names in the other 2 pods. We had Michael, our current reigning champion in North America, playing in Pod A, and then in Pod C we had Elijah as well, which we saw earlier in the day. So kind of waiting to see if we can get some word on that, and we'll find out.
Yeah, potential back-to-back winner.
Yeah.
If not 18-0, 17-1 for this weekend.
Pretty commendable.
With Doflamingo, which is commendable in itself. So
that is
regardless where it is, a really good run for Elijah.
Yeah. Definitely. But what a great weekend of games in general. I mean, it's awesome that we got to have One Piece Day coming over to the States here, and getting to have a situation where we have so many people coming in from around the world to play. And we do a lot of regional stuff here, right? We do a lot of North American tournaments in North America. Shocking, right? I know. So it's neat to see things on a little bit bigger of a global scale. Our preview of Worlds, I feel like.
I was going to say, that's going to be a huge event next week. It's going to be the finale from OP09. Most of the people that are in the finals in these pods are going to be there, whether playing in the main event or the side event. So, a lot of traveling, and this is such a good game that's worth all the travel and all the experiences from it.
Oh, definitely, yeah. Still waiting on those results. I'm not sure if we'll get those on stream or not. But if we don't, it sounds like we're not going to get them. So those results will be online, I'm sure. So you'll be able to find those out in a hurry. But I am dying to know. I'm about ready to just jump up.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
we're over there. You guys hold it down. I'll go find out.
Yeah, I just want to know if Quimby won. That's what I want to know. Yeah. Back-to-back winner would be pretty cool.
Yeah.
We'll find out. I'm looking to see if somebody I know is standing close enough that I can ask them. But
Elijah's right there, actually.
Oh, there you go.
If we can catch his
wave at him.
Wave at him. Get his a thumbs up, thumbs down, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see if we can get that.
Try to catch his eye, Eggman.
Yeah, I don't want to shout on my.
You've got the flashiest hair.
Yeah, I'm trying.
All right.
No, he's not going to see us. Quimby.
Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Not happening for us.
I mean, can we read? Does he look happy enough that he has won? Maybe.
I'm getting a bittersweet kind of vibe.
He looks introspective.
Hey,
yes.
A little bit.
He might have collected a first and second place playmat this weekend.
Well, that's
actually the play right there.
Yeah.
Get a little bit of everything. Yeah.
Blackbeard and Kusan in one mat, the second place one. I think it's the nicer one out of the 2, but both are really nice mats for sure.
This might be out of line. I'm just going to go walk over.
Go, go. There's 2 of us here.
Go. In
All
the
right,
meantime, I do want to
go find out.
Yeah, go find out.
It's Eggman on the scene. Eggman on the street.
He's on the case.
Going out, asking the real questions, getting the information for us. The journalist in action. He's walking up. I'll give you the play-by-play of this.
Yeah.
He's talking to Elijah. Elijah's. Oh, he's shaking his head.
Oh,
he's shaking his head.
Yeah.
That might be a no.
We got to find out
But
the
now he's nodding,
tiebreakers.
kind of. He's nodding, but
Yeah.
it's hard to say. Oh, he's coming back.
I think standings just showed up,
Oh.
and he's giving us the Uni TCG.
That's
no,
right. Nope, didn't get it. So Elijah not getting it. But again, like we said, maybe that was the play because now you do walk away with both playmats.
Hoping
so.
tiebreakers.
Yeah. So currently he's X1 and went 17-1 for it. So he actually unfortunately lost in round 8. So the middle section was completely obscured from us, right? We could not see. I could see Michael on A and then our European pod in C. So
all right.
but it could be JCM getting the win from Pod B with likely Shanks. So that could be really interesting.
Very curious which Shanks list that is.
That'll be his first win, actually.
Yeah. And Elijah definitely went 17-1 this weekend, which is incredible.
Huge.
Yeah, what a run across 2 days. I mean, like what an incredible amount of like mental fortitude. First of all, to be able to play. It's hard enough to play at that level for like 4 games at your local, right?
Yeah.
Imagine playing at an even higher level for 18 games.
Yeah.
Like that is wild.
So I do want to say, in the case that JCM did win, I did say it earlier, back during One Piece Day in Orlando, I had asked him, do you plan on going, Jonathan? It's like, no, I don't think so. I don't think I'm going to stay home. It's not worth the trip. And I said, you know what? Put that on camera. Say it. I'm not going to One Piece Day. And he did, and I have the video. So now I can go and tell him, so what's this over here?
Yeah.
Aren't you glad you showed up to this event now? Serial Ace, Playmat, Invite to Nationals. You can vacation now.
Yeah, with an X1 finish guaranteed, I think pretty much all of that. Serials might be bubbled up, but I think almost guaranteed a serial at this point.
Yeah.
And the invite, so great for everyone in our finals are getting both of those, likely. So, big finishes.
I believe I didn't quite hear exactly, but I believe I got the word that it's time to close things out.
All right.
Here on the stream. So on that note, I want to say a big shout out to our production team behind the scenes for making everything run. This was really, really good. I think one of the big issues with card game tournaments is oftentimes we end up waiting a long time between games on stream, and that there was not a lot of that happening this weekend. We really went from game to game fast, able to jump from one game to another at the end of these pods too was really incredible. So shout out to everyone making things happen behind the scene. I mean, all of our judges at this event, over like 3,000 players. They ran 6 512 player Swiss tournaments this weekend. That is amazing, right? So the amount of work that went into making this weekend possible is just amazing. So everyone behind the scenes that you don't see, shout out to all of them. Thanks to our players for showing us some great games. Thanks to you at home for watching. Thanks to everyone here in the venue for coming and celebrating One Piece Day with us, both at the tournament stage and then also at the stage where we got all the big announcements and the more convention type celebration. It has been a great weekend. I want to get final words from each of you before we close it out. We'll start with you, Diego.
It has been a fantastic weekend. I am honored to have worked with you guys. You guys are veterans of this type of setting here, and I got to absorb some of your knowledge and information, and I really appreciate it. I had a lot of fun watching these high-quality matches. I am very happy with the decks that were shown in feature matches, and I am glad that the trip for the European players was very well worth it. It's a very costly fight, so I'm glad that they got their win or their pricing, so good for them. And I'm glad to finish here and Hayden and I going out to Japan to Spectate Worlds, so we're excited.
Yeah, good one.
Yeah, and I want to say one more to the production team. Specifically, we had so many BY matchups today that the life just goes from 0, 1, 2 all the time. So I know that's a lot of extra work, and I appreciate it. And sincerely from all of us, the community is awesome. A lot of people came up to us during our break. A lot of kind words. I truly appreciate it. And we do this for you guys, too. You guys are fantastic, and I'm happy you guys enjoy our content, our presence, and being able to do this event in the first place is because of the help from you guys, too. So
absolutely. Yep.
So you want to finish it off, Doa?
That's kind of what I'm here for, I suppose. I should, right? That's
You're the closer.
Yeah, shout out as well to the makers of the game, too. I mean, we wouldn't be able to do this without the game itself. So,
Yes,
so
you
that's
know what?
great. Yep, that helps, too. But thank you again to everyone out there watching. That is it for the broadcast here from One Piece Day in Dallas, Texas. So until next time, go play some games of One Piece, be good to each other, and we'll see you next time.